Chapter 01 Discovery of Magic. Life has never been normal for one Harry James Potter, the unknown boy living at number 4 Pivot Drive, Little Whining, Surrey. For starters, the Dursleys didn't consider him to be part of the family, treating him as a burden for taking advantage of their hard-earned money and kindness. With this in mind, the Dursleys made sure that he pay for the kindness they unwillingly bestowed upon him, so he was put to work doing chores when he was old enough to do so: cooking, cleaning, washing the dishes, laundry. All chores were under Harry's domain, and the Dursleys considered it beneath them to help out. Of course, one would expect Harry to be rebellious to being treated as a slave. But Harry was not a normal boy, so it didn't apply to him. Harry was also intelligent, very intelligent, which fortunately for the lad, eluded the Dursleys' attention. The boy learned to read at the age of 2 thanks to the many books that Dudley found useless or boring. After the storybooks, the boy upgraded his reading to the many books around the house that the Dursleys seldom touch, learning everything he could, absorbing the information within like a sponge. When the boy started school at the age of 5, Harry found heaven in the school library, spending his snack breaks, lunch breaks, or even a few minutes after school hours to peruse many of the books within. His mind continued to crave for information, any information that was considered either useless or mundane. While his peers were starting on story, the alphabet, and storybooks, Harry James Potter was already reading books on science, mathematics, English literature, and the likes. With the increase in Harry's intelligence, comprehension dawned on him about his life. Even at an early age, he noticed that he could easily recall anything he read. He eventually discovered that he had a photographic memory and used it to his advantage by inadvertently discovering speed reading and rereading them later in his mind. Using this newly discovered skill, Harry James Potter used his vaunted memory to analyze his life, a mature thinking even for a 6, almost 7-year-old boy. He discovered at an early age that the Dursleys weren't family, though he was related to his aunt by blood, and by extension, Dudley. His uncle Vernon, fortunately, was not a blood relation. Harry didn't consider the Dursleys as family because he wasn't treated like one, so why should he treat them as such? Besides, a normal family wouldn't even consider a cupboard under the stairs a bedroom. A family wouldn't put you in a compromising position just for kicks. A family would never turn you into a slave to cater to their whims. No, Harry didn't consider them family. In Harry's mind, they were acquaintances and nothing else. Since he wasn't family, he didn't bother to rebel against the house's rule. Never question the Dursleys, always be polite, disappear when you're not needed, and most importantly, do all of the chores without question. Harry considered it his obligation to serve the Dursleys despite the fact that they barely fed him or provided him clothes that fit. After all, despite their treatment of him, they gave him a roof to sleep under, since Harry knew how kids with no home are treated out in the streets or at orphanages. Logically, running away was a solution to his problem. However, seeing that Harry was gifted with intelligence and common sense, he didn't have any place to go if he did succumb to the temptation. And technically, the Dursleys were a lot better than surviving out in the streets, finding shelter if the weather got worse, or diving into dumpsters to look for something to eat. No, Harry wasn't stupid to do that. There were also other reasons why Harry didn't belong in the same category as normal. Being an intelligent boy, Harry noticed that weird things kept happening around him when he was upset or in pain. For starters, his hair always returned to its normal unruliness despite how his aunt, Petunia Dursley, tried to cut it. He was even shaved bald once, but the hair just grew back to normal overnight. That was the last time he was given a haircut. Bruises that usually take weeks to heal disappeared after a night's sleep. No matter how many bruises he got from Vernon and Dudley, they would always disappear in the morning, much to the Dursleys' confusion and consternation. Another weird thing that happened to Harry was when one of the clothes gifted to him by his aunt started to shrink the more she tried to put it on. It kept shrinking and shrinking until to the point that it could only fit a small doll. When his Aunt Petunia realized what happened, she shrieked and whacked him on top of the head as if it was his fault and sent to his cupboard bedroom without any food for the day. Of course, considering how the Dursleys acted towards the unnaturalness that was Harry James Potter, they just ignored it or punished him if it does. It was during his 8th year that Harry finally gave a name to the weirdness that kept happening to him. Magic. Harry Potter was running for his life. He was being chased by Dudley and his gang for their daily Harry hunting game. Harry learned early that being caught by Dudley and his gang of muscle-brained idiots was never a good experience. That first time it happened, he was clobbered silly, resulting to a body covered in bruises and a broken lip. Even if they healed overnight, it had hurt a lot and don't want to experience it again. Of course, his aunt and uncle praised their son for being so athletic, the little tyke. After the third beating, he started running. Thus the game Harry hunting was invented. Harry's first foray into magic was lackluster if based under normal standards, but for him it was a godsend. He was running from his cousin's gang during lunch hour when he discovered his first unintentional use of magic. Since he was far ahead from his pursuers, thanks to his small body, Harry decided to hide in one of the dumpsters that littered the school grounds. Seeing an open dumpster that would be perfect to hide in, he jumped inside while praying with all his heart that Dudley and his gang wouldn't find him in his impromptu hiding place. Due to the intense emotion that he was currently subjected to, the fear of being caught and getting clobbered like a boxer's punching bag, plus the adrenaline pumping in his veins, his magic was triggered, allowing the boy to enter the shadow inside the dumpster and came out of the shadow under the water tank on the rooftop of his school. His first reaction was of panic since he clearly remembered jumping into the dumpster and there was no explanation for being on the rooftop. It just wasn't logical. "How in the world did I get here?" exclaimed a panicked Harry as he surveyed the scene he was in. It was clearly the rooftop since he remembered the place when he hid there one time when he was chased by Dudley and his gang. He knew where he was, but the question was how he got there. "Okay, Harry, let's be logical about this. The dumpster is down on the ground floor while I'm currently on the roof, which is 3 floors up. There's no way you could just disappear and reappear from there to here." Harry thought out loud, trying to remember how it happened. "Let me see. Dudley and his gang were chasing me. I didn't want to get caught, so I jumped into a dumpster hoping they wouldn't find me. Then something happened that made me end up here." Then he remembered one detail that he clearly forgot. "I came out of the shadow. It's like I entered the shadow inside the dumpster and exited the shadow under me. Weird." He looked down and saw the shadow he was standing on. He stamped his foot on it and discovered it was solid. "Duh, I'm standing on it, so it has to be solid." Harry berated himself while rolling his eyes. "I wonder." He crouched down and poked at the shadow as if expecting it to react. His finger didn't even phase through the shadow or the floor it was currently on. "Okay, that didn't work. There must be something else I'm missing." He sat down and closed his eyes. He visualized the incident exactly how it happened. He remembered how scared he was that Dudley and his gang was chasing him. Again, an extra incentive to his fear was due to Dudley being very angry since the school cafeteria was out of chocolate cake and Dudley loved chocolate cake. Of course, Harry was his outlet and was extra vindictive with this session of Harry hunting. Continuing on, with Dudley's extra anger being directed at him, Harry was quite afraid of being caught, knowing that he'll end up with broken bones this time. He remembered his decision of jumping into a dumpster and hoping, praying, that he wouldn't be found. It was when it happened. His eyes popped open and grinned. He was afraid of being caught, and it pushed him to do another form of weirdness. It was like magic, like those in the fantasy books he read in the library. "That's it," exclaimed Harry in excitement. "It has to be magic. My hair, the shrinking shirt, bruises and wounds healing overnight, and now this teleportation thing. There's no possible explanation. It has to be magic." Of course, for an 8-year-old, you don't question why it happened, only that it did. "Now all I need to do is to somehow get this magic thing under control. If I remember right, I was quite afraid of being found before this happened. So maybe it had something to do with emotions. Fear, Harry stood up from where he was standing and looked down at the shadow again. He poked it with a finger, but nothing happened. This time around, he imagined the fear of getting beat up again and willing himself to go somewhere safe. This time it worked. It rippled a bit before his finger slowly sunk into the shadow. Shocked at what he was seeing, Harry immediately withdrew his finger and inspected it. It was still attached to the rest of his hand, safe and sound. He grinned. "That was so cool," he shouted in excitement. He was able to control his excitement and proceeded to try again, determined to achieve a modicum of control. He placed his finger on the shadow again but frowned when he felt nothing but the coldness of the floor. He brought up the emotions he felt during the chase and was surprised when his fingers sunk into the shadow again. Grinning, he pushed his whole hand into the shadow and pulled it out. Feeling a bit daring, he looked around for a more appropriate setting to try another experiment. He saw a patch of shadow just beside the door that led to the lower floors of the building. Thankfully, the position of the large tank made it possible to have a human-sized shadow on the wall. Harry walked over to the shadow and took a deep breath. He concentrated and pushed his hand into the shadow, melting right into it. Satisfied that it worked, he pulled his hand out, took a deep breath and closed his eyes before plunging his head into it. Thankfully, he was still in control, so he didn't bang his head on the wall. He opened one of his eyes and saw that he was somewhere behind the school. He looked around and saw that his head was currently sticking out of a shadow on the tree trunk. He grinned and proceeded to walk out. He felt his body tingle and encountered a resistance as if he waded through water. The sensation ended when he completely exited the shadow. Fortunately, the place was deserted, so his experiments was kept secret. I wonder if I can control where I end up, Harry wondered out loud. Deciding to test his theory, he imagined shadowing into the library, specifically in an alcove where he usually hid and read books to get away from Dudley and his gang. Visualizing where he wanted to go, he walked to the shadow on the tree. He hit the tree with a loud thunk. Ow! Bloody hell! That didn't work, said Harry as he rubbed his aching nose while glaring at the innocent shadow on the tree. Deciding to try again, this time a bit cautiously, he placed a hand on the shadow and pushed while envisioning his favorite spot in the library. It took quite a while until he was frustrated enough that he willed himself to pass through the shadow. Fortunately, it worked, but it took him completely by surprise. With a yelp, he fell into the shadow at being caught off guard and exited where he wanted to be. However, the force of his entry equaled his exit. He lost his balance and fell to the floor with a loud thud. Thankfully, his hidey hole was far away from the librarian's cubicle, so his sudden appearance went unnoticed. That hurts. Mental note: walk slowly into the shadow. Don't push yourself into it like a bloody git. Ugh! Groaned Harry as he pushed himself off the floor and dusted his oversized clothing. He looked around and grinned. He was where he wanted to be. Since there was still half an hour before lunch break ends, Harry practiced his newly discovered ability until such a time that he could shadow walk from the library to the playground, to the rooftop, and vice versa. When the lunch bell rang, Harry left the library, through the door this time, with a grin oblivious to a confused librarian who swore that she didn't see the kid enter her territory during lunchtime. After discovering his magic, Harry spent a lot of his free time or during chores trying to coax his magic to do what he wanted. It was fruitless at first and took quite a while to get the desired results. He mastered his shadow walking after the first month of discovery, but other feats of magic were sporadic at best. He didn't quite, however, but was more determined to master it by any way possible. This was one of the reasons why he started reading a book on meditation. While practicing his shadow walking ability, he noticed that he needed to focus on his destination, as well as trying to bring out the right emotion to trigger the ability. The discovery of his magic forced read and reread all the fantasy books in the library, and all of them said the same thing. Focus of mind and will. You think on what you want the magic to do and will the magic to do it. Of course, this was easier said than done. Thankfully, he was able to find a book on meditation after encountering the term in one of the fantasy books he read. It took 2 months of constant nightly meditation before going to bed that he was able to somewhat discover the source of his magic. During one of his meditation exercises, he accidentally delved deeper into his mind and was surprised when he found himself in front of a ball of light, twice the size of a basketball. He was confused at first but eventually realized that this was the source of his magic. When he touched the ball for the first time, a warm feeling rushed through his body. He felt stronger, weightlessness, and powerful that made him feel that he could do anything he wanted. While keeping his hands firmly on the ball and reveling on the feeling, he studied his magic ball closely. It was white with flecks of red, blue, green, and gold. He also noticed wisps of black smoke floating inside the ball, pulsing and stretching as if it wanted to be free from the confines of the ball. Another thing he noticed was a thread of sickly green thread coming from the ball towards the unknown. He didn't bother with this for now since he was too excited his discovery of the source of his magic. Thanks to this discovery, he was able to visit his magic ball every night after that. It took hours at first, but he diligently practiced until he could go there in a minute. He found out that touching the ball while conscious was hard, like focusing on two things at the same time. This didn't deter him, however, and kept on practicing until he was able to get the sensation on his hands as he visualized in his mind that he was touching the ball of light inside him. Considering that he was in his dark cupboard at that time, he willed a ball of light to appear on his hand while he was still connection to his magic ball. He almost cheered out loud when a small ball of light appeared on the tip of his index finger but disappeared when he lost his focus. If anyone saw Harry at that time, they could have seen his emerald eyes alight with determination. With a goal mind, Harry kept a nightly practice in bringing out a ball of light every night until such time that he could do so at will. He didn't bother to try anything else since he wanted to perfect this part of his self-imposed training and determined to master it before moving on to something else. After 6 months of meditation and practicing his make light exercise, Harry noticed that he was able to control his emotions at will, bringing out certain memories to trigger a specific emotion. This made it possible for him to keep a bored facade as if he wasn't feeling anything at all. Finding this odd, he shadow walked to the library one night and looked for a more detailed book on meditation to determine what happened. Of course, these trips didn't yield any result at all, and Harry concluded that there weren't that many books on the subject in his school. A trip to the public library might be in order, but it would be next to impossible to ask the Dursleys to take him there unless he wanted to get a beating of a lifetime. He decided to drop this for now and kept with his current project. Thanks to his constant practice, he was now able to create the ball of light anytime he wished. He made variations of the exercise by making it float above his palm and around his body. Harry found it quite fun letting the ball float around him like a toy. He was a kid after all, and it was fun doing it. Eventually, he found a detailed book on meditation in a section reserved for teachers. He found a sign stating that all the books in this section were used to supplement their teaching habits. Harry assumed that the book was used as a means for teachers to cope with unruly kids. Considering that they are teaching kids between 4 to 10 years old, they need all the help they could get, even if it was from a book. After reading the advanced meditation text, Harry discovered that meditation can help a person sort their minds. A side effect to this is the total control of subconscious and conscious thoughts, allowing the person to remember and recall information faster, or the skill to review past events through their memories, similar to watching a movie. This complete mental control made it possible for him to control his emotions, which results in better control of his magic. Giddy with the discovery, he kept the book with him and read it from cover to cover while meditating with gusto. He discovered that he had an actual place in his mind, not just the magic ball and darkness, but an honest-to-goodness representation of his mind. Deciding to redecorate a bit, he visualized a place where he felt most comfortable in a library. He decided to turn his memories into books and organize them accordingly. He noticed that his magic ball was getting bigger and brighter the more he kept organizing his memories. Harry assumed that his control over his mind allowed his magic ball to continue to expand and improve. To Harry's young mind, he determined that he was getting stronger as he became better with his meditation. He was confused, however, when he discovered that the sickly green thread was connected to a memory that he usually attributed to his nightmare. A sickly green light, a scream from a woman, and a man laughing like a maniac before being consumed by darkness. Deciding that he didn't want the memory out in the open, he created a vault that he saw in one of Dudley's cartoons and locked the book inside it. The book was quite heavy to move and kept resisting his attempts, but he eventually succeeded in locking up the damn thing. He noticed that his mind felt better and his magic brighter after he locked the book away. He saw that the thread was slowly fading until it was no longer connected to his core. He didn't know why at that time, but the disappearance of the thread made him happy. Harry opened his eyes and noticed that his magic was a lot easier to control after he locked the nightmare book inside his mind vault. He could now touch and call on his magic easily and made it do what he wanted it to. He discovered this after willing his trusty light ball to existence and was shocked that it appeared immediately without having to really focus on it. With a grin, he shadow walked to the kitchen since it was still the middle of the night and the snores coming from the second floor was an indication that the Dursleys were fast asleep. He also noticed that his shadow walking was a lot smoother as well, no longer feeling as if he was wading through water just to get to his destination. This time around, it felt like walking through a warm breeze. His conjured light was happily floating around him as if reflecting his mood. He was surprised that it was still around. Usually, the light disappears during shadow walks, considering his focus was limited to one magical task at a time. Grinning some more, he pushed the ball of light outwards and willing it to brighten. He looked around and decided to have a midnight snack since he was quite hungry after sorting through his memories, not to mention the mental romp he had with the nightmare book, which took a lot of energy just to drag it into the vault. Deciding to test his control over his magic, he willed the refrigerator door to open and floated a loaf of bread, cheese, ham, and some lettuce to the table. Grinning at the ease of how his magic reacted to his intent, he mentally controlled each of the ingredients until he was able to make a scrumptious-looking sandwich. He plopped down on a chair and floated the sandwich towards him, plucking it out of the air after it was in range, bit into it and moaned. "Delicious!" He finished the sandwich and floated a bottle of milk from the fridge and a glass from the cabinet over to him. Concentrating a bit, he tipped the milk bottle and poured a decent amount of milk into the glass without spilling any on the floor. Happy, he returned the milk and the rest of the ingredients to the fridge and drank the cold milk with gusto. He happily washed the glass and cleaned the table to erase all evidence of his crime spree before shadow walking back to his cupboard and slept the whole night away with a smile on his face, and for the first time, free from the nightmares that plagued him before almost every night. Harry James Potter was currently in one of his nightly excursions to the library looking for fantasy books that he could use to further expand his use of magic. After mastering his shadow walk and light ball, he moved on to other abilities that he instinctively knew he could do. First, he started with floating objects since he was able to do it with his light ball. It was easy since he already practiced it enough, but he wanted to make sure that he could call on it at will if there's need. After mastering telekinesis, he got the name of his ability from the telly. He experimented with his magic to try to come up with other abilities that he could apply in the real world. Since he lacked the materials since the modern world considers such things as myths, he resorted to reading fantasy books and mimicked the abilities displayed by characters within. Sure, the absurdity of using fantasy books as a base for his abilities crossed his mind, but he countered it by thinking that magic shouldn't exist in the first place, but it did. So there. After a month of reading and experimenting, he discovered that magical feats are deeply rooted with his knowledge. If he wanted something to be done, he needed to know how it is done in order to replicate the effect. He got this piece of knowledge from reading the Belgariad and Malorian books that became two of his many favorites. In it, the sorcerers termed their brand of magic the will and the word. Thanks to Belgarath's explanation on how their unique brand of magic worked, Harry was able to replicate the effects after some practice. However, the only drawback is the lack of knowledge in how things should work, which stopped him from going any further. This forced Harry to check out different books in the library, namely science books, since he needed to know how the natural world works. He experimented with some stuff until his repertoire of spells increased. After some practice, Harry could now make things disappear, though he just made the object of his focus relocate to another location, making it disappear right before his eyes. He had fun with this ability, especially when he was ordered by his aunt to clean the house from top to bottom. He just banished the dust and grime to another place, or in this case, the playground across the street that he was quite familiar with, though he didn't know at that time that he dumped the entirety of the Dursley home's dust on top of a bullying Dudley, and spent the rest of the time honing his mind to prepare ahead while pretending to clean. Another skill that he was quite proud of was his own version of telepathy after reading through the exploits of Polgara the sorceress. If Belgarath and the rest of his brothers were the brawns, then Polgara and Polydra were the brains. In most cases, the two sorceresses delved into the magic of the mind compared to their male counterparts, which were the muscles in the story. Thanks to his newly improved focus and control, he could literally reach out with his mind and hear what other people were thinking. Of course, he practiced this with the Dursleys along with the kids and teachers at school until he perfected the technique that he could do it to the point of no longer focusing too much in connecting with his target's minds. He did notice that he was restricted to one person at a time. He was thankful for that, since hearing one thought was already took too much concentration, and hearing the entire school might prove too much for him to handle. A side effect to this was the ability to plant suggestions on the target's mind. This happened by accident. He was busy reading Dudley's mind as he ran until he got exasperated enough that he mentally yelled at Dudley to stop. Amazingly, The huge tub of lard really did stop, which gave the budding sorcerer ample time to shadow walk to the rooftop and ponder on his latest discovery. He immediately put this into practice, but this took quite a while to perfect. Harry discovered that this ability acted like a voice inside a person's head, like their conscience so to speak, telling them something as if it was their mind directly speaking to them, hence the term talking to yourself. Once he got a margin of control over this ability, Harry immediately made good use of this ability by subtly telling his aunt and uncle that making him stay in the cupboard might cause problems in the future, like what if social services were to discover this and end up in jail with a huge fine. The result wasn't immediate, but Harry noticed the way his aunt and uncle kept looking at the cupboard that was his bedroom with worried faces. It took a week of constant suggestion, until he was forcefully removed from his cupboard by his Uncle Vernon and instructed to clean the attic since it was now his room. Harry sported a smug look as he carried his meager belongings to his new home. Harry happily observed his new home with growing excitement. Despite the dusts and heaps of boxes and trunks littering the place, he chose the attic because of the privacy the place offered. The Dursleys rarely comes to the attic unless they wanted their old things to be kept away from their new stuff. Of course, the chore in moving the junk to the attic was Harry's, so he could safely say that this was the perfect place for him, so he could secretly practice his magic without his loving relatives discovering his secret. He was toying with the idea of erasing memories but decided against it since removing already existent memories was more complicated than planting suggestions. He didn't even know where to start, and the books he read didn't say anything as to how it was done, so he was working with nothing regarding this potential ability. Dumping his meager belongings, consisting of a small pillow, a patched quilt which served as his blanket, some crayons and a small notebook, and some of Dudley's discarded action figures. He focused on the task at hand before releasing his magic. The dusts and cobwebs that covered the place disappeared immediately while boxes and trunks floated and arranged themselves in one corner of the room to be sorted later. After the initial cleanup was done, he concentrated a bit and transported his small bed from the cupboard to the corner beside the only window in the attic. He knew that the view at night would be something to enjoy when boredom sets in. Nodding to himself, he dumped his belongings on the bed while he moved to the boxes and trunks. He needed to see if there were things inside he could use to decorate the place. After all, the place was his home now, so he needs to liven it up a bit. Harry found a lot of the Dursley junk to be in relatively good condition. He found a bedside table that he levitated by his bed that would be the perfect place for holding his book before going to sleep or be in reaching distance when the book bug bit him, a Persian rug, some old dishes, Dudley's old toys, and a dozen of Dudley's school books. Harry rolled his eyes when he saw the latter. Only Dudley would place the books that are still in use at school into storage without worries. After sorting the junk in boxes and seeing that none of them were any more use to him, well, not at the present anyway, he moved to checking out the trunks. Obviously, most of the stuff inside the trunks were old clothes that belonged to his aunt and uncle. None of Dudley's clothes were there since he was using them. He also found some documents pertaining to Vernon's work at Grunnings, old newspaper clipping of important events, as well as some letters to the family from Marge. Harry shuddered at being reminded of Vernon's sister, how he hated her and her blasted dog, Ripper. She'll come to a rude awakening when she comes to visit next time and sick her dog on him. He almost grinned at the thought. He never really tried using his mind abilities on animals, but Ripper was the perfect specimen, animal to experiment on. After closing and floating the explored trunks to the corner, he saw that the last trunk was beautiful. It was made from dark brown wood and gilded in silver. Seeing the dust, he immediately made it disappear that brought out its natural sheen. He studied the trunk for a few minutes, running his hands on the wood and admiring the various designs inlaid on the metal that served as its fastening. He froze when he saw the name on the side of the trunk. Lily Evans Potter. This was his mother's trunk. He froze at the revelation that his mother's trunk was in the attic the whole time and none of the Dursleys told him about it. Anger bubbled out, but he immediately clamped it down using his skill in meditation. Lashing out at the Dursleys wouldn't do much good. If worst comes to worst, they'll take the trunk away never to be seen again. He needed to avoid that at all cost. He levitated the trunk and let it float beside him as he moved to his bed. He placed the trunk on the floor and reverently unlocked the clasp that kept it closed. With a resounding click, he lifted the cover and was quite amazed at what he saw. Inside were things belonging to his mother, something that he would treasure his whole life. He was confused, however, when he saw parchments and quills, as well as full ink bottles. It was as if his mom lived in the Dark Ages. He was about to remove the items when he saw 2 sealed letters on top of the books. There on the front of the letters was his name, Harry James Potter, in a cursive script that easily told him that this was from his mother addressed to him. With a shaky hand, he took the letter and broke the wax seal before starting to read. My beloved Harry, if you read this letter, then what I fear the most had come to pass. Your father and I are now dead, and you're under the care of your godfather, Sirius Black. By now, he would have explained everything you need to know about your heritage. If you're not with Sirius, then you should be with Minerva McGonagall, with her doing the same. There are others stated in our will that will take care of you if both of them are unable to. But if you're not with them, then you will surely be with my sister, Petunia. If you're under her care, then you should read on my son and learn the truth of our family and our world. That's right, Harry. You're part of a heritage that started since civilization began. There is a world out there that is different from the norm. This is the world of magic. That's right, my beloved Harry. Magic exists and our family is magical. There is a world out there separate and hidden from those without magic. I'm a witch, a female with magic, while your father is a wizard. And you're one too, Harry, our little wizard, considering how much magic you've been doing since you came out. Your father and I prepared this trunk for the worst-case scenario that we are no longer in this world, to make sure that you're well prepared when you enter our world. Inside are tools that you will surely need in order to acquaint yourself with the wizarding world and not act foolish and ignorant upon your entry. It is a different world, my son, and hopefully these tools will help you learn and adapt to the change. Before your father and I go into the items inside the trunk, you need to know what happened and why we died. Minerva or Sirius would have told you everything that happened before and after we died, but if you're not with them, then I'll do my best to explain it to you, since I'm sure that your aunt lied to you regarding our deaths, and I expected her to do so since she hated magic her whole life when she found out that I was a witch and she wasn't. Jealousy reared its ugly head, and since then, Petunia and I parted ways with little to no communication from each other. Our death wasn't caused by an accident. We were murdered by the Dark Lord Voldemort, an evil wizard who terrorized the magical community during our time. Of course, we helped fight him and his minions, the Death Eaters, to free us from his actions. There was a prophecy given by a seer that will be the cause of our deaths. This is the reason why he targeted us and one other family in hopes that his inevitable defeat is thwarted. The prophecy goes, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Your father and I never believe in prophecies, since it is one of the most inexact studies of magic, and the future is what you make of it. However, Voldemort was able to get his hands on the prophecy and believed in it. There was nothing we could do, since it was his decision that made the prophecy valid and allowed destiny to take control of our lives, mainly yours. The appearance of this trunk in your aunt's home means that Voldemort attacked our family, which led to our death, and that you, Harry, is the instrument of this prophecy. We are not sure what came to pass, but we're sure that Voldemort is defeated. Destiny will make sure of that. However, we're not sure if he is truly dead, but it is quite possible that he is still alive. Don't be afraid, my son, for you are not alone in this. Your father and I are always watching you, even if we're no longer a part of this world. This is where the trunk will be useful to you. Your father and I attended Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and you will be attending it too when you reach 11. A letter will be sent to you via owl informing you of your attendance to this school. It is a wonderful experience, my son, and I hope you will learn all you can while having fun at the same time. Inside this trunk are the items that your father and I gathered to make sure that you're well prepared when you enter Hogwarts. Inside is my diary, as well as your father's. These two chronicle our life starting from Hogwarts and beyond. The last entry, there should be me telling the diary that I am planning to write you a letter while James is preparing the trunk. Aside from the diaries, we also included books that will aid you in your quest to learn about magic. Books from our first 2 years of Hogwarts should be enough to tide you over until you enter the wizarding world when you reach the right age. You can always buy more when you go shop for your school supplies. Since you're my son, I know deep in my heart that you will be following in my footsteps, as well as your father's. These books are the basics when it comes to magic, so read them well, my son, and learn from it. Included are parchments and inks so you can practice before entering school. Trust me, you need it. I had problems using quills during my first entry into the magical world, and I don't want my son to suffer the same fate as me. Homework will be easier if you mastered writing with a quill. You might be thinking now, why don't we use the standard pens and papers like normal people? Let's just say that the wizarding world is living in the dark ages thanks to their love of tradition. Your father also included some books from the Potter library that you will need to prepare yourself further. I'm not sure why he included those books, but I'm sure that he explained everything in the letter he placed inside the trunk. Read it as well, since it might contain things that I might have missed. Also, the trunk is enchanted to hold more despite its size. There should be a lot of books underneath the parchment and ink. I added around a dozen of them, but I'm sure James will be adding more, so prepare for a lot of reading. Finally, my wand should be in the trunk. After we heard of the prophecy and planning for this trunk, James and I decided to enchant our wands to make sure that it is placed inside upon our deaths. Wands will be explained in the book, A Muggleborn's Guide to Witchcraft and Wizardry, so make sure that you read it first before starting with the rest. It is a great preparatory reading material for those who are new to the wizarding world and magic. This had been a long letter to write, but it is not long enough for me, since I know that this will be the last. Just keep in mind, Harry, that we love you with all our hearts and will always be there to watch over you. I apologize for dumping this on you, my beloved son, but it is a necessity if you are to survive in the world of magic. Yours in love forever, Lily Evans Potter. P.S. I enchanted this trunk myself. Make sure that you activate its security feature. Place 3 drops of your blood on the lock to attune it to you. This will make sure that only you can open this trunk and no one else. Others can touch it or carry it, but they can never open it. I made sure of that so that your secrets will remain just that, secrets. Harry cried after reading the letter. He was loved. Even if his parents were no longer in this world, he was loved, and he loved them for it. He reread his mother's letter one more time, this time with a smile, before picking up another letter, which he was sure was from his dad. Chapter 02, Into the Trunk. Harry James Potter was filled with unwavering resolve after he read his parents' farewell letters. Thanks to them, he can now trace his magic, his heritage. Carefully folding the letters and placed them carefully on the bedside table, Harry knelt on the floor facing the trunk and started checking out what's inside. He first pulled out the parchments and ink bottles before putting them on the floor. He pulled out books after books and placed them on the floor as well. It took quite a while, and he was amazed when his parents informed him that the trunk was bigger on the inside than out. It was amazing how 52 books were piled inside a 3-foot trunk. There is definitely more to magic than Harry realized, and drooled at the prospect of beginning his magical education with the help of the books his mother and father packed for him. After clearing out the books, he found 2 thin, long boxes with the name Ollivander etched on the lid. Curious, he picked up one of the boxes and opened it. Inside was a wand. He pulled out the other box of similar design to discover that it also contained another wand. These were his parents' wands and were not his to use. With tears in his eyes, he noticed that letters etched on the wand's handle. The shorter wand was his mom's, while the other was his dad's. Grinning, he pulled out his mom's wand first, and he felt the rush of magic in his body. He felt the power rushing out of him towards the wand and back. Multicolored sparks shot out of the tip while bathing him with a golden glow. With his free hand, he picked up his dad's wand and immediately felt the same thing. This time, both wands were humming now while filling him with power, stronger than before. He didn't know what happened, but he knew that whatever did happen was something that should happen. Releasing a breath that he just realized he was holding, he placed the wands reverently on his pillow. Even if he was no longer holding the wands, he could still feel his connection to them, as if telling him that wherever he may be, they were his and his alone. He checked the trunk and saw that there were 2 wrapped packages and a small bag of something metallic, since it clinked when he picked it up. He opened one of the packages first and saw an unknown item inside along with a letter. Prong slit. I included 2 wand holsters, since I know that you will be getting mine and your mom's wands in their original boxes in the trunk. I'm not sure if they'll work for you, but I'm sure they would. However, you should visit Ollivander when you get your Hogwarts letter to be fitted with a wand of your own. Using someone else's wand is frowned upon and results aren't always good. The wand chooses the wizard after all. Remember that, son. The wand holsters are enchanted by your mom. She is a charms mistress and hailed in our world as a prodigy in this field of magical study. These two items are her best work, two of a kind, and you can't find anything better in the market. The holsters are charmed to only work for you. Your mom told me that you should bond them the same as you did with the trunk. I'm sure you know what she's talking about. Just strap them to your wrists and slide the wand inside. It should turn invisible to everyone except for you when the wand is safely deposited inside the holster as a safety precaution. If they can't see it, then they'll never be taken from you. While inside the holsters, the wands are totally safe. Even if you sleep with the holsters on, it will be protected. The charms on the wand include anti-summoning charms, waterproof charms, some defense runes to make sure that they aren't stolen, and of course, an invisibility charm that is activated once you're bonded with it. Only you can see the holsters while they're invisible. Also, only you can take them off once bonded. Love you, son. Dad. P.S. To bring out the wand from its holster, just snap your index finger and thumb. To put it back, just focus on the wand and think, return. As I said, your mom is a genius. Harry grinned and immediately tore the paper of the other package, revealing the other holster before placing 3 drops of blood on each. Both started to glow for a bit before dying down, signifying that the bonding process was successful. He strapped the wand holster on each wrist and placed the wand inside, his mom's wand on the left and his dad's on the right. He experimented in calling out and returning the wand back to the holster for a bit until he was satisfied with the speed he could take them out. Once that was done, he started with the books he placed on the floor. He started sorting through the books his parents packed for him since he didn't know the different classifications of magic. He started looking for the 3 books his parents noted in their letters. He saw the book his mom recommended and placed it on the bed. After perusing the titles for a few more minutes, he found the 2 his dad recommended. The rest of the books, he just piled them carefully on the floor. He was itching to read all of them, but he decided to follow his parents' advice before going through the rest. He also found his parents' diaries and placed them along with the 3 books on the bed to be read later. Besides, he still had 2 more years before his letter from Hogwarts arrives, so there's plenty of time to study and practice to prepare him for the future. There was no hurry, though his urge to read all of them was becoming unbearable. Being a bookworm at heart was sometimes a pain. He opened the small bag, curious on what's inside. He gasped when he saw a handful of gold, silver, and bronze coins, awed at the potential wealth he was carrying. His mind started to think of ways to get some money so he could buy some things that he desperately needs, like a new pair of glasses, clothes, and food. Putting the small bag, books, and writing supplies back in the trunk, Harry plopped down on the bed, picked up his mom's book while placing his father's selection on the bedside table before starting to read. He was so engrossed in his new book that he didn't hear his aunt calling him down for dinner. Hunger forgotten and replaced by curiosity. It took Harry 3 days to finish reading the book his mom recommended for him. 2 weeks to read and understand the books on wizarding customs and etiquette. He finished reading the book on occlumency in a week, but he decided to use it as a guide since he discovered that his feat in meditation was actually a precursor to the actual practice of mind magics. The books and diaries were a treasure trove of information on magic. Harry reveled in the knowledge he is gaining from them. A Muggleborn's Guide to Witchcraft and Wizardry taught him the basics of the wizarding world in the eyes of a Muggleborn. The book explained the world of magic and the different subjects offered by Hogwarts to its students and practiced by every witch and wizard in the world. The core subjects that made up the entirety of wizarding education include transfiguration, the art of transforming one object to another, including living to non-living, vice versa, as well as turning one living being to another. Harry daydreamed of turning his cousin Dudley into a sperm whale just for the heck of it, though he dismissed the idea since that will only get him into trouble that he would be hard-pressed to explain. Though he did look at the junk in the attic and his mind started to come up with ideas on how to transfigure the objects into something that would be useful to him. His personal bathroom would be a very welcome addition. Conjuration, the art of creating objects out of nothing. According to the book, conjuration is an advanced form of transfiguration that requires a lot of power and focus to achieve. Unlike transfiguration, Conjuration is temporary, where its existence solely depends on the power of the caster and how much magic is pushed into the spell. Harry mused that transfiguring objects for the attic would be better since it would last until he decided to cancel the spell. He didn't want to conjure a bed for it to suddenly disappear while sleeping on it. Charms, the art of utilizing one's magic to induce a variety of effects. Under this banner includes jinxes, curses, and hexes. Harry drooled at the possibility of getting back at the Dursleys using charms, but he decided against it, but he kept an open mind when the situation presents itself. He, however, vowed that Harry hunting wouldn't be fun anymore for Dudley and his gang. Potions, the art of creating elixirs and tonics using magical and non-magical plants and animal parts. Harry's mind immediately pictured this similar to cooking but requires more unique ingredients and implements to be successful at. Divination, the art of predicting the future. Harry wondered if the wizarding world uses tarot cards. Arithmancy, the study of magical numbers. This is necessary in creating spells and also used in other magical practices, like warding, curse breaking, spell study, and improvement. Harry cringed when he read the definition of the subject. This was similar to math, and he hated math despite his intelligence. Ancient runes, the magic of symbols. As an alternative to wand magic, runes are necessary to imbue objects with certain magical properties, as well as aids in some casting, like wards. Harry drooled at the possibility this branch of magic posed on his future endeavors. Care of magical creatures, the study of magical animals. Harry have always loved animals and poured a lot of time reading about different animal species. This was similar, only he will be learning about magical animals instead of mundane ones. Defense against the dark arts, the study to modern-day battle magic, mainly focusing on combating the dark arts and its effects. Harry's mind immediately envisioned him fighting evil wizards, wands waving and spells flashing. No matter how mature he was in mind, he was still a kid at heart. His mother's book also taught Harry that there were other branches of magic practiced in the wizarding world, though these were more on specializations than actual subjects in school, since these fields require a master to take you on as an apprentice. These subjects include warding, curse breaking, alchemy, spell creation, and enchanting. Harry did note that the book mentioned that these specialized subjects require a thorough grounding on all core subjects to be apprenticed by a master of the art. The book also taught Harry that the precious metals inside the small bag was a form of currency used in the wizarding world: galleons, sickles, and nuts respectively for gold, silver, and bronze coins. When Harry emptied the bag, Harry's jaw dropped at the amount of coins the small bag was holding. It almost covered the entire bed, even if it wasn't big enough to begin with. Harry mused that it must have the same magic as the trunk, since a small pouch could hold so many coins and to remain so light. Harry wasn't greedy, but the number of gold coins, galleons, he was seeing on the bed made his eyes glint with mischief. There was going to be a shopping trip planned in the near future if he had anything to say about it. The book also tackled other subjects, like the mode of transportation commonly used by the witches and wizards, like apparition, portkeys, flu, and the night bus. Harry was curious as to why his mode of travel wasn't mentioned in the book until he shrugged it off as something that a simple introductory book might not have mentioned. He swore to acquire more books when he visits Diagon Alley for the first time. However, if his shadow travel was a unique form of magic, then he needed to keep it a secret just in case he needed a quick getaway. Lastly, his mom's book taught Harry the importance of wands and in their use in the practice of magic. According to the book, every wand contains a core from a magical creature, like the hair from a unicorn or a feather from a phoenix, to properly channel a person's magic. The wood acts like a stabilizer and an amplifier, making sure that each spell doesn't empty the caster's magical core unless he or she overpowers said spell. Harry now had a name for his magic ball. He amended it in his mind. Instead of calling it Magic Ball, he will now address it by its proper name, Magical Core. Finally, he learned that all wands sold in the wizarding world incorporate a trace that is used by the Ministry of Magic to detect the use of underage magic. The book stated that the wands of witches and wizards attending Hogwarts are tracked by a branch in the government specifically for underage children. It seems that the ministry follows what they call a statute of secrecy that prohibits the use of magic in front of muggles. The tracer on the wands are automatically removed or dispelled when the owner reaches majority. Harry snickered at this since both his parents' wands don't have their tracers on, which gives him the ability to use magic without having to worry about the Ministry finding out about it. The thought made him giddy. His father's book on occlumency was an eye-opener and considered as his reference book as he continuously improved his mind's defenses. He realized that his meditation exercise was actually the first and second step to defending one's mind, clearing one's thoughts and achieving a state of peace, and sorting through memories to improve memory retention and recall. The final step involves the creation of a defense against legilimency, a mental barrier that stops a legilimencer from reading one's thoughts and memories. The book suggested using defenses that the practitioner was familiar, though common mind barriers are composed of two main parts, offense and defense. Of course, the defense should be the secondary protection just in the case the attack fails to stop the attacker. Both can be interchanged depending on the practitioner. Harry decided to utilize an offense-defense occlumency. Considering his background, he decided to fill the outer portion of his shields with Muggle war machines, ranging from foot soldiers carrying missile launchers to tanks. He also added some stealth bombers to the mix for more offensive capabilities. The defense involves a dome made of pure metal, titanium, lined with sharp stakes and blades protecting his inner sanctum, his library. Harry grinned at the potential and pities anyone who dares enter his mind without his permission. Harry also noticed that the more he practiced occlumency, the easier it was to control his magic. According to the book, occlumency was widely practiced during the olden times as a means to properly use magic, even before wands were invented. The invention of wands made it possible for those with relatively low power to use magic with ease, acting as both a focus and an amplifier, to put them on par with the average witch and wizard at that time. The young Potter thought how either witches and wizards improved in terms of magical power or devolved, since all magicals these days are using wands. The book on wizarding politics, customs, and etiquettes was also an eye-opener for Harry, giving him detailed information on how the wizarding world works behind the scenes. According to the book, the Potters, along with other families, belonged to the highest pureblood rank, considered as royalty, and were the first of many to jumpstart the wizarding community of Britain today. He learned that he held a hereditary seat in the Wisengamot, the judicial court of the wizarding world, and would be inducted into it when he reached his majority at 17. Being emancipated doesn't mean that Harry will get the seat automatically. In fact, it was part of the wizarding charter to ensure proper mindset before being inducted into the governing body. Despite this drawback, Harry was still inclined to get emancipated so he could gain full control over his life. Being under the Dursleys' thumb most of his childhood made the idea of freedom very appealing. After reading the book, Harry realized that there were some inconsistencies regarding his parents' wishes. For starters, why wasn't he placed under the care of his godfather or the other names mentioned in the will? Where was Sirius Black? Harry found out in his father's diary that Sirius Black was his surrogate brother, a close friend and confidant. When he was born, Sirius was given the task to be his godfather and protector. So where was he? Second, why didn't the Magical Child Service of the Ministry of Magic check up on him? Considering his status in the wizarding world, the ministry should be monitoring his life, especially with him living in a Muggle household. Third, if he was stuck in a Muggle household, who was his magical guardian? Every magical child has a guardian to make sure that the child is well cared for, so where was his? There were other things that left him confused, but he decided to tackle them later. His first order of business was to come up with a schedule for his studies. He was determined to practice wand magic due to its prevalent practice in the wizarding world, though he made up his mind to continue with wandless magic as well, since it was a great skill to fall back on. Also, he didn't want to be too dependent on a wand since he started out in magic without them. According to what he read, wandless magic was a special skill that only a rare few was capable of. He didn't want to lose the advantage whatsoever. After reading the 3 books recommended by his parents along with the diaries, Harry immediately started learning magic in earnest. He started with his mother's first-year books, along with her and his father's diary, to be better acquainted with the theories involved in the use of magic. He could have immediately jumped directly into the spells, but it was deeply rooted in Harry's mind that his magic always reacted better if he knew how the magic is supposed to work. Harry created a schedule to make sure that he tackled all the subjects equally. He started out with transfiguration and charms, since the others didn't require much use from a wand, much less magic unless in actual practice. At first, he had problems with the wand movements and the intonation of the spells. He knew that learning from books would be easier if he had a teacher, but he just had to make do until he can perfect his skills during his stint at Hogwarts. Harry found out that he was quite talented with transfiguration and charms thanks to his first foray into magic. At first, he followed the instruction the books offered in terms of wand movements and incantations for a specific spell. Once mastered, he moved to practice the spell without having to say incantation out loud. This took quite a while, but thanks to his occlumency, he was able to think of the spell and force the magic to work. The results were sluggish at first, but his practice eventually allowed him to do so with ease. This was his pattern for the next few months. He would read the book, practice the spell using his parents' wands verbally. Once mastered, he would move to nonverbal practice, then move on to using wandless magic to replicate the spells. Speaking of wandless magic, Harry noticed that wand magic allowed him to conserve power while wandless magic takes more energy to use. For him, a wand is perfect for complicated spells that are too draining for the caster, while wandless magic is preferable for weak and mundane spellcasting. With this growing skill in transfiguration and charms, Harry decided to renovate his attic to make it more livable. Thanks to the judicious use of his parents' wand and a lot of the Dursleys' junks, he turned a dreary attic into a modern bachelor's pad. This took a few weeks to accomplish since he repeatedly drained his magical core to the point of unconsciousness by doing transfigurations all day. It was then that Harry discovered that the bigger the transfiguration, the more magic it required to be successful. He almost knocked himself out when he turned his small bed into a 4-poster king-sized monstrosity. He finally discovered why his mother and father started by turning a match into a needle. Since the change was small, it didn't need that much magic to accomplish. He knew that with his age, his use of magic was limited. However, he later discovered from one of his books that a witch or wizard's magical core was like muscle. The more you drain it, the more it flexes to accommodate the use of more magic. With his stint in interior decorating, Harry was slowly enlarging his magical core day by day. The drain in his magic also made Harry realize that if a simple transfiguration could drain him dry, then a more complex spell might kill him. He decided right there and then to take it slow before going into more complex branches of magic to avoid any accidents. Aside from wand magic, Harry also decided to check out other core subjects learned at Hogwarts. He particularly enjoyed care of magical creatures since the magical species there were considered to be myths by the Muggles. Of course, the moving pictures captured his attention. He was a kid after all. Harry found potions to be an interesting subject, but the lack of supplies made it impossible for him to try out the theories he read from the book. He vowed to buy the necessary supplies so he can start brewing the simple potions before going to Hogwarts. He just has to be happy with learning theories before putting it into practice later. Another subject he found to his liking was ancient runes. He found out from his mother's diary that ancient runes was a third-year elective at Hogwarts. This didn't stop him from learning the subject though, and was fascinated by the many symbols of power used in conjunction with a person's magic to create magical effects. He discovered that before actual magic was used, old practitioners of the art utilized these symbols to channel their power, which was the reason why the Egyptians and Celts were considered to be the most knowledgeable in this field of magic. He vowed to find more books on runes since he only had the introductory text at his disposal. Also, his father's diary revealed that Harry's interest in runes was hereditary. The Potters were well known for their defensive and offensive wards, so it was necessary for them to learn the in and outs of symbols commonly used in this specialized branch of magic. Arithmancy was a pain for Harry. He noticed that witches and wizards needed to break down magic into numbers before they can actually create a spell. In his case, however, he didn't need to know arithmancy for his early feats of magic, though he did chalk it up to a possibility that he might be a unique case among the unique. Harry decided to forget arithmancy for now and focus on it when he reaches third year at Hogwarts. There was no hurry after all, so he can slack off for a bit. A 10-year-old Harry Potter entered his beloved attic after a tiring day at school. He finished the assigned chores for the day while his aunt and uncle decided to take Dudley out for a little celebration that was their routine at the beginning of every summer. It took him a total of 10 minutes to do the laundry, clean the house, wash the dishes, mow the lawn, and trim the roses. Magic was just awesome that way. Looking around, Harry couldn't help but puff his chest out in pride. Gone was the threadbare attic that he started out with, to be replaced by a room that can be compared to a luxurious bachelor's pad. Thanks to the 9 months of learning magic along with the help of the books and diaries his parents left him, he was able to turn the sparse attic into a homey abode inside a Muggle home. The boxes and trunks were all shrunk and placed in a cabinet he transfigured from one of Dudley's toys. In the middle of the room was a comfortable modern sofa made from black leather, also transfigured from one of the junks that littered the attic before he moved in. His old bed was transfigured into a 4-poster king-size bed, complete with the softest of pillows and duvet, all transfigured after consulting a magazine that his aunt collected despite having no use for it, considering the decors of the Dursley home were based on her somewhat unique taste. One of the walls was covered by shelves proudly displaying his parents' books, sorted according to subjects, their diaries, and the small pouch containing wizarding monies. Speaking of monies, Harry used a simple glamour charm to disguise himself into a middle-aged man by the name of Harold Evans. He went into Muggle London to sell the gold coins in a pawnshop. The owner of the shop simply considered the gold from a treasure or some sort, considering that the coins features Goblin's face, though Harry never saw one as of yet. According to the pawnshop owner, the gold was pure and each one netted him 2,000 British pounds. Harry nearly gawked at the price, but he was able to control his features to one of mild interest. He explained to the man that it was an inheritance from a grandfather who died a month ago. After a few condolences, Harry exchanged 2 gold coins for 4,000 British pounds. He transfigured 2 rocks into wallets to hold the entire amount and hide them from view. Despite his abilities, he didn't want to get mugged by an enterprising thief. His first stop was to buy clothes, since he was getting tired of wearing Dudley's cast-offs. He ducked into an alley and removed his disguise. He walked into Harold's before tearfully told one of the salesladies that his house burned down a couple of days ago and he needed a new wardrobe. He used his puppy dog eyes to make his story more believable. After a few awes from those who heard his story, the tearful saleslady dragged him all over the store. After he told her the budget for the shopping trip, which was 2,000 British pounds, Harry spent 2 hours being forced to try out jeans, shirts, polos, shoes, and other apparels that he didn't know the name of. He exited the store 2 hours later with a healthy respect for women who can shop for half a day without getting tired. Ducking into the same alley as earlier, he shrunk the bags containing his clothes, placed them in his pocket, before putting on his Harold Evans persona. He went into a store selling eyewear and had his eyes checked. It had been years since his prescription was properly determined and he was overdue to get one. An hour later, he left the store with a pair of square wire-framed glasses and lenses that allowed him to see clearly. No more squinting while reading for him. Costs quite a lot, but it was well worth it. What's left of the money was used to purchase food, though he only used around 1,000 British pounds for the whole thing. Sure, he still joined the Dursleys during their meals where he was fed in measly portions, but he ate his fill when he went back to the attic for the food he prepared when the Dursleys were asleep and placed under a stasis charm to keep them fresh and ready to eat anytime he wished. He also took to physical exercise ever since he read from a book that a powerful body equals powerful magic. He woke up early every morning and shadow walked to a park on the other side of Little Whining. There he joined early joggers in their morning run to keep in shape. Some in the group who liked how Harry was into healthy living taught him some bodybuilding exercises that he could practice at home, like push-ups, sit-ups, and the likes. After a few months of good food and exercise, Harry's malnourishment under the tender, loving care of the Dursleys was reversed. To further improve his body, Harry refrained from using magic in more physical chores, like gardening, cleaning the yard, or some repair jobs that the Dursleys foisted on him. At the end of it all, Harry was more muscle and less fat. He wasn't bulky, but he had a body that athletes would be dying to have. Of course, his so-called family didn't notice the change in his clothes and physique because he subtly manipulated their perception of him using telepathic suggestion. For them, he was forever a scrawny boy not worthy of their attention. Magic was just awesome that way. Harry opted to relax for the day since he planned to visit Diagon Alley tomorrow. Since he didn't know where Diagon Alley was, he decided to take the night bus for his first time. He would have to find a safe place at the alley that he could use to shadow walk for future visits. Harry James Potter was having a difficult time keeping his breakfast in as he clung on to a railing inside the night bus as if his life depended on it. At first, He was awed when the magical transport appeared out of nowhere with a loud bang after he held his dad's wand aloft. He was greeted by a very bored conductor by the name of Stan, paid for the fare, then told the man his destination. Thanks to his Harold Evans persona, he avoided questions why a 10-year-old wizard was going to a magical place without his parents watching out for him. Before he even got to his seat, which weirdly enough was in the shape of a bed, the magical bus zipped out of Surrey in a burst of speed, almost throwing him to the back of the bus. He struggled to reach a bed and breathed a sigh of relief when he grasped the railing beside it to keep him in place. Upon reaching his destination, the leaky cauldron, Harry got out of the bus so fast that people who saw it would say that he operated on the spot. Harry vowed to find a place to travel to and from Diagon Alley to avoid the wretched bus in the future. After gathering his wits about him, Harry observed the seedy-looking bar that served as the entrance to the largest magical alley in this side of the world. He entered the bar and saw that there weren't many people about. He was awed, however, when he saw the hodgepodge of patrons, from common witches and wizards to hags and men with overgrown beards dressed in overly bright-colored robes. His awe, however, slowly turned to amusement when he realized how stupid they looked from a muggle's point of view. Stopping himself from laughing at the sight, he moved to the counter where Tom the barman was busy cleaning the counter with a towel. He knew the name of the man thanks to his mother's diary. Having a photographic memory was definitely boon in remember names. He wondered how old the man was but shrugged it off when he read in a book that witches and wizards were born with a longer lifespan thanks to the presence of magic inside their bodies which slows down physical aging. "Good morning, my good man. Could you direct me to the entrance of Diagon Alley?" asked Harry in his Harold Evans persona. "How you doing, good sir? Entrance, you say? First time?" Tom asked politely. He never seen this man before, but he liked the polite and friendly aura the man exuded. Harry nodded. "Aye, the name's Harold Evans. This is my first time in London, and a friend of mine wanted me to pick up a few things for her back at home. She told me where the entrance was, but she didn't tell me how to get into the alley." Harry released a fake sigh at this that made Tom chuckle. "I heard you have to hit a few bricks to open up the darn thing." He laughed, followed closely by Tom. Harry offered his hand for a shake, which Tom took with a smile. "I can do that. Hitting it might not be necessary, though. A few taps of your wand should do it," said a chuckling Tom as he beckoned for Harry to follow him to the back of the pub. "So Harold, is it? Where are you from?" "America. I was told I was born here in merry old England, but my parents moved to the colonies when Grindelwald was around to escape the war." Harry lied again to keep his story plausible. He was well educated in wizarding history thanks to the books his father packed for him, though he shied away from the Hogwarts history books since they mostly talked about goblin rebellions, which didn't interest him much due to the biased way it was written. Hogwarts. A history was a fun read, though, and couldn't wait to attend school when he turns 11. Tom nodded with a wince. "Good for you, lad. Grindelwald was a nasty piece of work, but you know who was the worst? It was thanks to the Potter lad that we're at peace right now, or else magical England wouldn't be standing." "Here we are," said Tom as they arrived in a courtyard containing a few barrels and a garbage can. Tom walked over to the brick wall. "No hitting necessary. All you need to do is tap the right bricks and the entrance will open in a jiff." Tom pulled out his wand and taps a few bricks, which caused them to move aside until the entrance to the alley was revealed. Harry memorized the sequence so he didn't have to ask the kind barman every time comes to visit. "Thanks a lot, Tom. Hope we can have a pint when I come back soon for another visit. I'll be staying here in England for a while, so I might look you up so I can catch up on current events," said Harry with a smile as he shook the barman's hand again in thanks. "No worries, love. Now off with ye, since I have to go back to the bar to make sure that the folks aren't wrecking the place. You're welcome any time for a pick-me-up and a story if you want," replied Tom before leaving Harry alone. Harry watched Tom's retreating back before turning his gaze to look at the magical alley for the first time. It was very impressive, to say the least. The alley was littered with stores that sold magical goods from wands to magical pets. He definitely liked what he saw and couldn't wait to shop around after his business at the bank. Squaring his shoulders, Harry entered the alley to immediately notice the entrance to the leaky cauldron slowly closing up, leaving nothing but a brick wall. He slowly made his way to the large white marble building at the end of the alley, Gringotts Wizarding Bank run by goblins, but he took his time since he wanted to check out the stores and made a mental note to visit some of them later. He also spotted a shadowed nook near the entrance of the leaky cauldron that he can use to shadow travel. As walk towards the bank, he tried to keep the look of awe out of his face since it wouldn't be conducive to his disguise to act like a 10-year-old seeing the alley for the first time, which he was. He entered the bank and paused a bit by the door to observe the goblins running around tending to their business. He read about goblins since one of the books his father left him had a brief introduction on their race. But reading about them didn't prepare him for actually seeing them for the first time. Smiling a bit, Harry walked towards a teller who was busy weighing expensive rubies in a rustic scale. "Good morning, kind sir. I'm looking for a goblin by the name of Griphook to settle some family business," said Harry kindly to the grumpy-looking teller. One thing he learned from the book: goblins yearned to be respected, but the bigoted views of the pureblood wizards made it impossible for them to achieve this goal, which was one of the reasons why they act grumpy and cruel to the witches and wizards even if they were their patrons. The goblin leveled him with a stare. "Gringotts doesn't like tending to people under disguises, sir. You might want to get rid of it before things get ugly." The last came out as a threat. Goblins dislike disguises since they were synonymous to thefts, especially within the bank. Harry was shocked that the goblin recognized the glamour he had on, but he masked it easily. "I would, but I need to keep my anonymity for a while, since I'm a bit famous around here." He slid his hand across his face, partial deactivating his disguise, showing the goblin his real face that showcased the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. The goblin saw the scar immediately, and the threatening glare was immediately replaced by recognition. Harry saw that, so he replaced the disguise back to his Harold Evans persona. The goblin nodded and realized necessity of the deception. "I see. You're correct, sir," the goblin said politely this time. "Your sudden appearance after 10 years of being absent will definitely cause quite a stir. Please follow me and I'll take you to your family's account manager." Harry followed the goblin towards a large hallway. "May I ask your name, good sir?" asked Harry politely as they walked. This shocked the goblin a bit before schooling his features. "The name's Riptongue, Mr. Potter," introduced the now-named goblin teller. "Thank you, Riptongue. When we are in public and I'm in this disguise, feel free to call me Harold Evans." Harry offered, getting a nod from the goblin before continuing. "Why do you seem surprised when I asked for your name?" he asked curiously. He vowed to look up goblin cultures at the bookshop later, possibly even a primer on their language. Riptongue gave a barking laugh before leveling the Potter heir an amused look. "Mr. Potter, we goblins are used to the treatment of wizards who don't bother to learn of our names or even give a semblance of respect to our kind. They just come in, demand our time, then leave. Nothing more, nothing less. You, however, have been polite in your short dealings with us. Is this your first time to meet a goblin, Mr. Potter?" Harry nodded. "Yes. I read about your kind from the books my parents left me, but some of the information in it I find disconcerting since it don't describe the goblin race in a kind light. I find those books one-sided, and I rather talk to goblins face-to-face to get the facts straight than read books that don't tell me the truth. Besides, I learned at a very young age that respect given is respect earned. Of course, it's only common sense to respect the race that holds your wealth or suffer accidents that might leave you impoverished." Harry grinned at this, followed closely Riptongue. "Also, please call me Harry. I'm not too much into propriety." Riptongue laughed and actually grinned at Harry, showing off his pointed teeth. "You are an interesting wizard, Harry. I hope to get to know you more if time permits. You are unique among wizards and I find that refreshing." "Ah, we're here," said Riptongue as they reached a large oaken door, a gold plate with a nameplate saying Griphook adorning its face. Riptongue knocked on the door and opened it after getting a growl from the other side. "Griphook, a Mr. Potter is here to see you," said Riptongue with a bow, followed closely by Harry to the surprise of the goblin sitting behind his desk. "Wizard don't bow to goblins. Ever." "Indeed. But if I remember correctly, Mr. Potter is a 10-year-old boy and not a middle-aged man," challenged Griphook with a raised eyebrow. Harry grinned and waved his hand to dispel his glamour, reverting to his real age and looks. The casual use of wandless magic shocked the two goblins into silence. Not only was the child polite to goblins, He was quite powerful as well considering his ease in using a glamour without a wand. I apologize for the subterfuge, Master Griphook. As I explained to Riptongue, I need to hide my real identity behind a glamour to ensure that I arrive here in Gringotts in one piece, explained Harry with a grin. Griphook nodded and beckoned for him to enter. Please be seated, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Riptongue, for bringing him to me. Thank you as well, Riptongue. May your gold continue to flow and your enemies fall by your blade, said Harry to the goblin teller, who was again surprised at the formal address. Riptongue grinned. Aye, Harry. May your wealth grow and your enemies be bloodied as you pass, replied the goblin teller before exiting the room, closing the door behind him with a click. Griphook was giving Harry a curious stare. You are an interesting wizard, Mr. Potter. Not many treat the goblin race with respect as you did a few moments ago, said Griphook as he beckoned for Harry to take a seat. As I told Riptongue earlier, respect given is respect earned, and it's terribly stupid to cross the person in charge of your wealth, explained Harry with a grin mirrored by Griphook. Correct, but it seems that common sense has never been a wizard's strong point, I'm afraid. Now on to business. I expected you here earlier, but it matters not. If I remember correctly, you have something for me, Mr. Potter? Asked Griphook. Harry nodded before pulling out his father's letter from his pocket and handing it to the goblin, who took it and read its content. He placed the letter on the table and put a diamond on top of it, causing said jewel to glow. The letter is genuine, said Griphook before removing the jewel and handing the letter back to Harry, who immediately pocketed it. Please, Master Griphook, call me Harry. I have never put much stock into formalities unless it is needed. According to my father, there are things I need to do when I visit, asked Harry, immediately getting down to business. Griphook nodded. Correct. Before your father passed away, he updated his will and gave me specific instructions to follow when you visit us for the first time. There are 3 things you will need to do upon your entry. First, you need to take a heritage test to determine your identity, as well as your lineage. Second, you are asked to take an abilities test to determine the extent of your magical capabilities. I have further instructions after that depending on the results. Lastly, your parents' will shall be read. Any questions, Harry? And please, I extend the same courtesy, so call me Griphook. Harry nodded at the offer. What do I need to do for these tests, Griphook? Asked Harry, curiosity piqued at the mention of the 2 tests. Griphook took out a silver dagger and 2 pieces of parchment. The process of both tests is quite simple. All you need to do is to prick your finger deep enough to draw a steady flow of blood and place 5 drops each on these parchments. These are spelled parchment that will react to your blood to reveal the information we need, explained Griphook as he pushed the 3 items towards Harry. Harry grimaced at the mention of blood but complied. He steeled himself and took the dagger before deftly sliced the skin on his index finger deep enough to draw blood. He carefully placed 5 drops of blood on each parchment. They glowed for a bit before letters began appearing. Griphook took the parchment and began to read the content. Shock, awe, and a grin marred the goblin's face as he perused the results. Harry, on the other hand, was busy sucking his finger waiting for it to heal, which didn't take that long, since he channeled a bit of magic into the wound to expedite the healing process. He saw Griphook's rapid change of emotions and raised an eyebrow. I take it the result is different? Asked a very curious Harry. Oh no, I find the results enlightening and explain so much. Read them and see for yourself, said Griphook as he slid the 2 parchments towards Harry, who took it and began to read. Heritage test. Name Harry James Potter. Father, Lord James Potter Gryffindor, deceased. Mother, Lady Lily Ravenclaw Potter, deceased. Houses. Heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter. Heir to the most ancient and noble house of Gryffindor. Heir to the most ancient and noble house of Ravenclaw. Heir apparent to the most ancient and noble house of Black. Monetary assets. Potter Vault, 12,360,421 galleons, 1,226,412 sickles, 620,000 nuts. Trust Vault, 50,000 galleons, 10,000 sickles, 5,000 nuts. Gryffindor Vault, 525,600,316 galleons. Ravenclaw Vault, 361,300,424 galleons. Black Vault, unauthorized, requires head of house to access. Trust Vault, 20,000 galleons. Harry raised an eyebrow at the result of the heritage test and was about to ask a question when Griphook raised a hand to stop him. Please read through the rest of the results, Harry, then I'll happily answer all the questions you may have. The Potter heir nodded and read the second test. Lineage test. Name Harry James Potter. Magical rank. Sorcerer, Mage first rank. Elemental affinity. Shadow major, Fire minor. Active abilities. Wandless magic, 100%. Parselmouth, 50%. Status. Source currently blocked, Soul Fragment. Animagi untrained. Mind Arts Master, 100%. Telekinetic, 100%. Telepathic, 80%. Passive abilities. Mage Sense, Ocular Untrained, Mental Partial Mastery. Harry was shocked at what the abilities test was showing him. He looked at Griphook, who was grinning at him, as if itching to explain everything. I trust that you understood what you read? Asked Griphook. If not, I can go over everything to make it clear. I understand that this is your first foray into the magical world, and there are some things that I'm sure that you'll find confusing despite the number of books your parents left you. Harry shook his head and placed the parchments on the table. Let's pretend that I have no knowledge of the wizarding world and you explain it to me in detail to make sure that I don't miss anything by pretending to actually know about it. Asked Harry, which got a proud nod from Griphook. A wise choice, Harry. I think it's best if we start first with your heritage test. Griphook asked the Potter heir. Harry nodded and made himself comfortable on the chair, waiting for the account manager to start. As the heritage test told you, you are the heir of the Potter, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw houses. Potter and Gryffindor can be explained easily since the Potter is known to be Gryffindor heirs since the wizarding world was in its infancy. The Ravenclaw house, however, comes at a surprise. From the results, we can safely say that your mother, Lily Evans Potter, was more than what she knew herself to be. From what I gathered, your mother is a direct descendant of Rowena Ravenclaw, making you, Harry, a pureblood if the standards of the wizarding hierarchy is to be followed. Explained Griphook in excitement. The size of the Potter and Gryffindor accounts brought him a lot of status in the Goblin heresy. The addition of the Ravenclaw account ensures that he would be elevated yet again. It's quite shocking that my mother is not a Muggle-born as she believed herself to be. Any idea why she didn't know? Asked Harry and couldn't believe that her mother was the lost Ravenclaw heir. Griphook shrugged. I have no idea. The only way for her to determine her actual heritage is to take the heritage test here in Gringotts, since only goblin magic is capable of tracing bloodlines down to its roots except for one potion that takes a year to brew. Lady Potter didn't know about this method, and we had no idea about her past to suggest that she takes the test. Harry nodded for Griphook to continue. Now for the House of Black. Sirius Black holds the title of Lord Black, but he is currently incarcerated in Azkaban for betraying the Potters. The goblin was interrupted by an indignant shout from Harry. What? How can my godfather be sent to Azkaban? He never betrayed my family? Exclaimed Harry in indignation, power rolling off him in waves as his emotions escaped his control. This awed the goblin since the amount of power Harry was releasing was more than that of an average wizard. You didn't know? Harry shook his head at this. Sirius Black was found guilty of betraying the Potters by revealing the location of their home under Fidelius' charm. Are you by chance familiar with how the charm works? Harry nodded. Yes, I'm familiar with the Fidelius charm since the information is in one of the books my dad gave me, though I didn't bother to learn it enough to cast one, since it was too complicated without knowing the basics. However, your information is wrong, Griphook. Sirius Black was never the secret keeper. The title belonged to Peter Pettigrew. Explained Harry to the shock of his account manager. What? But he was convicted by the Wisengamot since it was widely known that he was the secret keeper. Shouted Griphook. If the Potter heir was correct, then the wizarding world was in deep shit since incarcerating an innocent to Azkaban was a huge crime. More so if the victim is a lord of an ancient and noble house. Harry just shook his head to deny the revelation. I have my parents' diary. My parents explained that they switched secret keepers after the charm was cast by Albus Dumbledore, so the identity was well kept. However, they noted in their diary that why they switched. Sirius will act as a decoy while Peter remains in the background to keep him and the secret safe, explained Harry, furiously racking his brain for a way to get his godfather out of prison. Griphook nodded. There may be a way, but we'll talk about that later, Harry. Let's continue with the rest of the test since there are a few things that need to be explained properly. Before that, can I interest you in something to drink? Tea would be perfect, thank you. I need something to calm my nerves, confessed Harry, who was quite shocked at the plight of his godfather. No wonder he wasn't around to look after him. Griphook chuckled and waved a clawed hand, conjuring a tea set complete with steaming hot tea with some cakes on the side. Help yourself, Harry, while I finish the explanation of your heritage test. Harry nodded and poured himself a cup of tea and added a dollop of milk to add to the taste. Seeing this, Griphook took out a wine glass and a whiskey that released a bit of flame, much to the boy's shock. Griphook saw this and grinned. Fire whiskey is a common beverage in wizarding society. The fire is more aesthetic than real, so no worries, the goblin explained before taking a sip of his drink. You're a distant relative of the Black family. I believe that your grandmother was Doria Black, making you one of the main heirs. The other heir to contest your claim is the current heir of House Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy née Black. However, with the current lord being your godfather, your claim is much stronger than that of the Malfoys. Let me get this straight. I have a stronger claim to the Black family and can acquire the lordship if it is not contested. Am I correct? Griphook nodded. But if Draco Malfoy contest my claims, then what is the due process? The only way to make your claim valid and incontestable is for the current lord to name you his heir. If such is the case that the lord cannot or did not state an heir, then a test is necessary, mostly by wearing the Black family ring, and let the family magics decide the outcome, explained Griphook with certainty while giving Harry a look of interest. Should I be worried about this right now? Asked Harry, not really wanting to add another to his already long list of titles. This was getting ridiculous, even for him. Not right now, since Lord Black is still alive, though currently, detained, so to speak, said Griphook, getting a growl from the Potter heir. Now for your abilities test. But before we go into that, I need to explain how the test works. The abilities test is a piece of goblin magic that determines the potential of a person in terms of both magical power and abilities. Using your blood as a medium, the enchantment on the parchment determines the peak of your growth by correlating it with your age. To put it simply, your blood holds the information of your current magical growth. The parchment takes that information and analyzes it to give you an exact scale of your magical prowess and abilities. Griphook took another sip of his fire whiskey before continuing with the explanation. In terms of your magical rank, there are 4 tiers in terms of power. The lowest 2 tiers in the magical ranking are your average witch and wizard, followed by the warlock. If you base it on the Merlin scale, an average witch and wizard will have a power level ranging from 100 to 300. Warlocks are above that, from 301 to 500. The only difference between the two is the strength of their magical core, which is power-based. Are you with me so far? Harry nodded but decided to ask a question. What or who belongs to those below 100? Asked Harry, curious about the number since it wasn't included in the goblin's explanation. Those below 100 are muggles and squibs. If you base it on theory, all beings have magic in their system, though muggles constitute this as something called bioenergy. Muggles are normally from 1 to 50 while squibs range above that. Such is the case. One of the reasons they are given their specific rank is because of amount of magic in their blood. Enough to make use of magical objects and enchantments, though to a minor degree, but not enough to manipulate magic or to use a wand. Griphook looked at Harry to see if the young Potter heir had a question. Getting a shake from the boy, he continued. The upper 2 tiers belong to sorcerers and mages. They are also ranked according to power, but only at a slight margin. The only difference is the unique abilities that these 2 ranks possess. Sorcerers are adepts at mind and body magic. A majority of your passive and active abilities clearly states that you are a sorcerer. This includes mastery of telekinesis and telepathy, as well as wandless magic. It is also safe to note that sorcerers are the most powerful occlumencers and legilimencers. There are only two other known sorcerers at this time, Albus Dumbledore and Voldemort. There are two others, but we are not sure as to their exact rank since they were untested. Their power clearly places them under this banner, but their mind magics is limited to the use of a wand and requires eye contact, though they can do minor feats without one. So I take it they of them have similar abilities to my own. What is the Merlin scale of sorcerers and mages? And can you explain to me the mage rank as well as being my mage first rank? Asked Harry as he was curious as to what his abilities test showed him. Certainly, the Merlin scale of a sorcerer ranges from 501 to 800, while a mage starts from 801 to 1000 being the highest. I'm not sure as to what your Merlin scale is since the parchment lacks that information, but there is a spell we can use to determine that if you wish. Yes, please, can you do the spell now? Asked an excited Harry. His childlike curiosity demanded that he find out how powerful he was. Griphook nodded and pulled out a parchment from the drawer of his table. He placed it on the table and murmured a goblin spell while waving his fingers over it as if tracing an invisible pattern. The parchment glowed white before dying down. Please place 10 drops of blood on this parchment so we can determine your Merlin scale. The wizards have another version of this, but I am not familiar with the spell, so we'll just have to make do with what's available. Harry nodded before picking up the athame again and sliced his finger. He pinched it a bit, ignoring the sting and letting 10 drops of blood to fall on the parchment. As the last drop of blood fell on the paper, it glowed white before letters appeared on its surface. Merlin scale. Name Harry James Potter. Rank Sorcerer, Mage first rank. Merlin scale, BMM 725.
Merlin scale, AMM est 960.
Whoa! Exclaimed Harry, unable to believe what the paper was telling him. What does BMM and AMM mean? Indeed, BMM means before magical maturation while AMM means after magical maturation. It is widely known that a witch or wizard matures in terms of magic when the body reaches the peak of their growth, in this case between the age of 17 and 25. The result simply states that with your current speed of growth, you will reach 960 when your body matures. However, this number is purely hypothetical at best since it will increase or decrease depending on the effort you put in mastering your magic and abilities. Whispered Griphook, a bit awed at the revelation that the boy in front of him was a powerful magic user, more powerful than any he had heard of except to those who have trained with the art for decades. I suggest that you keep this a secret, Harry. If the Ministry finds out about your current power, they will have a field day, putting you in a spotlight considering you're already in one. Harry nodded. He definitely didn't want more attention to be piled up on him. Good idea. Why don't you explain to me that difference in terms of my abilities as a sorcerer and theirs? You mentioned a difference before in regards to the development of my abilities. Quite. Your growth as a sorcerer is somewhat unique, as each wizards and witches differ in their magic, more so in terms of a sorcerer since your own belief shapes your magical abilities. Your occlumency is similar to Dumbledore and Voldemort, powerful in its own right considering the vaunted control you have over your mental capabilities. However, would it be safe to say that your brand of legilimency doesn't involve eye contact or a wand? Harry shook his head in negative. The way you geared your powers borders on the lost art of telepathy, the art of the subtle mind. This includes the ability to read and transmit thoughts without the need of eye contact or a spell. Telepathy also includes total domination of the mind, allowing the telepath to invade and sway the weak-minded to his or her thinking. Unlike the Imperius Curse, telepathy allows the telepath to plant suggestion that is well-nigh undetectable. Also, they don't have your telekinetic abilities unless they utilize their wand to do so. Harry nodded and gestured for Griphook to continue since he clearly understood the difference of abilities between him and Voldemort. Mages are known as elemental witches and wizards. Unlike sorcerers, mages utilize their energies to exert control over the forces of nature. Mages have their internal ranks as well, starting from lowest to highest. The second-rank mages are limited to the minor control over a single element. The first-rank mages control the elements though they specialize in one or two. Your control over shadow and the minor ability in fire manipulation places you under this tier. Finally, a master mage or a mage adept controls all elements. Only one person has ever reached this rank, and that person is Merlin Ambrosius. Now let's discuss your specific abilities. Some are self-explanatory, like your control over your wandless magic. Some witches and wizards can do wandless magic to a degree but not with the same efficiency as yours. Dumbledore and Voldemort are considered as wand sorcerers who rely too much on their wands and didn't bother to train their wandless abilities since all sorcerers are adept in this art. Considering their age, training to master this is almost impossible since wandless magic training should start at a young age before they even held a wand to allow them to switch between the two flawlessly. You are very lucky in this regard, Harry. Next is your mastery over the mind arts. Mind arts mastery indicates your control over your mind. This doesn't involve its application like telekinesis and telepathy. Suffice to say, your mind is your own and you are quite immune to the suggestions of telepathy and the control of the Imperius Curse. Your telepathic ability is only at 80% since there are still a few parts of it that you haven't tried yet. What are you capable of in terms of telepathy? Harry thought for a bit before answering the question. Let me see. I can read minds and even plant suggestion to a degree. However, this is mostly on muggles and never with a magical being due to the lack of target practice. Harry said this with a cheeky grin. I haven't tried sending out thoughts as of yet, since I never knew I was capable of it, but I'll give it a try soon. Not to worry, Harry, but if you are open to an advice. At this, Harry nodded. Sending thoughts is similar to planting suggestions. It just requires more power and a more active approach. We goblins have a minor talent in this form of telepathy. Really? That's interesting. I never thought to use it that way, mused Harry while eyeing the goblin who raised an eyebrow. Wanting to give it a try, Harry reached out towards the goblin and sent out his thoughts with an extra kick in power. Griphook, can you hear me? The sudden voice of Harry James Potter in Griphook's mind shocked him a bit. Harry? The goblin tentatively thought, hoping that Harry could receive it. Interesting. It seems that I need to keep a constant contact with the mind I'm mentally speaking to in order to converse properly. This requires more study. Thought Harry to Griphook, who nodded. His next statement was voiced out loud. Sorry for doing that, Griphook. I got too curious for my own good. I apologize if I overstepped my bounds. Griphook shook his boy in front of him, never ceased to impress. None at all, Harry. You didn't read my mind or bypassed my shields. You only projected your thoughts to me and I was able to receive it outside my shields, so no harm done. I suggest that you cultivate this ability. Sorcerers are known to converse with others anywhere in the world. Distance is irrelevant when it comes to the mind. Thank you, Griphook. Again, I apologize. Please continue, said Harry with a slight bow of respect, which was returned by an awed goblin. You're welcome. Anyway, next is your Parselmouth ability. I am quite disturbed why you have this skill since it's a Slytherin family trait. I would surmise that when you defeated Voldemort, a copy of his abilities were transferred to you. However, the presence of a soul fragment concerns me greatly, said Griphook with a growl. The memory of the nightmare book popped up in Harry's mind upon hearing Griphook's explanation. He immediately addressed his account manager. Griphook, can you please explain to me what a soul fragment is? I might have an idea about it, but I need the information first. Griphook nodded before launching into the explanation of soul fragments. A soul fragment is a piece of a person's soul usually attached to an object that will tie the mortal body to this realm, making it so that the person is unable to enter the afterlife. His body can be destroyed, but his soul will live on as a spirit. The soul can be revived to a new body if they knew the correct ritual. Wizardkind coins this as a Horcrux. Splitting one's soul requires the ultimate act of evil, murdering an innocent soul along with a ritual to split the caster's own soul and attach it to an object to anchor him or her to this life. Goblins abhor this method as it is a perverse way to attempt immortality, explained Griphook with a growl of anger. Harry was silent as he pondered his next question. Hypothetically, is it possible for a Horcrux to be placed inside a living being, and does it have a representation in one's mindscape? Gearing his questions to cement the theory he had regarding his nightmare book, Griphook thought about the question and gave his most educated guesses. It has never been proven that a living being can serve as a receptacle of a soul fragment. But it is quite possible since it is a vessel all the same, though a living one with its own soul. However, the two souls will be fighting for dominance until such time one is conquered. As to your other question, yes, everything in one's body has a place in your mindscape. Does this mean that the soul fragment of Voldemort has a mental representation in your mindscape? Harry nodded with a grim look on his face. Yes, I can't explain it in detail, but I can transmit to you my memory of the event as I was busy organizing my memories. If you would allow me to create a link to your mind, I will send you the memory. Harry asked in a whisper. With a nod from Griphook, Harry immediately reached out and touched Griphook's mind and focused on the memory. Griphook felt the touch of Harry's mind on his own and immediately accepted it inside his shields. The memory that passed through was crystal clear, showing Harry wrestling with a book tied to his magical core via a sickly green thread. When the memory ended, the goblin felt Harry leave his mind as silent as his entry. The control in which the Potter heir had over his powers was awe-inspiring. Dumbledore and Voldemort have nothing on Harry James Potter when it comes to the mastery of the mind arts. Thank you for sharing the memory, Harry. I can safely say that the Nightmare Book, as you called it, is a soul fragment of Voldemort. It is currently leeching on the energy you absorbed the night the Dark Lord was defeated. But since you locked it up in your mind vault, it ceased to pull at your magical core, thus liberating a portion of your core to your own use. However, what you did was a temporary measure and requires a goblin ritual for it to be properly removed. Griphook informed the Potter heir. You mean there's only one way to remove a soul fragment possession? Asked Harry in dread. Griphook shook his head. No, there are two known ways to remove a soul fragment, whether in an object or in a living being. The first, most common method is to destroy the vessel. If you choose this method, then you will have to die for the Horcrux in your head to perish. I think this method is not a desirable one, correct? Harry shook his head vigorously, telling the goblin that he had no plans of leaving this life early because of Voldemort. If that is the case, then the next and final option for you is the goblin ritual I mentioned, said the goblin with a grin. What does this ritual entail, and are there any known side effects when a human takes it? Asked an excited Harry Potter. Getting rid of Voldemort from his mind was a welcome experience, no matter how much this would cost him or how painful the ritual would be. None whatsoever. This ritual is an old goblin ceremony that can be considered a cleansing and exorcism ceremony by wizard kind. The runic circle you're required to stand on will utilize and empower your magical core to push the spirit out of your body. The spirit will be trapped by the same circle and slowly drained of its energies until it is no more. In most cases, the soul fragment's energy will be added to your own, as well as any powers that come with it. Our curse breakers are often subjected to this ritual due to their work in the Egyptian tombs, which is considered to be the most heavily cursed among other tombs in the world, explained the goblin. Though they rarely get a power boost, since most of the involved spirits have long been drained of their magical abilities to power a specific curse or protection. Harry nodded with a determined look on his face. I'm willing to pay whatever it takes to get Voldemort out of my head. Griphook. When can I take this ritual? Declared Harry, getting a nod from Griphook. Done. In regards to payment, our employees are offered this service for free since they work for us. But in your case, since you are our biggest account holder to date, I would suspect the Goblin Council will be offering this for free. I will get back to you on this one since the preparation takes time. How long would it take? Harry asked desperately, but his stoic mask was in place. A year or even more. We usually have a ritual circle prepared, but it was currently used when one of our curse breaker team who were heavily possessed by an Egyptian priest. Rest assured, I will send you a letter immediately when I receive word from the Goblin Council and once the ritual circle is renewed. Harry gave Griphook a smile. Thanks, Griphook. This means a lot to me. Now that's out of the way, can we continue with the discussion regarding the rest of my abilities? The goblin chuckled. Quite right. Obviously, you need to train your animagi abilities since you are capable of it. There are plenty of books you can find, or you can raid the Potter Vault since it hosts the largest collection of ancient magics since the conception of the wizarding world. But we can get to that later. Griphook grinned when Harry's smile turned to a pout. Patience, young one. You will have your books later. Harry gave him a sheepish grin. Last, but certainly not the least, is your passive ability. Mage Sense in your case is both ocular and mental. It would be safe to say that you can sense the presence of magic through a mental probe? Inquired Griphook, since he didn't know the extent of his young charge's magical training. Yes, I can usually sense magic when I scan the surrounding area with my mind. When magic is present, I get a form of static, like a ringing in my head. Mused Harry. He got the same feeling when he practiced his mental sensing abilities in his room. It seems that Privet Drive was surrounded by a powerful magic that is unknown to him since he wasn't the source of it. He could feel that it wasn't hostile, so he didn't bother with it. Good. You just need to practice this skill to master it. Ocular mage sense involves the actual seeing of spells and enchantments as vivid colors depending on its intensity. Again, you can find a book on this ability inside the Potter Vault. Speaking of which, let's now discuss your father's will. Isn't it supposed to be a joint will? Asked Harry.
No.
Only the head of the family can create a will in regards to the house. Your mother is the Lady Potter, but the family is patriarchal, so the responsibility falls to the late Lord James. Explained Griphook. I see. I think we can forgo the actual reading of the will. However, I would like to know the highlights that pertain to me or directly to the family account. Harry asked his account manager. He already took up a lot of time with the goblin and wanted to explore Diagon Alley as soon as possible. Of course. Griphook took out a rolled parchment from one of his many drawers and unrolled it. Let me see. Normally, the will is sealed by the chief warlock of the Wisengamot, namely Albus Dumbledore, and cannot be read without his permission. Harry was about to protest, but Griphook beat him to it. I said, normally, young one, this doesn't apply to you. Since the instruction of the head of a family is more important than the ministry, the will can be read to you and only you as its sole recipient, not including those who are bequeathed by the family. Harry nodded. He continued. Now let me see here. It says that money is given to Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew, 1 million galleons each. Is this all right with you, Harry? Yes to Remus Lupin and a big fat no to Peter Pettigrew. He betrayed my family, so he doesn't deserve a single canute from the Potters. Declared Harry with clear venom in his voice. Agreed. Mr. Lupin will also be getting a summer cottage in Wales for his furry little problem, and is not negotiable for return. Everything else is left to you with clear instruction that you take up the mantle of the head of House Potter and Gryffindor and granted emancipation immediately upon reading of this will. Do you want this? Asked the goblin, giving Harry a look that clearly promised untold pain if the boy said no. Harry gulped at the look directed at him. Yes. I want to follow my father's decree of emancipation and will gladly accept the role as head of the Potter and Gryffindor house. Good, a very good. Griphook nearly purred, which practically scared Harry out of his wits. Fortunately for you, I have all the documents at the ready. All you need is to sign on the dotted line and a drop of your blood to verify your identity and to make sure that you're not under any compulsion spells and potions. He handed said document and quill to the boy, who had his eyebrows raised at the quick creation of the document. Griphook ignored the unasked question but opted to instruct the boy on what to do. Just use the tip of the quill to prick your finger and let a drop of blood fall on the parchment. Harry did as instructed. The document glowed blue before it split into 2 copies. One of the copies disappeared while Griphook took the other that was left on the table. Seeing Harry's questioning look, he explained. After verifying the signature and blood, the parchment automatically creates a copy and sent directly to the ministry for filing. This is the original copy and will be kept under my care until needed. Is there anything else I need to do? Asked Harry, impatient to be off. Just one more thing, Lord Potter. The sudden formality made Harry look at the goblin. Get used to the title, since people will be calling you Lord Potter when they discover your position as the head of house. He snapped his finger and 3 small boxes appeared on the table in front of the young Potter Lord. These are the head of house rings that you need to wear on the fingers of your right hand. Harry looked at them curiously, checking out the different crests inlaid on each lid. Why 3? Potter, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw, said Griphook while pointing to each box. Harry nodded and opened the boxes and placed the rings on the fingers of his right hand. Harry glowed in different colors as he placed each ring on their respective fingers. He glowed blue for the Potter ring, gold for Gryffindor, and bronze for Ravenclaw. What did the glowing mean? Asked Harry as he admired the beauty of the rings. It meant that the rings found you worthy of wearing them, explained Griphook as he pulled out another box out and placed it on the table. Harry eyed it warily. Not to worry. This is just your complimentary card and bank drafts to make it easier for you to shop at the alley. Unless, of course. Harry hurriedly took the box out of Griphook's hands.
Non.
I am grateful that you provided them for me. This caused the goblin to grin. Harry opened the box and saw a gold card, a pouch with a large golden G embossed on it, and a wallet filled with Gringotts bank drafts. Can you explain their uses to me? Asked Harry as he took the card and eyed it carefully. Certainly, young lord. The card you're holding is the Gringotts card that is reserved for use only to our top clients, namely you, of course. It is already attuned to your magical signature. You can use it at a total amount of 10,000 galleons per store. If you're going to spend more than that amount, then you need to use the Gringotts draft, which has an unlimited spending limit on it. Just press the family ring on the indention as to what account you want to use for the purchase and state the amount. The pouch is a direct access to your vault. If you need small amounts of money for everyday use, then all you need to do is think of the amount and reach inside. That also works for Muggle money, and conversion rates are waived due to your status. Easy to use. Harry nodded, pocketed the card, pouch, and the wallet containing the drafts before standing up. He was about to leave when Griphook stopped him. I prepared a list to help you in your shopping in Diagon Alley. There are some shops in Nocturne Alley that you need to visit as well to make your life a whole lot easier to deal with. With a snap of a finger, a paper appeared on the table which the goblin handed to the Potter Lord. Once you purchased an owl, make sure you send it to me so I can send you some documents regarding your accounts and properties, as well as investments that needs to be double-checked. Is this to your liking? It is, Griphook. Now if you'll excuse me, Diagon Alley awaits. Deciding to shock Griphook this time, he gave the goblin a cheeky grin and walked towards a shadowy corner of the room. With a wave of farewell, Harry walked through the shadow to the shock of an odd goblin. Chapter 03. Shopping Time. Harry James Potter, newly minted lord of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw, walked out of the shadow in one of the smaller nooks in Diagon Alley that he noted earlier as a great place to shadow travel in and out due to the lack of people around. He snickered at the potential shock value he gave the cheeky goblin, but shuddered at the potential reprisal that the aged account manager might do to him. He walked out of the nook and saw that he was in between Ollivanders and a shop selling magical knickknacks. He paused for a bit and read the note Griphook made for him to help with his shopping. Lord Potter, I took the liberty in providing you with ample direction to your shopping expedition to make sure that you have everything you need following your ascension as a lord of 3 noble houses of magical Britain. Please refer to the list and advice below. Diagon Alley. Ollivander Wand Shop. The purchase of a ministry-approved wand, though I doubt you will be using one since you're already a sorcerer. However, the old Coot Ollivander might help you in the creation of a staff since it is a necessary focus for a wizard of your station. Ilops Owl Emporium, you need a post owl, so I suggest you buy one. Magical Menagerie, get a familiar. Sorcerers are known to have their own unique familiars. Tell the man behind the counter that Griphook sent you. He should direct or accompany you to their more unique selections. Good luck. Magical Travels, buy a multi-compartment trunk. The number of compartment is up to you. I suggest a 5-compartment trunk, expanded storage, expanded library, expanded potions compartment, expanded wardrobe, and an expanded wizard space to store things that you don't want other to touch or find out. Flourish and blots, now that you have your trunk, I suggest you buy the books you want or need. Keep in mind that the books here are those approved by the Ministry of Magic. I will direct you to a more appropriate shop in Nocturne Alley for you to peruse rarer selections. Madam Malkins, from the outfit you are wearing right now, I suggest that you stock up on wizarding apparels. Please tell Madam Malkin that you are there regarding an order from Griphook. She'll know what to do. Twilfit and Tattings. Same with Madam Malkins, just mention my name, they'll know what to do. Slug and Jigger's Apothecary Potion Ingredients and Supplies. Enough said. Scribulous Writing Equipments, ink, parchment, and other writing supplies. Nocturne Alley. Borgin and Burke's, a store that sells a lot of dark arts paraphernalia. I suggest you visit this store to look for books concerning your shadow powers. Ye Old Dark and Dangerous, another store that specializes in books. Very rare and expensive books here, but you can afford it. Just make sure you haggle since you don't want to get swindled and looked down upon by the occupants of the alley. Elf shop, get a house elf. I'm sure you know all about them. You need one. Don't argue. Hope this helps. Send your owl to me when you get one. I'll send you the documents and books you need to review before we discuss further items regarding your account. Sincerely yours, Griphook. Count's manager. Potter, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw. Harry chuckled after reading the shopping schedule Griphook arranged for him. He was thankful that the aged goblin had the foresight to point him to the right direction, or he'll be walking around the alley not knowing what to buy considering his new station in the wizarding world. Since Ollivander's was nearer, he decided to visit the wand shop first. With a few steps, he arrived at the entrance of the shop and opened the door. The tinkling of the bell announced his presence, but no one was around. Interesting. Very interesting. A voice echoed in Harry's mind. Alerted by the intrusion, he opened his mind and scanned the place. He found the source of the voice and immediately latched on to the presence. "What's interesting?" he mentally asked the presence. There was a surge of shock and awe from the other end. He didn't get any answer from the voice, but an old man appeared behind the counter, as if he was standing there all this time. A sorcerer, and a powerful one at that. "Welcome, Mr. Potter. It seems that you are a year early to start your shopping for a wand before going to Hogwarts," exclaimed the old man, who was eyeing Harry with interest. "How did you know who I am? And who are you?" asked Harry with a little bit of hostility in his voice, since he didn't like the way the man invaded his mind even if the man wasn't able to breach his defenses. "How rude of me. My name is Ollivander, Mr. Potter. I own and manage this shop since my great-grandfathers did before me. Now as to my question?" asked Ollivander, looking at Harry expectantly. "My account manager, Griphook, directed me to your shop to purchase a staff or help in the creation of one," stated Harry, wanting to get down to business since the old man was quite creepy. He wanted to get the staff done and get out. "A staff, you say? How interesting. Indeed, for one with your power and rank, a staff is necessary for more powerful magics. I dare say that a wand is quite useless to you at this point since you don't need one being adept at your abilities already. However, the creation of a staff can be complicated and requires certain items to power it before bonding it to you. Shall we get started then?" asked Ollivander with a slight giddiness to his tone. It seems the old man gets high in the creation of wands. Weird. Harry nodded and approached Ollivander, but stopped when the old man leveled him an intense stare. "It seems that you already have 2 magical items with you that can be used as part of your staff. I sense your parents' wands. Care to bring them out, young lord?" Unnerved at how his secrets were being ferreted out by the mysterious wand maker, Harry complied and snapped the fingers on his right, followed by the left. His father and mother's wand appeared in his hands before placing them on the table between himself and the wand maker. "Your father's wand. 11 inches, made from mahogany with dragon heartstring core, specifically a Hungarian horntail. Clearly one of my more powerful wands suited for transfiguration and battle magic," said Ollivander as he eyed the dark brown wand. He shifted his attention to the other. "Your mother's wand, on the other hand, is one of the trickiest wands I have ever created. Quite powerful too. 10¼ inches, made from an old willow tree with the heartstring of a particularly large mother dragon as its core. If I remember correctly, the core of this wand came from a particularly nasty Hungarian horntail as well." Ollivander then leveled Harry an intense gaze as if scrutinizing his soul. To create a staff, it is required to have 2 magically powerful objects, usually a core material, to be used with a wand you chose. A spell is recited to combine the objects and fashion it into a staff of power that is suited to your needs. The final touch is the inclusion of a gemstone, specifically one that is attuned to you and charged under the light of the full moon. Since we already have the cores of your staff, all you need to do is to find a wand that suits your magic and a gemstone that I will show you later. Open yourself to the energies of the wands in my shop using your mind and call out to the wand to come to you." Harry followed the old man's instruction. He closed his eyes and expanded his mage sense. He immediately felt the different energies emitted by the magical cores and wood of the wands in the shop. One in particular hummed in resonance with his magical core. He held out his hand and called the wand over to him along with a release of his power. A wand from the back of Ollivander's shop shot out of its confinement and slapped onto Harry's hand. Upon contact, both wand and sorcerer began to give off a golden glow followed by red and gold sparks shooting out from the tip of the wand. A phoenix song echoed around the shop until it disappeared when the glowing subsided. Ollivander looked particularly giddy when he saw the reaction of one of his most powerful wands in the hands of a rather powerful young sorcerer. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Exactly 11 inches, holly, with phoenix feather as its core. A very powerful wand in the right hands considering its brother who exhibited the same power. A wand that is perfect for any use in magic, though a bit more powerful if used in defensive and healing spells. Harry heard the Ollivander murmur about his new wand. He couldn't believe the power of the bonding. It left him breathless. Brother? My wand has a brother. Indeed, Mr. Potter. The phoenix that gave the feather that resides in your wand gave off another feather. 13 inches, phoenix feather core. A very powerful wand. Its owner did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Explained the wand maker in an eerie, monotone voice. Who owned the wand? Harry asked despite the fact that he knew that he wouldn't like the answer. The one who gave you that scar. Ollivander answered while pointing to a particular spot on Harry's forehead where his scar was hidden under glamour. Voldemort? Whispered Harry, holding his wand as if he was holding a poisonous snake. A very poisonous snake. Ollivander saw this and immediately addressed the powerful young sorcerer in front of him with slight rebuke in his voice. Indeed, Mr. Potter. Voldemort owns the brother to your wand. Keep in mind, however, that wands are just tools. It is the intent of its master that turns them to evil use. Don't blame the wand that chose you since it's up to you whether it is used for evil or for good. Harry realized the wrongness of his thinking and immediately sent an apologetic hum of his magic to the wand. He was surprised when the wand he was holding hummed in response, as if telling him that he was forgiven and everything was all right. Smiling a bit, Harry turned his gaze to Ollivander, who was giving him a soft smile. Now that I have my wand, I guess the next step is to find a gemstone? Inquired Harry, a bit of excitement in his voice. Yes, Mr. Potter. He pulled out a large suitcase from underneath the counter and opened the lid towards his customer. Please use your wonderful senses to find the perfect gemstone to be used on your staff. You'll know when you find the right one. Harry nodded and reached out with his magic towards the stones. All of them glittered in response, but a perfectly cut emerald the size of a golf ball glowed a bright green. He adjusted his magic and directed it at the glowing gemstone and was rewarded when it glowed brighter. Perfectly done, Mr. Potter. An emerald, mined in the dwarven caves and blessed by the goddess of the moon during the winter solstice. One of the most powerful gems I have in my collection. Please take the gem and bring the 2 wands and your own wand to the back so we can begin constructing your staff. Harry nodded and did as Ollivander instructed. He followed the wand maker to the back of the shop after the old man flipped the sign on his door to make sure that no one enters without him knowing. The back of the store revealed a workshop filled with wood and jars containing components for magical animals to be used in wand making. Please place the 3 wands on the table. Make sure that your holly wand is in the middle, your father's to its right, and your mother's on the left. Place the emerald directly above your wand. Instructed Ollivander as the old man drew his wand from its holster. Harry did as instructed and arranged it the way Ollivander wanted him to. He sensed the energies surrounding the wands and gemstone hum in harmony. Interesting. The components are attuned to each other. Your staff will be quite powerful, commented Ollivander while eyeing the 4 items on the table. Please stand back, Mr. Potter. I will begin the incantation to merge the items together. Your part will come after the staff is made. Harry stood back a few feet from the wand maker, who was now murmuring an incantation in a language unknown to him while waving his wand in intricate patterns. The wands on the table glowed for a few moments before merging together to form a single wand with wood as dark as ebony. Ollivander increased the volume of his incantation while continuing the patterns he was making in the air. This time, the emerald and the new ebony wand glowed brighter and brighter until it was too painful to look at. Ollivander finished the incantation with a downward slash of his wand. Its tip pointed at where the wand and emerald should be. A beam of bright light flew out from the tip of the wand maker's wand and hit the light. The magic emanating from it was tremendous, and the shop rumbled at the amount of magic in the air. A few seconds later, the glow started to dim until it disappeared, revealing a cane? Ollivander, not that I'm an expert in the subject, but that's not a staff. That's a cane, said Harry in an almost incredulous voice. Ollivander shook his head. Kids these days think they know everything. I think it would be best if I show you, Mr. Potter. He gestured towards the cane on the table while conjuring a simple athame floating in the air in front of Harry. Please take the athame and slash your palm and let the blood pool. Once you have enough before it overflows, drop the blood on the shaft and on the gem itself. Shaking his head in exasperation but heeding the old man's instruction, he took the athame from the air and took a deep breath. He slashed the palm of his right hand, causing a large wound. Blood began to pool on his cupped hand until it was almost overflowing. With a nod from Ollivander, Harry first poured the blood on the shaft, making sure that it covered everything from tail to tip. The rest of the blood was dribbled onto the emerald. With a flash of light, the cane glowed a bright green, red then blue. While glowing, it lengthened until it resembled a staff, at least 6 feet in height, easily dwarfing Harry's 4 feet 10 inches frame. Now that, young Potter, is a staff, said a smug Ollivander, giving Harry an "I told you so" look. The cane you saw earlier was the dormant form of your staff, not bound to anyone, with its powers blocked until the right wizard, or in this case, sorcerer, bonds with it. The length of the staff is proportional to the power of the materials and its bond with the owner. He held out his hand, and a dark brown staff easily 5 feet in length was held in his hand. As you can see, my staff is easily dwarfed by yours, greatly giving evidence to the power you and your staff will wield, he explained before letting the staff disappear to who knows where. Now pick up your staff and complete the bond. Harry dazedly nodded and picked up the staff. The moment his hand touched the shaft, a hum of power emanated from him that sent out a shockwave that trashed Ollivander's workshop. Thankfully, the wards and protective enchantments Ollivander placed around the room prevented the magic from escaping the confines of the workshop. Harry looked around the destruction he caused before giving the grumpy Ollivander a sheepish grin. Deciding to test the staff, he extended his magic to connect to it, causing another hum of power, this time tightly controlled. He waved the staff over his head and willing the workshop to be repaired to its original shape. The emerald glowed a bit before a wave of magic was released. Broken wand blanks repaired itself before floating to its resting place, and the jars of wand cores flying over to their respective shelves. Ollivander just gawked at the casual display of powerful magic that the young Potter Lord was displaying. Amazing! I have never seen anyone form a powerful bond with their staff so quickly. A powerful staff indeed, said Ollivander before eyeing Harry, who was giving his happily humming staff a look of adoration. Thank you for repairing the damage, Mr. Potter. Harry gave the old wandmaker a sheepish look. No need to thank me, Mr. Ollivander. I was the reason why your workshop was wrecked in the first place, so it's only right that I fix it up for you. I'm just awed at how easy my magic is controlled with my staff. Then a thought occurred to him. I don't know if this is an appropriate question, but I don't think it is a good idea to walk around Diagon Alley carrying a 6-foot glowing staff around. As if to answer his inquiry, the staff glowed again and shrunk back to its dormant state. Harry could feel that the power he could use with it was greatly reduced. Okay, I think that question is moot at this point. So, how much do I owe you? Why don't we discuss that back at the store? Ollivander suggested. With a nod from Harry, the two of them exited the workshop and walked towards the front of the shop. Let me see. You already provided 2 of the ingredients, so all that's left is the gemstone and the actual creation of the staff. I think 200 galleons should cover it, said Ollivander to the young Potter. Harry nodded and handed his Gringotts card over to Ollivander, who took it and placed it on top of a box. It glowed for a bit, then stopped, signifying that the transaction was completed. Ollivander took the card and gave it back to Harry, who looked at the box with curiosity. Seeing the look, Ollivander opened the box and waved at Harry to come and take a look. Inside the box was a lot of galleons. This box is given to all shop owners that has an account with Gringotts, which is to say all the shops that uses galleons, sickles, and nuts as currency. The box will automatically withdraw the correct amount from your vault to this box. explained Ollivander to a particularly odd Harry Potter. Now that you have your staff, I'll give you a few pointers to its use since you'll hardly find a book out there detailing its use since staves are only reserved for sorcerers and mages. There aren't that many a market for them due to the lack of demand, so you won't find a lot of books on them. As I was saying, your staff has two forms. The cane form is its semi-dormant state, and the power you can use with it is literally reduced to half. If you want to go full power, then you need to will your staff to revert to its original size. Harry's staff glowed and lengthened into its 6-foot glory. Good, it is now bonded to your thoughts and will sense your need and act accordingly. Unlike wands, a staff is somewhat sentient. It knows what you know and feels what you feel. Amazing! Harry breathed as he gazed at the happily humming staff he was holding. Indeed, now, the staff, being sentient, can use its connection to your magic to be independent to a point. Now, raise your staff off the ground and let go. You'll be surprised at what it will do. Harry did as instructed, expecting the staff to fall to the ground, but was surprised when it just floated a few feet off the ground, the emerald glowing a bit as if it found something amusing. "Is it just me, or is my staff laughing at me?" said Harry as he gave the glowing staff a mock glare. In response, the emerald pulsed as if it was laughing. "Yes, it is definitely laughing at me," grouched Harry, turning to see an amused Ollivander. "As you can see, the staff has a mind of its own thanks to its bonding with you. That is the reason why your manipulation of magic through it was so easy, since it shares your mind. It will know what to do as long as you know how to do it. Now to continue on with the lesson. Due to the power of your staff, it is necessary for you to practice the output to avoid hurting someone. I suggest a warded room or a training chamber warded by goblin magic. Any questions?" "Any advice on staff care?" asked Harry, wanting to make sure that he could properly take care of his staff. This got him a respectful nod from Ollivander. "No need, Mr. Potter. The staff is self-sufficient as long as you have enough magical power to sustain it. It is indestructible and immune to breaking even when it is hit by the killing curse. Well, as long as your power is stronger than the person casting the curse anyway, but I suggest you shy away from doing so. If a killing curse is aimed at you, I suggest you run or conjure something to intercept its path," explained Ollivander, adding the last part as an afterthought considering who he was talking to. "Oh, before I forget, since the bond between you and the staff is still in its infancy, it is advisable that you keep it with you at all times. Just make sure that it's never more than a few feet away from you. Once the bond settles, you can leave the staff anywhere. It will come to your call wherever you may be. That is all you need to know about the staff. If you have any questions, feel free to send me an owl and I'll address them as best as I can." Considering it as a dismissal, Harry bowed to Ollivander and grabbed his floating staff, willing it to its dormant form, before exiting the shop, happy with his purchase. Harry, with cane in hand, decided to go to Madame Malkin's first to get some wizarding clothes to avoid getting stared at while shopping in the alley. He received a few odd looks since he was wearing muggle clothing. He entered the shop and saw an old lady manning the counter. "Good day, madam. May I speak to the owner of the shop?" Harry asked politely. "That would be me, young man. Madame Malkin's at your service." "What can I do for you?" said the now named proprietress of the shop. "I was directed to your shop by my accounts manager at Gringotts named Griphook. He told me to inform you that he sent for me and you already know what to do." Madame Malkin gave the young man a surprised look before nodding that she understood the somewhat cryptic instruction. She pulled out her wand and waved it at the front of the shop. The door closed with the sign flipping over and the shop window dimmed until the inside of the shop was hidden from the rest of the occupants of the alley. Harry raised an eyebrow, however, when the lighting in the shop didn't change. "Lord Potter, welcome to my humble shop." Malkin greeted Harry in a formal voice with a deep bow. Harry inwardly groaned. He will never get used to the genuflecting of the people towards his new station. His cane staff hummed as if it was amused at its owner's plight. The young Potter Lord just ignored his new foci's amusement. "Please, madam, call me Harry," he said with a smile which Malkin returned. "I think Griphook already told you what I would need from your store?" "Yes," Malkin said with a nod. "He sent me a letter earlier telling me that a Mr. Potter will be coming over to my shop requesting for a private audience. According to the letter, he wanted me to fit you with some muggle clothes, as well as a complete wizarding wardrobe for everyday use. Is this to your liking? Harry nodded to confirm the order. Indeed, this is my first foray into the magical world and wanted to fill my wardrobe with wizarding where to fit in. Can you handle it? Asked Harry, since he wasn't sure that the old seamstress was capable of taking large orders. Malkin released a warm laugh before leveling him an amused look. Not to worry, my lord. I already have the items prepared in advance. I just need to get your measurements and make the necessary changes. Would you please drop the glamour so I can start to work? Harry gave Malkin a cheeky grin before waving his cane staff in front of his body, willing the glamour to drop. Of course, Madame Malkin was quite surprised with casual display of wandless magic, but she withheld her comment. Good. Now stand there on the stool so I can start measuring you up, ordered the matron, shooing a startled Harry towards a stool in the middle of the room. Harry obediently stepped up to the platform and let go of his cane staff, which floated beside him, much to the surprise of Madame Malkin. Is that? She left the last part hanging. Yes, that's my staff in its cane form. I don't think parading a 6-foot staff in Diagon Alley would be a good idea, said Harry with a cheeky grin. Malkin smiled. You're correct. You will be the center of attention, since the use of staves had been absent since some of the old sorcerers and mages disappeared from this world. Now let's start with the measuring, shall we? She waved her wand and all of Harry's clothes, sans his boxers, disappeared, leaving Harry blushing to the roots of his hair. A measuring tape floated up and started flying around him, taking his measurements. Madam, whined Harry with a blush as he was caught off guard by the sudden disappearance of his clothes. It's not as if Harry was ashamed of his body, quite the opposite actually, but being almost naked in front of a woman, any woman for that matter, was a first time for him. Madame Malkin just gave Harry a condescending stare. Toot toot, Lord Potter. I'm a married woman, and your body, while quite desirable, doesn't affect me at all. Now shut up and stand still while I get your measurements, said the matron while waving her wand in specific areas of Harry's body to get the right sizes for the charms on the pre-prepared clothes to take effect. She ignored the glare that the blushing young lord was shooting at her. 10 minutes of embarrassment later, Madame Malkin returned all of Harry's clothes on his person, leaving the Potter Lord grumbling about cheeky old ladies. Getting his embarrassment under control, he turned to Madame Malkin, who was clearly amused by his antics. Madam, is it possible to get a set of wizarding clothes for me to wear right now while I shop around the alley? Asked Harry while toning down the blush that was slowly appearing on his face. I keep getting stared at by the patrons of the alley thanks to my muggle clothes. Of course, young man, though I dare say that it would be better if you shop without your clothes. I'm sure you'll get a lot of discounts from the ladies manning the shops, said Malkin while giving the blushing lord a smirk. Madam, please, clearly blushing Harry shouted. He might be learned about the human reproductive system, but the constant innuendos coming from the woman was definitely getting to him. Madame Malkin gave off a loud tinkling laugh before pulling out the clothes she intended for Harry to wear for the day. Harry grabbed it before shooting off into one of the changing booths with his cane staff following him, glowing in amusement. Harry exited Madame Malkin's shop with a full blush. Of course, this was due to the compliments the kindly, yet amused matron was showering him, mainly how dashing he looked for the ladies of Diagon Alley. After a hurried instruction in picking up the rest of the clothes later, Harry left the shop as if the hounds of hell were after him. The matron's amused laugh followed him until he closed the door, thankfully cutting it off from the source. Evil woman, grumbled Harry. He got an amused hum from his cane staff. Some help you are. Laughing at me all the time doesn't make me feel all right, you know. He got an apologetic hum from the staff this time, but there was still a slight undertone of amusement. HMMPH, see that I care. Deciding to get the trunk before anything else, he immediately went over to the travel shop and chose the 5-compartment trunk that Griphook suggested. He asked if the trunk comes with a security feature, which the owner listened down for him with a note that each of the additional feature costs an additional charge. After perusing the list, he requested for specific charms to be added to the trunk, like a featherlight charm, an auto-shrinking feature, a blood lock, and of course, a shock charm for those with itchy were others available, but Harry decided against them since they weren't practical and a waste of good money. 150 galleons later, He exited the shop with a shrunken trunk in one of the expanded pockets of his robes. His next stop was the magical menagerie since he was excited at the idea of getting a familiar of his own. He entered the shop to the noise of different animals in their respective cages. He approached the elderly man behind the counter. Deciding to be direct, he got down to business. "Hi, are you the owner of the shop?" Harry asked politely. "I am. Edward Moonfong at your service. How can I help you, young man?" "Griphook sent me here to peruse your more rarer selections to look for a familiar," was Harry's reply to the confusion of some of the customers in the shop. Edward gave him a speculative look and beckoned one of the ladies manning the store to watch the counter. He signaled for Harry to follow him to the back of the shop where a lone door stood. Gesturing for Harry to stand back, Edward pulled out his wand and mumbled an incantation before tapping the handle on the door. It glowed for a second before a loud click was heard signifying the door was unlocked and whatever security feature it may have was temporarily dispelled. Edward opened the door and ushered Harry in before doing the same. "Please drop your glamour, Mr. Potter. Your identity is safe here," instructed Edward with Harry doing so. "Why do I need to drop my glamour? I mean, I can still keep it on while looking for a familiar, right?" asked a confused Harry. He was tired of always applying the charm, though he realized that he was just being lazy since he could do so with a single thought. That is usually the case when you select an animal. However, a familiar for a sorcerer, Edward directed a gaze towards Harry's cane, requires your actual appearance so the magical animal can judge you properly. This explanation got a nod from Harry. "Now, I'll stay right here and I want you to walk around and check out the different animals we have. You will surely feel the one destined for you. Call me if you find the right one." Harry nodded and walked around, admiring the animals on display. There were magical animals in all shapes and sizes, quite different to the ones at the more visible sections of the shop. He read the tags attached on the cages that described their species. Magical snakes, shadow wolves, snow tigers, even a sleeping Nundawitch scared him a bit since he read about the dangerous creatures and shuddered at the thought of getting one as a familiar. Thankfully, he didn't feel any attraction to the animal, so he on to the next. He reached the avian section and immediately felt a tug on his magical core. He followed the pull, which led him to a smoky white egg easily twice the size of a basketball. He felt the pull from the egg and his magic was urging him to touch it. Deciding to identify the unmarked egg first before doing anything, he called Edward to him. "Edward, what's this egg?" asked Harry as he observed how his magic and cane staff hummed with magic clearly being released from the creature inside its shell. Edward leaned down to examine the egg on its own pedestal. He recognized it immediately. "I'm not sure what it contains, but I recognize it immediately. This egg was brought to this store by my great-grandfather, Thomas Moonfong, after finding it abandoned during one of his excursions in the Himalayas," explained the shop owner while giving the egg a speculative look. "I moved it here 2 years back when it wasn't sold. A lot of wizards and witches were interested with the egg, but no matter how hard they try, they couldn't make it hatch. Heck, one of them even fired a reductor curse on it. It didn't even leave a scratch, but the wizard who cast the spell was blasted back to the wall." Edward grinned when remembered the unconscious man who had the audacity to hurt those under his care. "Interesting. My magic is telling me to touch it, but I'm not sure if I should." Harry trailed off while looking at the seemingly innocent egg with suspicion. Edward smiled and clapped Harry on the shoulder. "If your magic is telling you to do so, then you might as well follow it, lad. If your magic is resonating with the creature inside, then you can be sure that it is the right familiar for you. If not, then you can be sure that you have a loyal pet to keep you company. Let me just move away a bit just in case." Harry gave Edward a look of horror as Edward moved away from him at a distance where he can observe everything. He glared at him and was rewarded with a grin. He huffed and faced the innocent-looking egg that was urging him to touch it. "Well, here goes nothing," said Harry with a sigh before reaching out with a hand to touch the egg. It was a bit warm to the touch and very smooth. He was unprepared when he felt a strong tug on his core as his magic rushed down to the egg, which grew very hot in his hands. He didn't notice his staff reverting to its normal form and started humming with power. The transfer of magic lasted for a few more seconds before it stopped. A crack appeared on the surface of the egg, slowly breaking it apart. He sensed the creature inside trying its best to get out of its shell, wanting to be free to meet its master. Harry decided to help the creature by sending waves of magic towards it, hoping that his magic would strengthen the creature to finally break out of its shell. He was unprepared when the egg was covered with white flames that scorched the altar it was on. With a final burst of magic and flames, the egg exploded, revealing a large, beautiful bird covered in white feathers, except for the tip of its wings and tail, which was red. The bird crooned a bit before trilling into a beautiful song that filled his heart with joy and power. His magic hummed in response to the song and reaching out to the bird. He unconsciously reached out with his hand and touched the bird's feathery head, resulting in the both of them to be engulfed in white flames. Harry could feel that it was very hot but was surprised that he wasn't burned. Instead, the flames seemed to be comforting him, like a mother's embrace, and reaching out to his core as if searching for something. He felt a click inside him when the flames latched on to its core, making it grow a bit in size. The power he felt was amazing. "Finally, my master, you're here," trilled the bird, but he could clearly hear the words in his mind. "Whoa, what happened?" asked a definitely confused Harry, his hands still on the bird's head. "We just bonded, master. We now share magic and I will always be there for you till the end of time," said the bird in his mind while releasing a beautiful song of warmth and love. Harry was about to ask another question when Edward spoke first. "Amazing! You just bonded with a phoenix, a white one at that. Rare they are, rarer than the fire phoenix that is a familiar to Albus Dumbledore," Edward said in awe. This was his first time to see a white phoenix in real life. Many books described them to be myths, but to see the real deal in front of him was something he could never forget. The white phoenix trilled another song and launched itself into the air and flew around Harry before settling down on his shoulder and started rubbing its head to his cheeks. Harry smiled and reached out to scratch the phoenix's chest, earning him a gentle croon of delight. "Hello. Thank you for choosing me as your master," said Harry to the phoenix. "May I ask your name?" "I don't have any name yet, master. You must name me and it will be mine forever," stated the phoenix as it enjoyed Harry's ministrations. It crooned in delight when it discovered his master to have incredible hands. He knew the right places to scratch and it loved the sensation. Are you a male or a female?" Harry asked while running through some names in his head. The phoenix trilled a warm note before answering. "Female. Hedwig. I'll name you Hedwig. Is that all right with you?" inquired the Potter Lord. He remembered the name from one of his history texts. He knew the name would fit his new familiar. The phoenix nodded and trilled a happy note for finally being given a name. Harry gave the phoenix one last scratch before turning to Edward, who was staring at him in awe. "So, how much for Hedwig? And can you give me the supplies needed to care for a phoenix?" "Money is not a problem. I want the best for my new friend," said Harry while giving Hedwig a smile. Hedwig, in response, just puffed up her chest, much to his amusement. Edward nodded and beckoned for Harry to follow him outside, too awed to say anything as of yet. Harry just followed him with an amused look which was also plastered on Hedwig's face. The staff was also glowing as well, as if sharing the same sentiment with his master and his familiar. Harry noticed its release state and willed it back into a cane to avoid revealing itself to the public. Everyone in the shop was staring at Harry and Hedwig in awe, since having a phoenix on your shoulder tend to have that effect on people. Harry mentally sighed. "Great, more admirers. Sheesh," he grumbled under his breath. Hedwig heard this, trilled a few notes of affection that calmed Harry down, who gave her a grateful smile. She didn't say anything but rubbed her cheeks to his. Harry reached the counter where Edward placed a beautiful perch and a box. "Here are the supplies you need for Hedwig here," Edward said, gesturing to the phoenix. "I have a perch here made from oak. You need not worry about her setting it on fire, since she only burns though she wants to. The tray at the bottom of the perch has a self-cleaning charm, so you don't need to clean up after her. Here's an expanded box containing fresh fruits in stasis, as well as some phoenix treats. These are like candies, so only give some to her, a few at a time. Phoenixes are known to have this slight addiction to sugar or anything that's sweet, hence the fruits." Harry looked at Hedwig, who was eyeing the box with hunger in her eyes. Harry laughed and opened the box, took out a cherry and gave it to Hedwig, who immediately picked it up with her beak and swallowed it whole. She swiveled her head and looked at Harry in the eyes, clearly asking for more. Harry grinned, got one more fruit, this time a grape, from the box and tossed it over his shoulder, which the phoenix deftly caught with a happy trill. That's enough for now, Hed. I'll give you more when we get home, all right? He got an affirmative note from a clearly happy phoenix. Edward just gave the phoenix an amused look. If you want a refill of the fruits, just tap your wand at the box when it's empty and it will refill from my stock. The cost will be automatically billed directly from your Gringotts account. The total is 10,500 galleons. The 10,000 is for the phoenix and 500 for a year's supply of fruits. The perch is free of charge with my compliments. Everyone stared at Harry with mouths open. The amount of money was staggering. Harry just shrugged and pulled out the wallet containing his Gringotts bank draft. He took one out and pressed his Potter ring on the indentation and stated the amount. After a brief glow, the amount on the draft was filled along with his signature. He handed the draft to Edward, who tapped it with his wand. It glowed blue for a bit, telling him that it was genuine. He smiled at Harry, who was clearly enjoying his new life partner. "Thank you for the purchase. Come again if you need anything," said Edward with a smile as Harry placed Hedwig's supplies into his new trunk. Harry nodded at Edward before shrinking the trunk again and replacing it back into his pocket. He left the shop and out into the alley while being subjected to odd looks courtesy of the beautiful white phoenix on his shoulder. Since it was lunchtime, Harry decided to eat something over at Florence Fontescue ice cream parlor. He was amused when Hedwig also wanted one. Smiling at his familiar, Harry ordered a large double Dutch sundae while Hedwig settled for the tropical delights, vanilla ice cream in a large bowl covered with slices of different fruits. Shaking his head at his familiar's choice, Harry tucked into his meal when the order was placed in front of him. He was amused as he ate his ice cream when the passers-by in the alley looked startled at seeing a white phoenix clearly enjoying an ice cream treat for the first time. Hedwig was standing on the table picking up the fruits with her beak before swallowing, trilling softly after each bite to Harry's amusement. After paying the meal with his card, he got up and left the shop while checking the rest of Griphook's letter. At the apothecary, Harry decided to buy all of the ingredients since he would be spending the entire year studying potions, being a total beginner on the subject. He might not be brewing immediately, but he definitely wanted to study the ingredients first, or the various theories surrounding the art. He did encounter a little bit of problem at the apothecary since the owner wanted to buy some tears and feathers from Hedwig. He stopped annoying Harry when Hedwig pecked the shop owner on the head until he bellowed a surrender. After that small altercation, Harry spent an hour levitating the ingredients into the potions section of his trunk to be sorted later when he gets home. After the apothecary, he replenished his stock of parchments at the supplies store before heading over to Twilfit and Tattings. He was treated with a bit more dignity, none of the embarrassing moments that Madame Malkins gave him. Harry assumed was maybe due to the high-class customers the store was frequently subjected to. She did gawk, however, when Harry revealed his true form to the amusement of Hedwig. After half an hour of measuring, he left the shop with a promise to come back later in the afternoon to pick up his orders. He was shocked at the amount he had to spend at the shop, roughly 950 galleons for 2 cloaks, 2 robes, and 3 dress robes for functions. But he could never deny the fact that the clothes he ordered were definitely fit for royalty. With all of his business in Diagon Alley finished, he decided to go down Nocturne Alley to get the rest of his shopping done. Harry immediately noticed the dark aura permeating the place upon entering the seedy corner of magical Britain. Hedwig was glaring at everyone, even looking at them, much to Harry's amusement. He ignored the stares, though he decided to take action when 2 drunken wizards tried to mug him. With a wave of his cane staff, he levitated the 2 drunks before throwing them to a wall with a little push of his magic. The indentations they left were very obvious, and everyone in the alley who saw his little display of wandless magic ensured that he wouldn't be bothered by anyone while shopping in the alley. Harry noticed the aura of darkness was stronger when he entered Borgins, especially when Harry picked up a dozen curses from various artifacts around the room with his mage sense. "What do you want?" Borgin demanded from behind the counter, not caring if he was a customer or not. Clearly, the difference between Diagon and Nocturne Alley was like night and day. I was led here by a reliable source that you sell certain books that I want to add to my collection. Price is not a problem, but quality is," declared Harry, smirking when he saw the gleam of greed in Borgin's eyes. "What books are you looking for?" The shop owner gave Harry a suspicious look. "You're a light wizard, judging from the phoenix on your shoulder. How astute of you. I'm here to purchase books, not to debate on the light and dark side of magic. Now, are you willing to do business or not? Don't waste my time so I can take my money elsewhere," Harry demanded, releasing a bit of his magic to make sure that he meant business. The sudden burst of magic in the room definitely scared the greedy shop owner. "Fine. What books are you looking for?" asked a cowed shop owner. "I need books on animagus, shadow magic, specifically shadow mages or sorcerers, and some books on spell creation if you have them." Harry listed off the books he needed from the dark art seller. The first two books were part of Harry's project over the summer, but the third request on spell creation was more of a hobby, since he wanted to find out why he was able to create his own set of skills or abilities without having to go through arithmancy to determine the effect of the spell. It wasn't a loss if the book doesn't provide him with the answer he seeks, since he can always add it to his growing collection or have some use of it in the future. Borgin was surprised at the list. "Those aren't dark arts books." "How observant of you, Mr. Borgin. As I told you, I am searching for books on specific topics. I don't care if they are light, dark, or borderline gray arts. I require information. That's it." "Well, do you have these books?" demanded Harry with a frown on his face that caused Borgin to break out in sweat. Borgin immediately nodded before disappearing to the back of the shop. Harry checked the clearly dangerous wares the man was selling while he waited. Hedwig clearly wasn't happy with what she was seeing, since she released a disapproving trill when Harry laid his eyes on an item that she didn't like or care. It took 10 minutes for Borgin to exit his hidden store behind the shop and place the books on the counter. Harry perused the titles before deciding whether to buy them or not. Animagus, the magical art of shifting to your animal form. Shadow Mages, an introduction. Spellcraft, a basic guide to spell creation. "These are pretty good books," commented Harry as he read some of the pages in the books. "I wonder why these aren't sold in Flourish and Blots." He didn't know that it wasn't sold in Diagon, but he assumed that its existence in Borgin's shop must have a reason. "Blame it on the Ministry. These books aren't dark at all, well, except for the book on shadow mages, since it is borderline gray considering the information it contained. The other two is safe to read by anyone, but it seems that Ministry wanted to control the British magicals by banning certain subjects that will cause them to lose control," explained Borgin as he tallied up Harry's purchase. "Indeed, information is information. It is the person who will decide whether the information is to be used for good or for evil," said Harry with a sniff. Ever since reading about the wizarding government, he wasn't impressed by it, especially on what they did to his godfather. That sums it up. Same with the dark arts. Knowing the spells doesn't make you evil, it's up to the person who used them, declared Borgin as he passed Harry the receipt, who took it and checked the price. Harry raised an eyebrow when he saw that the books were reasonably priced considering their rarity. "You left the part that the dark arts are addicting, since most of the spells require negative emotions to power. I'm sure that any light wizard would fall to its corruptions if they aren't aware of the truth," said Harry before handing the card to Borgin, who did the same thing with Ollivander before handing it back to Harry. "I'm sure, Borgin, that you overcharged me for the books, but I'll overlook it for now. Send word by owl to Harold Evans when you have acquired more books under these subjects or other rare tomes that you think might catch my fancy. I'll pay handsomely for them." With that, he left the shop with an awestruck Borgin following his exit. Harry exited Borgin's shop with relief. He knew that in order to have a proper business relation with the man, he needed to make sure that he acted like a typical pureblood, pompous, rich, and snarky. Thankfully, his experience with the Dursleys taught him how to act as if it was the real thing. Hedwig trilled a comforting tune before rubbing her head on Harry's cheek. "I know, girl. That place gave me the creeps," he said with a shudder. The amount of cursed items in the shop was starting to give him a headache. If it wasn't for the fact that Borgin deals in rare books, I wouldn't step in there even if it saves my life. "Don't worry, master. I'll always be here to protect you," said Hedwig in his mind. The loving overtones in her voice spoke volumes of her affections to him. I know, Head. I'm thankful that I found you, said Harry with a smile as he scratched Hedwig's chest. Shall we go shop for a house elf? I think that will be our last stop here in Nocturne Alley for a while. We can visit the bookshop here later when we have the time. We'll pick up the clothes and buy some books in Flourish and Blots before heading home. All right? Hedwig trilled in agreement and settled down on Harry's shoulder as the young Potter Lord moved to the next stop of their shopping expedition. It didn't take long for Harry to acquire a house elf. Of course, he had to haggle with the owner of the shop who sold these hardworking creatures to make the right impression. Eventually, they settled on a price of 2,000 galleons for a healthy house elf named Flippy, who immediately bonded with Harry without prompting. He told the elf to wait for him in the attic at Privet Drive after sending a mental image to the excited elf before popping away. It was around 2 in the afternoon when Harry and Hedwig exited Nocturne Alley, much to their relief. Considering that he already had his trunk, he stopped by Madame Malkin's to pick up his order. He didn't stay long enough to be showered with innuendos by the portly matron. He immediately left, much to the amusement of Malkin's, who expected him to return during Hogwarts shopping for his robes. Harry didn't see her rub her hands in glee as she vowed to come up with more conversational pieces to make the young lord would be blushing red like a tomato. Harry suddenly shivered as if expecting something awful to happen to him in the future. He also stopped by at Twilfit and Tadding's to pick up his expensive order. Thankfully, there weren't that many, so it only took an hour for the owner to finish his order. Enough time for Harry to pick it up without having to wait. Considering that he already got Hedwig, and after a brief conversation with the beautiful Phoenix, Harry decided to forego getting an owl since his familiar can carry letters anywhere instantly by flame travel. Heck, she could even bring people along if need be. His last stop was to Flourish and Blots, where he spent the rest of the afternoon checking out different books he could add to his collection. He decided to avoid the Hogwarts books for now since there was a possibility of being assigned new books when his letter comes when reaches the right age. True, this wouldn't have stopped him, but he decided that the first 2 years of Hogwarts books was enough for now. He decided to advance at a normal speed this time, though he was free to do independent studies if needed. He did, after all, decided to focus on his abilities first before moving on. He decided to update his mini-library inside his trunk with the latest on core subjects, like herbology, potions, transfiguration, charms, astronomy, and runes. He was lucky that he found a book on animagus, but was dismayed when the information within only contained the experience of those who already found and merged with their animal forms. It was written pretty badly, but he bought it anyway. He also bought books on rudimentary curse breaking and warding, since there might be modern techniques they're not available in the old books he had down in the vaults. He made a mental note to ask Griphook to schedule a visit to the vaults to check the wonderful tomes stored therein. As an afterthought, Harry subscribed to the wizarding paper, The Daily Prophet, to keep himself updated on the latest news. He also subscribed to the Quibbler, but the clerk told him that it was a waste of time. Harry decided to ignore the warning since there might be something good to read among its pages. Finished with his shopping, Harry walked over to the secluded nook before shadow walking home. He shadow walked back to his attic quickly, followed by a flaming Hedwig, since his familiar adamantly refused to try to enter the land of shadows, as she called it. He was happy that Flippy already prepared him a meal when he arrived, so the only thing he did was take a bath in his large transfigured bathtub behind a partition in one corner of the attic. He wore one of the wizarding robes he bought for home use and found it very comfortable and much to his liking. He vowed to buy more of it, even to the point of daring to enter Madame Malkin's shop just to do so. He shivered in fear at the thought of being subjected to the woman's innuendos. He ate his meal with Flippy after spending a good part of the hour trying to convince the elf to dine with him. He was successful, but the bawling and crying of the elf on how great he was got on his nerves. It didn't help that Hedwig and his staff were laughing at him for being bombarded by adoration from an awestruck house elf. Chapter 04. Potter Manor. Harry woke up the next morning in a happy mood. His first shopping trip in magical Britain went off without a hitch. His happy mood wasn't even dented when he remembered that he needed to sort through all his purchases and placing them in their respective areas in his new trunk. He looked around his renovated attic before finally deciding that it was time to leave and find a place to call his own. Since he was already considered an adult in the magical world, he could live on his own without any worries of anyone getting in the way. If he needed a new home, the first logical choice would be to ask Griphook if the Potters owned any. He was quite sure that there should be a house or two somewhere since he read in a book that most pureblood wizarding families tend to have a family manor somewhere as an ancestral home. He decided to send Hedwig to his account manager later for a complete listings of any properties that he and his families owned. He stretched a bit before getting out of bed, wanting to get the day started. His beloved familiar was sleeping peacefully on her perch at the foot of his bed. He smiled at the sight before turning towards his staff. He decided last night to let the staff revert to its natural form when in private. He remembered Ollivander's advice to spend a lot of time with his new focus to let the bond complete and settle. It might be a good idea to practice a few spells with his staff to get the feel of it, as well as speeding the bonding process with the constant use of magic. A noise from the living room caught his attention. He craned his neck to see beyond the sofa, but he still couldn't see what was making the noise. Grumbling, he stood up and walked over to the living room to see Flippy busy arranging his newly bought wardrobe inside his trunk. He smiled at the hard-working house elf. "Good morning, Flippy. Working hard, I see," greeted Harry as he flopped down on the sofa opposite of the elf, interested on what his little friend was doing. "Good morning, Master Harry Potter, sir. I is fixing your clothes since it was just in your trunk getting wrinkles," replied Flippy in his excited, squeaky voice. "Great work, Flippy. Why don't you rest a bit and join me for a bite of breakfast?" Harry suggested to the elf. It wasn't good to let the little guy work without getting some food in his stomach. He was hungry himself, and eating with company was better than eating alone. "Oh, I would love to, great Master Harry Potter, sir." Harry tried to ignore the long name the elf insisted on addressing him. "I already have breakfast at the table ready for you. I'm not sure if you like tea or hot chocolate, so Flippy have both at the ready." "That's all right, Flippy. I prefer tea for breakfast and hot chocolate before going to bed, and juice for lunch, especially fresh fruits," said Harry as he pushed himself off the couch and walked over to the dining table where he saw a plate with his favorites: pancakes with butter, tea, bacon, sausages, and cheese omelets. He drooled at the sight. "This looks great, Flippy. You're an excellent cook, judging from last night's dinner." It was the first time Harry saw an elf blush and found it very amusing. He sat on his usual chair and tucked in while Flippy shyly took the chair beside his master as he was ordered to for every meal. His new master was weird that way. For Harry, it was a nice breakfast session. Both he and Flippy enjoyed the food while they traded questions and answers about house elves, what kind of food Harry likes to eat, daily habits, elf bonds, and so on. Flippy also asked Harry regarding his wants and needs so he could anticipate them in the future. It was an enlightening conversation for the both of them. After breakfast, Flippy cleaned the dishes magically and shooed Harry off the living room. Harry wanted to help the little guy sort through his purchases, but the elf adamantly refused. Sighing, Harry walked over to his study table and pulled out a parchment and quill, starting a letter to Griphook to jumpstart his search for a home. Griphook was currently enjoying a quiet morning sipping fire whiskey as he pondered on the improvement of his station in the Goblin Nation. Thanks to the young Lord Potter's acceptance of his title, the Potter and Gryffindor vaults were once again in circulation, earning both him and Harry quite a lot of money from both new and old investments. The addition of the Ravenclaw vault was a surprise for him, but a welcome one. Thanks to the house being activated for the first time in 300 years, Griphook was enjoying the station of being the richest goblin account manager in all of Gringotts worldwide. He fell out of his chair when a burst of white flame appeared in front of him, revealing a white phoenix. After being awed at the rare sight of seeing such a rare creature appear in his office, he noticed a letter clutched in its talons. He was quite sure that it was addressed to him, since a phoenix will only deliver the letter of its master to the correct recipient without any room for error. So this phoenix belonged to someone he knew. Interesting. He took the letter from the phoenix and read, ignoring the phoenix perched on the back of the chair in front of him. "Dear Griphook, I hope my phoenix familiar didn't surprise you. Her name's Hedwig, and we bonded yesterday in the back room of Magical Menagerie. Edward Moonfong was surprised that the egg was a rare white phoenix. I guess I don't do normal, huh? Anyway, you told me to send you an owl, but Hedwig disagreed in buying one since she can deliver the letter much better than an owl ever could. I guess she's proud of herself as my familiar and didn't want other animal to share my affection. Weird what? To the point, you can send everything you need to me through Hedwig. She's more than happy to help. I'm not sure if she'll answer your call, but I told her to listen just in case, and she agreed. If she doesn't respond to your call, then I'm sure that you can get your hands on an owl. Anyway, I would like to see a list of properties that I own. I'm getting tired of living in an attic here in Privet Drive, even if I did give it an overhaul using magic. I guess I really wanted to have a home to call my own since I never had one to begin with. I'll read through everything you plan to send me, and we can schedule a meeting afterwards if you want to discuss matters you find important. That's all for now. Harry. P.S. I hate my very long name. Just address me as Harry in letter. It's easier to read that way. Griphook sighed. It was just his luck to get a smart-ass kid to be the lord of 3 most ancient and noble houses. However, he could never deny the fact that the young Potter was powerful, very powerful. With the right training, his skills and power could easily surpass those of Dumbledore and Voldemort. He was confident, however, that Harry will surpass them in the soonest possible time since the boy was quite intelligent. Frighteningly so. Sighing again, he eyed the phoenix who he swore was looking at him with amusement. Damn it, even his familiar has the same attitude as him. Annoyed, he conjured a large box and placed heaps of documents, books, ledgers, and other information concerning the 3 vaults from his drawer. He was the only account manager in Gringotts who had the foresight to enchant his table with an expanded space. All the needed documents were safely stored therein without having to go down the vaults just to retrieve them for their patrons. That should take the boy a few months, hopefully a year, to read through all of them and avoid bothering him so he could relax and enjoy his new station in life. And of course, do some smart investing on the side to increase their coffers. With a vindictive gleam in his eyes, he shrunk the large box to the size of a matchbox before penning a letter to the young lord before sealing it and handing it to the phoenix along with the shrunken box. The phoenix leveled him another amused gaze before giving out a happy trill as if enjoying the joke that's about to happen, grabbed the box on the table and flamed out towards its master. Harry James Potter, lord of 3 most ancient and noble houses, was glaring at the large box on the dining table filled to the brim with documents, books, and other items related to his accounts in Gringotts. He grinned at first when he saw the matchbox Hedwig was carrying in her talons when she flamed in, thinking that it wouldn't take long in going through everything before relaxing down with his newly bought books. However, the grin was short-lived upon reading Griphook's letter. He growled in distaste when the goblin practically ordered him to review everything inside the box pertaining to his accounts, since he should have learned it already if his parents were still alive or if his magical guardian acted accordingly. Coincidentally, the letter was charmed to trigger the box's enchantment, reverting it back to its original size, which was quite large. He winced if the box had an expanded space charm to hold more paperwork. Sighing, he lifted the lid off the box and his eyes bugged out at the amount of papers inside. Yes, he was right. It definitely had an expanded space charm. The books and ledgers were quite thick and could take weeks, if not months, to read through. Sneaky, devious, annoying goblin. One of Harry's eyes twitched in annoyance. Not seeing any other option, Harry reached into the box and pulled out a ledger with the word properties on the front. If he wanted to find the perfect home, then he might as well start reading through the junk and get it over with. It took a while, but Harry was able to find the perfect home to settle down in. Ever since he saw the name of the property, he immediately fell in love with it. Potter Manor. The ancestral home of the Potters. His new home. He immediately penned a letter to Griphook requesting for a method of travel to Potter Manor. According to the ledger, the ancient wards were activated when Voldemort attacked his grandparents during a summer ball held in the property. With his grandparents killed no thanks to an assassin hired by the Dark Lord to get the job done while he provided the decoy, the property was magically forced into lockdown and only a particularly portkey secreted away in the Potter family vault can get him there. Even his father wasn't able to find the portkey, which was the reason why he and his mother settled down in Godric's Hollow. With this information in mind, he immediately scheduled an appointment with Griphook to visit his family vault to search for the elusive portkey of Potter Manor. It took a week for Griphook to set the schedule for their treasure-hunting expedition with Hedwig and Flippy inside the Potter family vault. According to Griphook, he needed to check the items in the vault that was listed in the ledgers he gave him a week back. One of these items was the elusive portkey. If he wanted to live in Potter Manor, then Harry needed to find it first. Harry knew that it was a ploy of the goblin to get Harry to read his family's holdings, and it was a dirty trick on the goblin's part to hold the scheduling of the visit to the vault as a hostage to force him to do so. With no other choice, Harry breezed through the paperwork in the box and finally finished the ledger in 3 days of non-stop reading. Thankfully, he loves to read, so it was easy to go through the nonsense without breaking down, and his occlumency helped a lot for this project. He did, however, discover that his family vault wasn't only restricted to money. In fact, all heirlooms were in there, a millennium worth of items that would take months to sort out. Their objective: find an unknown item that serves as the portkey to Potter Manor. Finding a needle in a haystack was easier compared to what he was about to go through. But Harry was determined to get this done, no matter what. Harry, Hedwig, and Flippy were facing the huge vaulted doors of the Potter family vault, with Griphook grinning by the entrance. "Are you ready for your first day of treasure hunting?" asked Griphook with an evil glint in his eyes. Harry nodded, clutching his staff in his right hand, determined to find that blasted portkey no matter how long it takes. Flippy was rubbing his hands in glee. He was tasked by his master to look for an unknown portkey. However, he didn't tell good Flippy not to clean the place in the process. Flippy was determined to clean the vault no matter how long it takes. Hedwig just thrilled a song to keep everyone calm, though the Phoenix was a bit hesitant to search for something they had no idea what amidst a pile of junk. She did remember her master packing a lot of fruits and sweets inside his trunk, so she immediately volunteered to join them despite the hours of work ahead of her. Hedwig was determined to steal the sweet goodness no matter how long it takes. Griphook gleefully opened the door to the Potter family vault and ushering the trio in. He happily gave the young lord a trunk filled with food and drinks for a month. He was determined to get the young Potter lord out of the way while he started investing, no matter how long it takes. Harry and Flippy were resting in one of the corners of the huge Potter family vault where the furniture was located. Flippy was kind enough to clean up a bed, dining table, and some ancient dishes that they could use to dine in. Couches were also cleaned up for them to rest and relax on. It was hell trying to sort through the money, heirlooms, and junks to find a portkey. What made the problem worse was the lack of information on what the portkey actually looked like. However, this project had been a learning experience for one Harry James Potter. He mastered his mage sense after forcing his magic to work for him to look for the elusive portkey. He learned how to channel magic to his eyes to see the magic surrounding the various objects in the huge room the size of a football field. Harry discovered that each spell has its own signature, more like a fixed design on how it enveloped an object to produce a specific result. His scanning ability also improved by leaps and bounds with every use as he strained it to the maximum to locate anything in the vault that produced even a pinch of magic. He worked in tandem with his beloved house elf. While Harry searched for portkeys, Flippy was in charge of checking the ledger to determine their location. He told the elf to tag them before setting them aside in a cabinet for later use. They found a total of 85 portkeys to various locations around the globe. Most of them were reusable portkeys to famous tourist destinations, both Muggle and magical. Harry decided to take note of them just in case he wanted to travel the world in the future. The rest of the portkeys were to properties that he owned. Some no longer existed but a plot of land, while others were being rented out. One of the portkeys even had a farm for a destination, and Harry was curious as to what the farm was producing. The search became an impromptu house cleaning session thanks to Flippy's insistence that it would be easier to find something if everything was properly sorted. Sighing, he sent Hedwig to Griphook with a letter asking for more food since they were consuming it at a rapid pace thanks to workout they were getting inside the vault. Unknown to Harry, Griphook was more than happy to comply with the young lord's wishes since it was one workload taken off his hands. Sneaky goblin. After a group planning session which involves Flippy and Hedwig, the group decided to rearrange the whole vault for easy access. From the looks of it, the previous Potters were slobs who loved to just store their heirlooms without thinking of organization. It seems that his ancestor would just take the cart down to the vault and just throw whatever they wanted stored into a pile with no thought of fixing the place up. It was maddening for the young lord. The group of treasure hunters, who now became the cleaning crew, decided to tackle the problem one by one. All the monies were placed in one corner of the room, no longer haphazardly strewn on the floor with the rest of the junk. Thanks to the judicious use of high-powered transfiguration courtesy of his staff, Harry was able to create a gigantic coin bank commonly used in casinos to easily bring the needed coins. It took 2 weeks for this project to finish, but in the end, They were able to transfigure huge coin banks for galleons, sickles, and nuts. A press of a button is all it needed to get the desired money, not that he needed it since he had his pouch, card, and drafts. The large amount of magic used forced Harry to send Flippy out to buy a lot of pepper-up potions so he could continue working without needed to rest. In the third week involved the total organization of all literary works inside the Potter family vault. This was one chore Harry loved to do since he got to read some of them, increasing his spell repertoire and theory of magic that would help him greatly when he attends Hogwarts. Aside from being slobs, Harry admitted that his family was an avid collector of books. There were around 4,000 or so tomes in the vault alone, with subjects ranging from simple transfiguration to complex rituals to call down a lightning bolt to fry up their enemies. There were bookshelves available, but it wasn't enough to hold everything. Harry sent Hedwig to a furniture shop in Diagon Alley and ordered 100 bookshelves to be shrunk and placed on a small box for easy transport. With the promise of a bonus, the furniture shop owner finished the order in a record-breaking time of 2 hours. It was a good thing Harry knew how to motivate workers to produce results faster, even if he had to spend more money to get it done. It took another week to create a list of all the books and organize them according to categories. Harry decided to turn it into a project that required research, to create a self-updating list of books in the vault, as well as a method of taking it out without having to visit Gringotts. Shelves were arranged and labeled according to subjects. It was at this point in time that Harry learned to cast the preservation charm, since the books his family owned were both old and rare, possibly the only copy in the entire Wizarding Britain. The fifth week was solely focused on the various documents inside boxes that littered the floor of the vault. Harry created a partition in another corner of the vault and filled it with filing cabinets to safely hold the documents. Of course, these were protected by a preservation charm as well. Harry noticed that most of the documents were IOUs from wizarding families who owed the Potter family a lot of money. Judging from the date, amount, and interest rates, Harry may become the richest lord in all of Britain if he decided to cash it all in. The thought made Harry giddy and decided to share this little information with Griphook later, since he was sure that the greedy goblin didn't know about them, since the documents were not recorded in the ledgers of the Potter family. The sixth week was focused on furniture and fixtures that was owned by a member of the Potter family or another. Harry was subjected to looking through a lot of antique items that would fetch a tidy sum in the Muggle world. Not that he needed the money. Eventually, he and Flippy decided to create another partition to store them in. Due to the lack of space, they eventually decided to shrink some of the furniture and store in large cabinets they have left over. Of course, the more comfortable, modern furniture were laid out for them to use during their stay. They also placed the wizarding portraits in this section of the vault, since Harry used his free time either in the library reading or happily holding a conversation with his ancestors. He promised them a place in Potter Manor since it was boring staying in the vaults. The 7th and 8th week were spent categorizing the armors, weapons, and family heirlooms, and stored in their own respective sections. Harry decided to learn how to use a weapon just in case, since there were plenty of them in the Potter armory that he found fascinating. He did, however, decide to look for katas on staff weapons, since his own staff was nigh indestructible. After 2 long months or 8 weeks worth of cleaning, the vault looked pristine and organized. However, they still hadn't found the port key. Harry was currently cursing up a storm as the portraits were starting at him, some in amusement while others were worried that the boy had finally snapped. "Damn it! Where in the world is that port key?" shouted Harry. Flippy and Hedwig were hiding behind one of the more sturdy furniture, since Harry was releasing waves upon waves of magic that threatened to ruin their hard work in the vault if he didn't get a hold of himself. Even Hedwig's calming song didn't faze the boy, since he was holding his staff as he ranted and raved. The waves the young Potter Lord was emitting were stronger. Thankfully, the vault was secured by goblin magic that can easily survive an atomic bomb at point-blank range. "What are you looking for, lad? It is unbecoming for a Potter to curse," chastised the portrait of his great-great-grandfather Aurelius Potter. "I'm looking for the port key to Potter Manor, great-granddad. My grandparents hid the port key when the manor was attacked by Voldemort, forcing it to go into lockdown after their deaths," replied Harry as he plopped down on the couch in front of the portrait, mentally, physically, and magically drained from his hour-long tirade. Did you try the Potter family ring? It is an all-around port key to all the properties, you know. It was made that way," Aurelius suggested to his grandson. Harry looked at him blankly until his brain registered what the portrait said. He lifted his hand in front of his face and stared at the Potter ring. He closed his eyes to improve his focus, covered the ring with his magic, and sensed the enchantments upon it. Durability, check. Blood detection, check. Minor protection and defensive enchantments, check and check. Portkey. Harry's eyes snapped open when he realized that the Potter ring on his hand was a multi-way reusable portkey. Realizing that what he was looking for was practically in his grasp, he started cursing again with renewed vigor, causing Flippy to pop out of the vault with Hedwig flaming after him. Harry stayed one more day inside the vault after discovering the portkey to peruse the items inside that he could bring with him for study. Despite being a 10-year-old, Harry James Potter was a studious boy who just loved to learn new things that were too advanced for someone his age to learn or even know about. Of course, the first target of his obsession was books. He didn't bother to bring them all since he didn't have enough space in his trunk. However, he did bring a few that he found useful, like books on warding, enchanting, advanced charms, advanced transfiguration, and a rare copy of Most Potenti Potions co-authored by one of his ancestors. His next target was the filing cabinet that contained the IOUs. He gathered up the documents and bound them together into a thick book for easy access. He made sure that the documents can be removed with ease using a Muggle device called a ring binder. Now that he had everything, Harry sent Hedwig to Griphook to inform him that he was ready to leave the vault. Harry was currently sitting in front of a very happy Griphook after telling the goblin what he did in the vault. He already sent Flippy home to pack everything and undo the transfiguration on the items so his relatives won't flip when they discover the renovations he made during his stay. So let me get this straight, it took you relatively 2 months to organize everything in the Potter family vault? Asked an incredulous Griphook. Harry nodded and conjured a piece of parchment with a snap of his fingers. He gave it to Griphook, who curiously took it. That's the map of an organized Potter family vault. As you can see, we sorted everything in their specific sections. Money is now in their respective banks, books are arranged and categorized in shelves, documents are in filing cabinets, armors and swords are in one section cleaned by Flippy, and the jewels and small heirlooms are in trunks in another section. I think that's it, said Harry as he listed down everything he did down in the vault, proud of his accomplishment. Oh, the furniture and fixtures are in a cabinet below the portraits. All are shrunk for easy storage. Griphook nodded and placed the map in a drawer for safekeeping. The Potter family ring is a portkey according to your ancestor's portrait? Asked the curious goblin. He didn't know that the Potter ring was a portkey. It wasn't unheard of, but he didn't know that the Potter did that. Yes, Harry replied with a nod followed by a disgruntled grunt. I just need to channel my magic through it and say my destination and the password which Great-Granddad gave me. I see, Griphook agreed. It was ingenious to turn the family ring into a portkey since only those of blood can wear them. For safety reasons, it was the ultimate defense for such a personal portkey. I also noticed this book I am not familiar with, asked the goblin as he patted the thick ring-bound book. Actually, I found them while I was cleaning the boxes. Flippy and I sorted through them and found out that all of them are IOUs, said Harry with a grin. IOUs? Asked a confused Griphook. What in Ragnarok's name was an IOU? Oh, it's a Muggle term of IOU. It's like an on-the-spot contract saying that you owe someone something with terms of payments or something, explained Harry before patting the book. This book contains all the IOUs down in the vault. It seems that a majority of the wizarding families owe House Potter a lot of money. Griphook's eyes widened at the discovery. He immediately took the book and scanned the IOUs inside. His smile grew wider and wider after checking a few pages, then looked at Harry with a sinister grin. This is an amazing discovery, Lord Potter. We can use this as leverage in the future if things hit the fan, so to speak. Oh, do tell, asked Harry while raising an eyebrow. Most of the families listed in these IOUs are from dark families, specifically those in service the Dark Lord and pleaded Imperius just to avoid Azkaban. The Malfoys, Knotts, Parkinson, Crabbe, Goyle, Lestrange, and a whole lot more. Even the family of Minister Fudge owes you money. An amazing find indeed. We can definitely use these in the future, explained Griphook with a sinister grin slowly being mimicked by Harry as he realized the importance of the IOUs aside from its monetary value. Interesting, I guess I'll leave those up to you since I'm not that well-versed in finance, economy, and blackmail to know what you're thinking. However, there are a few things that I wanted to ask you. At the goblin's nod, he continued. I was wondering why none of my parents' things are down in the vault. I'm sure that the house in Godric Hollow is still intact. If it's still standing, is there any way for us to go there and get the important items out? Interesting question. I know that the house in Godric's Hollow is still standing, but it's been warded to make sure that it isn't looted by treasure hunters or by your fans. Harry shuddered at this. I can schedule a team of goblins to go to your home in Godric's Hollow and break down the wards keeping the place protected, and bring all the salvageable items down to your vault. The team will also put the wards back up to safeguard the place. Is that to your liking? Harry nodded. Yes, please, Griphook. That would be much appreciated. How long do you think it would take for them to get this done? Griphook scratched his chin. I would say 2 weeks, Lord Potter, possibly more depending on the nature of the wards. A 30% additional bonus if they can get it done in 1 week, countered the Potter Lord. Done. Griphook agreed immediately. He might not like the lad's childishness, but the kid definitely knew how the world works. Money can speed up any process after all. Well, Griphook, if that's all, then I will be leaving for Potter Manor now. Can I portkey from here? Asked Harry as he stood up from the couch, eager to be off. Griphook nodded. It is usually frowned upon to use any forms of wizard travel to and from Gringotts, but since you're in my office, I'll make an exception for you. My only request is that you travel out from here but don't enter Gringotts without going through a teller. It's impolite. He chided the young lord after he saw the grin Harry was sporting upon the mention of being allowed to use his unique form of travel in and out of the bank. The goblin didn't want the boy to just appear in his office without him getting ready for it. He might suffer a heart attack if that happened, and goblins don't get heart problems. Ever? Harry nodded. Thanks, Griphook. If you'll excuse me, I have a Potter Manor to explore. He turned to Hedwig, who was perched on his shoulder. Do you want a portkey with me or follow me after? He asked his familiar since he knew that Hedwig prefers her own brand of transportation compared to the ones wizards use. I'll fly around, Master. It's been a while since I stretched my wings. I'll meet you afterwards, said Hedwig before launching herself to the air, and Flame traveled out of the office. Harry murmured the password while channeling a bit of magic to his family ring before feeling a tug in his navel as he was portkeyed towards Potter Manor. Harry was able to catch himself when he arrived at a relatively secluded clearing surrounded by a thick forests. He shook his head and vowed to avoid portkey travel in the future. There was something about being yanked from your gut and literally thrown from place to place that didn't appeal to him. He looked around and saw nothing of the fabled Potter Manor, but he did sense a large amount of magic in the air even if he couldn't see it. However, he did see a large rock around 5 feet tall with the Potter crest on it. Deciding to follow his instinct, he walked over to the stone and conjured a plane of fame before slicing his palm open. He placed his bloodied palm over crest and felt the pulse of power coming from the stone. There was a shimmer in the air as the protective wards recognized his claim on the property before revealing itself to its new lord and master. Check out Alnwick Castle on Google to see what the castle looks like. Harry was shocked at the now visible Potter Manor, though a castle would have been more fitting to describe the place. The stone outcropping where he shed blood to allow him entrance morphed into a marble sculpture of a roaring lion with the Potter crest on its chest, clearly protecting the iron fence that served as the only entrance to the property. He walked over to the gate, which immediately swung inwards to grant him entry. Harry noticed that despite the lack of occupants, the lawn was well tended and the castle seems to gleam in the afternoon sun. He walked up the stairs to a large wooden door when a house elf appeared in front of him. Greetings, Master Potter. My name is Philip and I'm the head elf of Potter Manor. I have awaited your coming for a long time, said Philip the house elf with a bow. Harry schooled his feature to hide his shock at the unexpected appearance of the old elf. Greetings, Philip. I'm sorry that I was late in coming since I just heard about Potter Manor after I've come into my inheritance. Will you be so kind to show me around? Of course, Master Potter, agreed Philip before snapping his fingers, which caused the heavy doors to swing open to reveal a well-lighted hallway which the house elf explained to be the foyer and receiving room for the visitors. At the end of the hallway was a grand staircase leading to the next level. The tour started from there. Aside from the foyer, which doubled as a receiving center for the guests, Philip showed him the dining room that is mostly used for state functions that can easily house 100. He was introduced to the ballroom and the Potter Library, which was in one of the towers starting from the ground floor up. It was 5 floors worth of books, which made Harry drool at the sight. The second floor of Potter Manor contained the guest rooms, which numbered to around 20, which Philip informed him were mostly reserved for the guests of the family. Each of the rooms was fully furnished and contained their own opulent bathrooms. The third floor contained the master's and 5 of the family bedrooms, as well as a public sitting room where the lords and ladies usually held court to host important discussions. There was also a hidden door behind a large tapestry of a griffin that serves as direct access to the library. Harry swore to use it as many times as possible. The fourth floor held the training room and the potions room, which according to Philip requires a thorough inventory since the items there were seriously outdated, and requires floor also holds the Potter Armory, and a room full of antiques. Harry just looked at the latter with a little bit of disdain since he had too much exposure of antiques back in the Potter family vault. The fifth floor was the parapet, which hosts a lush mini garden perfect for relaxing, as well as an entrance to a tower that housed the Potter owls. Philip informed him that the owls were still there since the manor was visible to animals and the birds settled down and made it their home. New ones joined the family, which made sure that Harry never ran out of messenger birds. After the tour, Harry was led back to the third floor towards the Lord's study adjacent to the master suite. It was a simple room devoid of any portraits, which Harry planned to remedy later after a thorough inspection of the place. The study housed a large oaken table and a plush high-back chair. Philip informed him that the previous Lord Potters used the study when tackling important projects or family business that requires privacy. The elf also pointed out a secret panel where the wall can be opened to the library. Harry, right there and then, immediately fell in love with secret doors and planned to ask Philip to reveal all the secrets of Potter Manor to him. Harry sat on the Lord's chair and looked at the expectant Philip, who seems to be awaiting orders. Any orders? "Philip, are you the only house elf here in Potter Manor?" asked a curious Harry. Philip nodded sadly. "Yes, young master. The other elves died since the bond with the master and mistress was broken when they died. They lasted 5 years before they succumbed to the lack of magic. It is normal for unbound elves to seek new masters, but the Potter elves loved it here and would rather die in Potter Manor than having to seek new employments. They are buried on the grounds behind the manor. I'm the only one left." Harry was saddened at the revelation. The loyal elves could have been saved if his father found out the secrets of Potter Manor. Fighting back the tears threatening to escape, he reinforced his shields to control his emotions. "Philip, do you mean you're unbound since you didn't follow the fate of your fellow elves?" "No, young master. Philip is bound to Potter Manor, and the manor's magic supplied me with enough to survive. The last Lord Potter immediately switched my bond over to the manor before he died to protect the place before the next Lord Potter takes up the mantle," explained the elf proudly. "I see. Do you want to maintain the bond, or do you want to transfer it over to me?" Philip started jumping around, happy at being asked to bond with a new Lord Potter. "I would be happy to bond with the new Lord Potter. Will young master be bonding with me now?" At Harry's nod, Philip walked around the table and touched Harry while murmuring an incantation that Harry wasn't familiar with. They both glowed for a bit until Harry felt the bond between master and elf settle inside his core. Philip was looking at him in awe and adoration. Young master is a powerful sorcerer. Philip is happy to have a powerful master. Harry smiled at the elf and patted him on the head. "So, Philip, I have a personal elf that catered to my needs for a few months now, and I would have him join us here in Potter Manor. Do you require more elves? If yes, how many?" "Oh yes, young master. Potter Manor be needing more elves. Elves be plenty before the last Lord Potter died, and I have been keeping everything clean on my own. I was weakening when you arrived and would only have a year or 2 before I follow the rest to sleep, since the manor wards could no longer sustain me." Harry nodded until he realized what Philip said. "What do you mean the wards are weakening?" he asked immediately. He knew that the defenses of Potter Manor was extensive, meaning it takes a lot of magic to power. The Potter Manor wards have been working at full power since it went into lockdown. It has been too long since it was given more power by a Lord Potter. Aside from powering the extensive wards protecting the manor, It also gave me magic to take care of things here," explained Elf. Where's the ward room and how do I power it? Do I need to power the wards now or later?" Harry asked the elf since he wanted to make sure that the property is well protected from potential threats. The room that housed the Potter Wardstone is in a secret room in the foyer. Harry mumbled about Potters and their love for secret rooms that Philip ignored. "I can take you there now or later. The manor wards are still working at full power, though the stone that held the magic be weakening already." "I see. We can tackle the wards tomorrow," said Harry before calling for Flippy, who appeared immediately beside Philip with a soft pop. "Master Harry Potter, sir, called Flippy?" said the young elf with a bow before looking speculatively at Philip and nodding when he felt the bond to his master. "Yes, Flippy. Before I will ask you to accompany Philip here to buy more elves for Potter Manor's upkeep. I want to ask if you're done with the attic back at Privet Drive?" Flippy nodded and snapped his fingers, causing his mother's trunk and his new 5-compartment trunk to appear beside him. "Yes, Master Harry Potter, sir. I be undoing all the magic you used in the attic and put it back to normal. I also removed the charm on the entrance." Harry smiled and gave the elf a nod of gratitude. "Thank you, Flippy. Now I want you to bring out Hedwig's food box and perch and place it in the master's suite for her, and let Philip help you sort the stuff in the trunk. Leave the books and potion ingredients for now and sort them later, just the clothes and my writing supplies. When you're done, I want you to go to the elf shop in Nocturne Alley and purchase as many elves the manor might need. Ask Philip on what else is needed and get it done. Do you need me to give you money now for the elves?" Philip and Flippy shook their heads, though it was Philip who spoke first. "No, young master. Since we are bonded to you, we can get the money directly from your vaults at Gringotts." "Good. Look for Griphook. I'm sure he'll be happy to help. Wait for a bit. I'll introduce you to Hedwig," said Harry before sending out a mental call to his familiar, who immediately flamed into the room and perched at the back of Harry's chair before releasing a happy trill to the awe of the old Potter elf. "Philip, I would like to introduce you to Hedwig, my familiar. Hedwig, this is Philip, the Potter Manor head elf." Hedwig looked at the awed Philip before trilling a note of acceptance. "Well, that's done. Flippy, you will be my personal elf, seeing to my and Hedwig's every needs. Philip, you will be in charge of the entirety of Potter Manor and retain your position as head elf. When you buy the elves, bring them to me later when I arrive, since I have some things I need to do over at my old home. I'll be taking my lunch here in the study, Flippy, when I arrive. All right?" Both elves nodded and popped out of the room, leaving Harry and Hedwig alone. Hedwig flamed into the attic of Privet Drive with Harry in tow to confront his relatives. He could have easily shadow-traveled, but his familiar just grabbed him, then flamed out, much to his amusement. Looking around, Harry noticed that Flippy did a good job in cleaning up the attic since it was back to its normal self, dust included. Nodding, he walked out of the attic with Hedwig on his shoulders down to first floor, where he knew that the Dursleys were relaxing if their schedule was to be followed. Harry reached the first floor and saw Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Dudley were watching the telly. "Hello, everyone," greeted Harry cheerfully. The Dursleys were startled by the greeting, immediately turning their heads to see Harry standing there wearing his full regalia of wizarding robes, staff in hand with Hedwig perched regally on his shoulder. Vernon saw this and immediately took action. "What are you doing here, boy? Go back to your room. And what in blazes are you wearing? I won't stand any of your FRE." He was silenced in mid-tirade by Harry, who pointed his staff at him and released a silencing spell. "Hello to you too, Uncle Vernon," Harry said sweetly. He turned to his aunt, who was looking at him in horror. "Hello, Aunt Petunia. Beautiful day, isn't it?" What did you do to Vernon?" she stuttered. But before Harry could answer, Dudley roared, which sounded more like a squeak, and waddled over to him with a fist raised to strike. Harry saw this coming and raised an eyebrow before sending out a pulse of his telekinetic powers, which pushed Dudley off the floor towards the wall, where he was stuck courtesy of a wandless sticking charm. Harry nodded in satisfaction at his handiwork before looking back to his aunt, who was looking at him in fear. "I only came here to tell you that I'm leaving for good. And before you say anything, I already know about magic, I know about my mother, I know about my world, and I know about my family. I already found the Potter family home, and I'll be living there from now on. But you can't leave." He told us you need to stay here? Stuttered Petunia, fearing for her family but happy at the same time since his freakish nephew was declaring that he would be leaving her normal family for good. Harry raised an eyebrow. Who told you what? He asked before pointing his staff at an approaching Vernon, who despite being unable to speak, was intending to clobber him to the ground. Harry didn't give him a chance and promptly stunned him. Vernon crumbled to the floor like a broken puppet cut off from its strings. Petunia took a deep breath while reining in her fear. She was afraid of this coming since she knew that her nephew would be manifesting his magic. She just didn't expect for it to be this soon, even before going to that school of his. Albus Dumbledore left you here when you were a few months old. He stated in his letter that we needed to keep you here with us and give you a happy home so that some protection your mother gave you when she died will keep you and my family safe. Harry fumed when he heard this. Letter? Happy home? He needed to know what's going on and he needed to know now. He raised his staff and gathered in his magic for a spell. Accio Dumbledore's letter, shouted Harry. He heard a crash from upstairs before a folded letter zoomed towards him. He caught it in midair and leveled his aunt a glare. He waved his staff and conjured a couch for him to sit on and used his telekinesis to push his aunt into a chair and practically hit her with a Petrificus totalis to keep her in place as he read. Harry saw that the letter was addressed specifically to his Aunt Petunia in a neat cursive script. He let go of his staff, which just floated beside him with the emerald glowing in tune to Harry's ire. The young Potter Lord opened the letter and started to read. Dear Petunia, it is my regret to inform you that your sister, Lily Evans Potter, was murdered along with her husband, James. Only little Harry survived the attack and somehow defeated Voldemort. I will leave Harry in your care to activate a powerful protection that will keep the entire family safe. This protection was created by Lily's sacrifice when she died after Voldemort came for the family in Godric's Hollow. The nature of the ward requires you to fully accept your nephew into your home. As long as Harry calls the place you live home, then the wards will protect you. The nature of the protection will end when Harry reaches his maturity at the age of 17. Please give Harry a happy home to empower the wards. We will come for him when he reaches the right age to begin his education in magic. Make sure that Harry doesn't leave Privet Drive to ensure that the protection remains active. Sincerely, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Order of Merlin First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Harry finished reading the letter and looked at his Aunt Petunia with tears in his eyes. Why? He whispered the question plaguing his mind. Why what? Petunia said grumpily. Despite being unable to move her body, she could still somewhat move her head and mouth, so she was capable of speech. Why wasn't I treated like what the letter said? The letter said to give me a happy home. Why was I treated like a slave, like a freak? Harry shouted the last part, causing the house to shudder due to the magic bubbling around him. Petunia mustered every bit of her courage despite the fear of seeing magic being performed in front of her and her beloved family. Why shouldn't we? We didn't want you in the first place. He brought you here and forced you on us without even giving us a choice. I know you will eventually discover your freakishness like Lily did when she got that letter from the freak school. She saw the surprised look on Harry's face. Yes, I know all about her school and her kind. My parents doted on her, saw her as the perfect daughter. Perfect Lily, the witch of the family. I hated her and her freakishness. Petunia paused, a distracted look on her face like she was relieving some memories that plagued her. A small tear left her eye and down to her cheeks. I loved your mother once. We were close, inseparable. We were sisters, best friends. We shared everything. Our parents loved us equally. But that all changed when she got that letter. She started to become so excited in having a magic. My parents were proud of her. The only witch in the family. They doted on her. Me? I was ignored, cast aside because Lily was suddenly the perfect daughter. But no, I saw her for what she really was, and that Snape boy that used to play with us when we were young. Freaks. Since that day, I want nothing more to do with you lot. She finished her tirade with a vengeful relish as if she was aching to say those words for years now. with the opportunity only just presenting itself. Harry was quiet as he listened to his only blood relative shout her hatred of him and his mother. He couldn't believe that such hatred was possible. His telepathy immediately picked up images conjured by Petunia as she shouted at him. His emotions were whirling from anger, sadness, hate, to rage until he was able to clamp it down using his occlumency. Hedwig thrilled a calming song that relaxed Harry, but it was still there, below the surface waiting to come out. Tears were streaming down his face since he knew what will happen next. Steeling his resolve, he raised his head, tears flowing down, and looked at his aunt's defiant face. Gone were her tears to be replaced by hate. Hate over him, hate over his mother, hate over anything that involved magic. "I see," whispered Harry. "Is that really how you feel, Aunt Petunia? For me to disappear forever?" Petunia's defiance melted for a bit, a moment's indecision before she was able to control herself. She met Harry's sad gaze without flinching and nodded, having no words to convey her feelings. Harry nodded and sighed, waving his staff to undo all the magic he did in the house, causing Dudley to crash down on the floor, Vernon to groan, and for Petunia to have control over her body. "I understand. I apologize for everything, Aunt Petunia. From now on, I will no longer bother you and your family." With those words, Harry could feel the wards surrounding Privet Drive flaring to life before slowly unraveling as the emotional bond that barely powered it disappeared. With a loud crack that shook the entire house, the protection of number 4, Privet Drive disappeared along with Harry Potter as he was flamed out of the Dursleys by Hedwig, who wanted to give her master the room he needed to heal his broken heart. A silver clock stopped ticking in the headmaster's office of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry before it fell on the floor, broken into little pieces as the magic that powered it disappeared and causing a small backlash due to the unraveling of the ward at number 4, Privet Drive. This happened without anyone noticing, ensuring that the falling of the wards protecting Harry Potter and the Dursleys remained a secret until it is discovered by a worried Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 05. A Year of Discovery. Hedwig flamed into the master suite of Potter Manor directly on the bed where she deposited her master, who immediately curled up on himself, sobbing his heart out. With sadness in her heart, she landed on the bed and hopped nearer to caress her master's cheek as he cried his heart out. She left him alone for now since she instinctively knew that crying was a way of release. She stopped herself from singing out a calming song since it would only do more damage than help. Phoenix Song was undocumented. Witches and wizards assumed that it got rid of any negative emotions and empowers a person. They were wrong. Phoenix Song doesn't make any negative emotions disappear. In truth, the song suppresses these emotions until the person is in control of themselves. This worked well with anger and rage, but for a person suffering from a broken heart, it is necessary to let the hurt run its course before healing could truly begin. With nothing else to do, she continued to accompany her master until he cried himself to sleep. Hedwig made herself comfortable and joined her master in Morpheus' embrace. Harry woke up with an odd feeling in his chest. He felt light, carefree even. It was as if something heavy had been lifted off his shoulders. It was a confusing, yet welcoming feeling. He opened his eyes to see where he was. He looked down and saw he was hugging his staff, which was currently humming in contentment, emerald pulsing in rhythm to his heartbeat. Smiling, Harry raised his head to see Hedwig sleeping on his pillow. He raised an eyebrow at the sudden change of his familiar's sleeping position, but the memory of yesterday crashed into his mind. His confrontation with his aunt. Cutting all ties from his only blood relative. Harry's heart ached a bit when he remembered her words, but he realized that Petunia hasn't been his aunt ever since he could remember. He should have expected that the admission from her would hurt. A lot. Shaking his head, he got up while sending thankful wave to his staff, knowing that his trusty foci helped in comforting and protecting him while he was out. He smiled at the sleeping Hedwig before looking out the window. He saw that it was night, but didn't know what the exact time was. He cast a quick Tempest Charm, causing a smoky outline of the current time to appear in the air in front of time. It was already 7:30. He yawned for a bit before waking his beloved familiar. "Hedwig, wake up, heads," whispered Harry as he softly poked the sleeping bird on the chest. "Master?" came Hedwig's sleepy reply. "Good evening, Hed. I suggest you wake up." We need to eat something since we didn't eat any lunch, or dinner for that matter, said Harry with a chuckle. Hedwig gave out a small yawn which looked ridiculous on an avian before releasing a sleepy trill, stretched her wings, and flew to Harry's shoulder before nipping him affectionately on the ear. "How are you, master?" Hedwig asked in concern. His sobs last night broke his heart. There was nothing she could do but be there for him when he needed her. Harry looked at his familiar sadly before scratching her neck. "To be honest, I feel happy and sad at the same time. I already know how Aunt Petunia felt about me, and hearing how she didn't want me directly from her really hurts a lot, but I should have expected that considering how I was treated when I lived there. I have a lot of questions, and I know she couldn't answer them for me now since we already cut familial ties with each other." "Everything will be all right, master. I'll be there for you," said Hedwig as she nipped at his ear before trilling out a song of love that immediately lifted Harry up from his bout of depression. "Well, why don't we just put that behind us and start living our life without any emotional baggage bringing us down?" suggested Harry, which Hedwig immediately agreed to. "I don't know about you, but I'm really hungry. Care to join me, Hed?" After getting a nod from Hedwig, Harry called Flippy, who immediately appeared with a worried look on his face. He immediately told the elf what happened and assured him that he was all right except that he was very hungry. The excitable elf immediate popped out for a few minutes before returning with a tray full of food along with some fruits for Hedwig. The three of them shared a meal for the night before Harry and Hedwig went back to bed determined to enjoy tomorrow and the days to come. Flippy didn't go back to the kitchens or the elf room. After popping the empty tray back to the kitchen, he popped back to Harry's bedroom and slept by Harry's feet, wanting to be with his master for the night. Harry James Potter woke up in a particularly good mood the next morning. He felt so light and free all of a sudden, but chalked it to having a good night's sleep. In truth, Harry's mood stemmed from the release of his pent-up emotions. Despite his intelligence and aloofness towards his relatives' treatment of him, the wanting of a family, a loved one, and their mistreatment of him piled up in his heart. His crying stint last night allowed him to release all those pent-up emotions that was slowly tearing him apart from inside out. Harry yawned and stretched before pushing himself off the bed and looked around. Hedwig was sleeping soundly on her perch, head tucked under her wing, while his staff was beside his bed, emerald glowing softly. A quick tempest told him that it was already 9 in the morning. Deciding to prepare for the day, he called for Flippy, who appeared immediately with a silent pop. "Master Harry Potter, sir, be calling Flippy?" "Good morning, Flippy. Would you be so kind as to prepare the bath for me, as well as my clothes for the day? I'll be taking my breakfast in the study since I'll be going through the items from Griphook," said Harry as he rolled his shoulder to work out the kinks in his muscles for sleeping too long. "Bath is ready, Master Harry Potter, sir. I'll prepare your clothes as you bathe and bring your food to you in the study," replied the elf as he pulled Harry off the bed and shooed him over to the adjoining bath, much to Harry's amusement. Harry luxuriated in the gigantic tub that served as the master's bath. He wasn't in a hurry and used the time to think of what he would be doing before his schooling at Hogwarts. He only had 8 months left of free time before having to go to Hogwarts, so he needed to set a schedule on what he would be learning ahead of time. He decided that his first order of business was to go through the papers Griphook packed for him regarding his account. Sure, he already knew his family vault inside and out, but judging from his other 2 inheritances, he needed a list of the items inside the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw vaults to see what he had at his disposal. He made a mental note to send Hedwig to Griphook later for the list of the 2 vaults, and if it isn't available, opt for a service to let the goblins sort them for him. He shuddered at the prospect of spending another month or 2 inside a vault sorting it out. His next order of business was to confront Albus Dumbledore regarding his placement with the Dursleys. He somewhat understood the headmaster regarding his placement, but he wanted to know if there were other reasons, especially why the chief warlock allowed his godfather to be incarcerated in Azkaban without a trial. Well, he concluded that Sirius didn't get a trial since he was totally innocent. After all, the Wisengamot had a method in pulling out the truth, so why didn't Sirius' innocence come to light? Harry finally concluded that confronting Dumbledore now might not be to his benefit. He would have to wait to meet the headmaster or until such a time that the headmaster comes looking for him. Next on the list is his study schedule. Harry did a mental list on his abilities and found out that he was already satisfactory in a majority of the core subjects offered at Hogwarts with the exception of potions, herbology, and history. He was well versed in theories of both potions and magical plants. History was another matter. He might need to read through the boring history texts if he wanted to increase his free time for self-study when he gets to Hogwarts. Harry also thought of learning to fly on the broom but decided against it for now since he was currently unsupervised and any accidents that might occur could be his undoing. Harry also made a mental note to ask Philip to give him a tour of the grounds. If his hunch was correct, there should be a greenhouse somewhere or even a place where magical animals are found. Since Potter Manor was now his home, it's only natural to get to know his neighbors. Harry sighed at having a busy 8 months ahead of him, but the idea of learning new things and cementing his control over his life made him giddy. Harry sighed in contentment as he finished a delicious brunch courtesy of Flippy. The elf was really an amazing cook and spoiled him rotten when it came to feeding him. Deciding to try something, he sent out a telepathic pulse calling for Philip and Flippy to meet him in the study. His experiment worked since the two elves suddenly appeared looking at him in bewilderment. "Thanks for coming, guys." Harry greeted the duo with a smile. "How did you do it, young master? I didn't hear your voice, but I could feel you calling for us?" asked an awed Philip. Harry grinned. "Both of you know that I'm a sorcerer, right?" Both elves gave a nod. "One of my abilities includes telepathy. I can use my mind to communicate over distance to anyone I want. What I did was to send out a telepathic pulse specifically targeting you two since I know both of your signatures. The pulse carried my thoughts so you were able to hear it when the pulse reached you," explained the Potter Lord with a smug grin, mentally patting himself on the back for a job well done. The elves nodded at the explanation. Their master was powerful, so who were they to question him? If he calls, they come. Simple as that. Flippy saw Harry's empty food tray and immediately banished it to the kitchen. Harry saw this and smiled at his personal elf. Always the attentive one. "Okay guys, I think we need to go over some things that need to be done." Harry looked at Philip. "Can you show me the ward room so I can recharge the wards? And can you call the elves afterwards so I can bond with them?" "Wait. How many did you get anyway?" "We got around 50 elves, Master Harry Potter, sir, under recommendation of Philip," Flippy informed him. Harry was surprised at the number of elves the Potter elf recommended. One elf was a powerhouse unto itself, but having 50 more? It was overkill. But the little guy might have a point in getting so many considering the size of the manor and the surrounding grounds. "Can you explain the need for so many elves, Philip?" asked Harry. He didn't begrudge the old elf company, and it would be satisfying to have the Potter Manor have living beings inside it aside from him and Hedwig, but he needed to know their jobs in order to manage them properly and not to sound aloof. He is the Lord Potter after all. "Yes, young master. In the past, there were always 50 house elves here in Potter Manor. 10 of the elves will be in charge of the upkeep of the manor. 5 will be for the Ollery since there are plenty of mess there since the number of owl grew over the years. Another 10 will be for the grounds to tend to the garden and some of the creatures that lived within the wards. Another 10 of the elves will take care of the greenhouse you have. Since there are 2, then 20 elves will be taking care of them. The last 5 will be on kitchen duties to prepare meals for you and the rest of the elves since Flippy told me that young master wanted us well fed before working," explained Philip with a smile. Harry was shocked at the revelation that it took a lot of elves to take care of Potter Manor, which is a testament to its size. "Amazing. You mentioned I have a greenhouse?" asked a curious Potter Lord. "Yes, young master. Your greenhouses are huge since one of your ancestors had a hobby in herbology. You have all the known plants in the magical world and require expert tending to make sure that they grow healthy and harvested for potion ingredients before they become useless," explained the Potter head elf. "How about the animals on the grounds?" asked Harry. "Are they all magical?" Philip nodded enthusiastically. "The power of the wards attracts all kinds of creatures, young master, though only light creatures are allowed within the wards and dark creatures are restricted access. You have a pack of hippogriff nesting in the forest behind the grounds. There be some merfolks on the lake since the previous Lord Potter gave them a home when theirs was invaded by muggles." "I have merfolks? I have a lake?" asked Harry in disbelief. Philip nodded. "Yes, young master. There be a big lake east of the manor. According to the merfolk, there is a cave system underneath that leads to the sea and uses them sometimes to bring in food, so they don't need feeding." Sure. Continue please, said Harry in a daze. He knew that Potter Manor was big. He just didn't realize that it was that big. You also have unicorns, some dragons that drop by from time to time during their nesting season, a few griffins, a nest of fire salamanders living under rocks behind the big hill. Abraxans come down and graze from time to time, though they never stay long enough to live here. And, a particularly nasty runespore. Philip finished the list of creatures, though he did shudder a bit when he mentioned the snake. What's wrong with the runespore? Asked Harry curiously. Ever since he discovered that he was a parselmouth, he wanted to meet a magical snake to talk to or possibly befriend. Well, runespore being very big, bigger than normal snake. She sometimes come out of forest and sleeps in greenhouses when it gets too cold outside, which make it hard for Philip to go in and tend to the plants. Philip said dejectedly. Oh, well, that's not a problem then. If she comes back and threatens the elves, then make sure that you bring it to my attention. I'll take care of it, suggested Harry, giddy at the prospect of meeting a magical snake, one as rare as a runespore according to the care of magical creature books he read. Young master, if Philip be making a suggestion? Philip asked hesitantly. Sure, Philip. Don't be afraid to suggest things I might need. I know that you'll only tell me what to do if it is really important, said Harry with a smile which the old elf returned. Philip suggests that you bond with the elves first before going to the wardroom. It is possible that you will be too tired later to do so, the old elf suggested in confidence. Harry nodded, finding the elf's words a good idea. It is a very good idea, Philip. Why don't you call them in by groups, starting with the kitchen elves? Suggested Harry, preparing for the bonding ahead. After an hour, Harry bonded with all 50 elves employed in Potter Manor. It didn't diminish his magical core, but the stress of the bonds as they connected to his core made him a bit weak. Harry rested for an hour and a lot of food from a concerned Flippy to put him back into shape. When he felt that he was in top form, he called for Philip to lead him to the wardroom. The wardroom was located under Potter Manor. The entrance was behind a portrait sporting a particularly grumpy griffin named Elder. To gain entrance, Harry was required to press the Potter family ring to Elder's head to open the hidden door to the catacombs which housed the stone that held and powered the wards. Harry could help but feel awed when he took his first step into the wardroom. The room was as big as his bedroom in the master's wing. In the middle of the room was an obelisk made of white marble, which Philip told him was the ward stone of Potter Manor. Runes and unknown glyphs decorated the walls, ceiling, and floor, all interconnected to the runes surrounding the Potter crest in the middle of the stone, which, according to the elf, allowed the stone to interact with every mortar and stone of the Potter home. Instead of a barrier-like ward, the ones in Potter Manor were in every brick, rock, and soil inside and outside the home until the very boundary of the property. Finally, a Potter came to power the wards. Who be ye, lad? A voice addressed Harry. It was a voice that you were hard-pressed to ignore. Harry looked around to trace its source until he looked beyond the ward stone to see a portrait hanging on the wall behind it. My name is Harry Potter, sir. Harry introduced himself to the man behind the frame. The portrait released a disgruntled sigh and gave Harry a pointed look. State your full name, lad. We Potters are proud of our lineage, and we should never hide who we are, be it friend or foe. Now again I ask ye, lad, who be ye? Harry drew himself up and released his hold over his magic, washing the room with a tidal wave of power. My name is Lord Harry James Potter, Lord of the Houses Potter, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw. I command you to reveal your name to me, commanded Harry in a voice that brooked no nonsense. There was something that the portrait said that stung him. He was hiding his true identity, and it was making his family weak. He needed to correct this and accept his heritage. The portrait nodded and gave Harry a huge smile. My name is Godric Gryffindor, lad, the patriarch of the entire Potter line, originally of Gryffindor. It would be safe to say that you're the only one left. Harry nodded. Yes, grandfather. Harry decided to consider Godric as his grandfather since he technically was, with a lot of greats added to it. The portrait chuckled and gave Harry a happy grin. My great-grandson, said Godric with an odd lilt to his tone. Anyway, my child, I think a little bit of history is in order to understand the nature of the wards I created. You will pass this knowledge over to the next Lord Potter to make sure that the chain will never be broken. As our creed, to life and beyond. Harry nodded, conjured himself a seat before settling down. I think you're already aware that I'm one of the founders of Hogwarts, correct? Harry nodded. What the history books didn't say was that the wards of Hogwarts required me and Ravenclaw to create them. Unlike Hogwarts, however, the Potter Manor hosts a sentient ward scheme maintained by the collective thoughts and experience of those who powered them. This means, lad, that the Potter Manor itself is alive, more alive than that of Hogwarts. The previous Potters add their own essence into the ward, thus increasing its power and capability. It will use the knowledge to protect those within it, which was one of the reasons why it automatically went into lockdown when the Dark Lord attacked your grandparents. Despite its sentience, however, the wards cannot manipulate anything outside its boundaries. This is the reason why your father didn't find out about Potter Manor. If it was up to the wards, it would have used its energies to try to bring your father within its confines to power it and protect the family. However, this is not possible. You mean to tell me that Potter Manor is alive? Asked Harry in awe. No, lad, though would be a whole lot better if it was, but magic has its limitation. No spell or rituals could ever create life, sentience yes, life no. Potter Manor is not alive per se. I prefer to use the term aware. It is similar to your staff, which is quite powerful considering I could feel your power emanating from it, explained Godric as he eyed the staff. Wait, what? You can sense magic even if you're a portrait? Said Harry while giving Godric an incredulous look. Yes, I can sense the magic, but I can only do so since I am connected to the ward stone. If you look behind the stone, you will see a golden line of runes connecting me to it. Thanks to this connection, my essence in the portrait can tap into the ward stone and its collective experience. This means that I know everything in Potter Manor and control all the wards within it. To put it simply, lad, the ward stone is the heart, Potter Manor is the body, and I, the essence behind the portrait, is the head. You and the other Potter Lords served as its magical core. Together, the Potter Manor is sentient, aware of those within its confines and act accordingly if needed. Wow, said an excited Lord Potter. His books on wards never talked about this. If the rest of the wizarding world discover the truth about the Potter Manor wards, then they will be clamoring around to find out how to replicate the feat, which Harry decided to be a secret and never to be revealed to anyone outside the family. How do I power the ward stone, grandfather? Usually, the only thing required is for a Lord Potter to draw blood on his palm and have it touch the ward stone via the Potter crest on its face. The stone will pull out the necessary power it needed to sustain itself and its form of sentience. However, in your case, it will be a little different. I was the last one to power the wards with more than your level of power, and you dwarf the other Lord Potters in comparison. You are the first ever sorcerer to grace these halls, and it will require a different touch considering your unique abilities. Come, I will guide you. Harry stood up from his couch and banished it with a thought. He walked over to the face of the ward stone facing the Potter crest. You'll see that the Potter crest is surrounded by 13 runes, with the first rune being the largest. I want you to make a cut on your finger to draw blood and trace the runes starting from the top clockwise until all the runes are covered in blood. Make sure that you channel your magic to your fingers to help activate the runes. Harry did as instructed and used a small cutting hex on his finger to form a deep enough wound. He ignored the pain and began to trace the runes starting from the top. The runes glowed as Harry traced them with his blood and magic. After he was done, Godric spoke again. Perfect. I never felt so much power in one so young. You make the Potter and Gryffindor line proud, stated Godric with pride in his voice that lifted Harry's spirit. Now, I want you to cover the Potter crest with your blood. Make sure that no blood leaves the circle that covers the crests. Do it now, lad. Harry decided a bigger cut was necessary. Since he needed to be careful, he conjured a bowl and let it float in front of him. He cut his palm and let his blood flow into the bowl. He made sure that he had enough since the crest was quite large, about 2 feet in diameter. After healing the cut, he used his fingers to cover the Potter crest with his blood, making sure that it doesn't leave the boundary. Harry banished the bowl and blood while waiting for the next set of instructions. Very precise. You will be great in the future, lad, complimented Godric. Now, all that's left is to connect your essence to the stone and power it. Now, I want you to take your time to think of what protection you need to add to the wards. Think of these protections and place the gem of your staff on the Potter crest and channel as much power as you can. I will do the rest. Since he wasn't in a time limit, Harry decided to go into his mindscape and think thoroughly what protection he needed to add to the manor. It didn't take long for him to appear inside his mind library and sat down on a couch. In terms of protection, Harry learned from his brief stay in Potter Manor that the defenses held anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. A dark creature ward was also present, judging from what Philip told him earlier that day. A blood identification ward might also be present since he needed blood to deactivate the defenses to allow him entry. It took 5 minutes for Harry to realize that his grandparents died because they didn't have any intent-based ward active at that time. These types of wards were difficult to cast since it covered a wide variety of rune sets to determine the exact scope of the intent. Size was also a factor considered for such a ward, which is why most who utilize this defense system simply install it on their homes and not the entire grounds. In most cases, these wards were created in simplicity, making sure that anyone with ill intent towards the family, unable to cross and enter the property as long as it is within the boundary of the ward. Harry also toyed with the idea of a Fidelius charm, but he didn't want to hide the entire manor to everyone since it would be cumbersome to keep telling people the secret over and over again just to grant them entry. He needed a modified Fidelius that would only show the manor to people who have no ill will towards the Potters. He also toyed around the concept of an attack ward or coined as an offensive ward. He read from a book on wards that such a ward would require more power to create and keep active, especially if you keep them on 24/7, but it was a surefire way to make sure that intruders would think twice to enter the warded property again. Grinning, Harry created a new book inside his mind library that would hold the specification of the wards in his mind. He conjured a quill and an ink bottle before starting to write down the wards he needed to add to Potter Manor. Intent-based wards tied to a modified Fidelius. Attack wards targeting those who were thinking of attacking a Potter inside the wards or anyone under the protection of the home. He also decided to include a spirit ward to protect the property from being invaded by poltergeists, wraiths, and ghosts. Well, except if they were Potter ghosts anyway. An elf ward so no elves could enter the property without his permission except for the 52 who are already bonded to him. Harry knew that the little blighters' mode of transportation were unique in the wizarding world, making it hard for them to ward against. Besides, if their master gives the right order, the elves could literally kidnap the entire wizarding population before they could even blink. Harry tapped the feather of the quill to his chin and thought of more defenses to add to Potter Manor. He knew that Voldemort was still alive, so it might be best to add a ward specifically keyed to him and his followers, but he didn't know how to do that. However, since Godric told him to think of defenses without having to bother making them himself, he'll just add that in anyway. He wrote it down on the book and decided to be more creative. Harry added a male detection ward to make sure that no cursed male enters the property. Owls were free to come and go as they pleased since they are usually free of ill intent unless controlled, but the males they bring were non-sentient, so it might bypass the intent ward. He immediately added that in immediately, Harry shuddered at the thought of getting a deluge of letters when the wizarding Brition or beyond discovered his entry into the world. Deciding that he had enough wards listed down, Harry placed the book on the table and exited his mindscape. He opened his eyes and tightened his grip on his staff that was glowing as if excited to do what they were about to perform. "I'm ready, grandfather," Harry addressed Godric, who was waiting for him. "Good lad. Now, I want you to place the gem of your staff to the Potter crest and channel as much power as you can into the stone. Make sure that you are thinking of the protections you want to add. The ward stone will break it down and incorporate it into its knowledge bank. I'll guide your power to make sure that it is equally distributed to everything within the boundary of the wards." Harry nodded and took a deep breath. He released all of his power, carefully dropping the shield he came up with in the past year to make sure that his power doesn't overflow to those around him. He started to glow and a non-existent wind billowed around the room. He placed the emerald of his staff on the Potter crest and channeled all of his magic into the staff and out into the stone. There was a flash of blinding light before darkness claimed him. Harry Potter woke up with a groan. The first thing he realized was the monstrous headache he was sporting. The second thing he realized was his weakened body, feeling as if all his energy was sucked out of him. Third, his mental shields were down, which was the reason why he was suffering a headache to begin with. He didn't know what happened, why his occlumency shields disintegrated. He wanted to dive into his mindscape to find out what happened, but his headache was stopping the action from being realized. Occlumencers never suffer from headache, but if the amount of pounding in his head was anything to go by, then he might need to start his defenses from scratch. And soon. Ugh, hi! He groaned as he tried to open his eyes but cannot due to the weakened state of his body. Where am I? What happened? Master, you're awake. I was so worried. Came the frantic voice of Hedwig. The volume of Hedwig's mental voice pounded on his already aching head. Harry winced. Keep it down, head. My head is acting as if it wants to blow up or something, whispered Harry, followed by another groan when a sharp pain lanced through his head. He felt someone or something lift his head and open his mouth, poured something that tasted like used moldy socks down his throat. He choked but was forced to swallow when a hand rubbed his throat, relaxing the muscles. He was coughing when he felt the headache disappear. He groaned again but opened his eyes, seeing everything blurry. Harry felt his glasses slide into place, forcing the images to become crystal clear. He saw Flippy looking down at him with a worried look on his face. Master Harry Potter, sir, are you all right? Asked Flippy, ears drooping in worry. Yeah, I'm all right, though I feel as if I was run over by a bus. Multiple times, then by a bulldozer, whichever comes first, whispered Harry. What did you make me drink that caused the headache to disappear? A headache relief potion, sir. I bought in Diagon Alley when you passed out. Master Godric told me to, explained the elf. Master Godric? Harry asked the elf, who was about to answer when a voice echoed around him. Greetings, grandson. I see that you're awake. I hope the potion got rid of the headache. Godric's voice boomed around him. Harry was thankful that the potion did its job, or Godric's voice would have finished him. Harry looked around and saw that he was still in the wardroom, but there was a slight change from the first time he entered the place. For starters, the ward stone was glowing pure white and the runes and glyphs on the walls were glittering as if they were showered in pixie dusts. What happened? Nothing much, came Godric's amused voice. You just overcharged the ward stone and accidentally branded your unique magic into its matrix, making it a part of you. Oh, is that all? Wait, what? Harry half-shouted, half-asked. He would have jumped up, but his weakened body prevented him from doing so. Are you up for an explanation, or maybe we can postpone that later? Godric asked in a worried voice. Nah, I'm good, though I would love to sit on something other than the floor. As the words left his mouth, Harry found himself lying down comfortably in a very soft couch. That was different. I didn't know you could do magic being a portrait and all. It is, isn't it? Said an amused Godric with a hint of pride in his voice. What you did practically changed the entire scheme of the wards, my boy. Changes that should have been possible to do. Changes that gave me physical control over everything in it. To put it simply, my beloved grandson, your powers practically turned me into Potter Manor itself, with the added exception of utilizing magic using the ward stone as a focus. Can you run that past me again, Grandad? Said Harry in a daze, unable to believe what happened. Well, he believed it since the proof was there in front, or under him to be precise, but he didn't know how it happened. Let me put it this way. You poured almost your entire magical core into the ward stone. The accident came in the form of a fusion. You fused my essence in the portrait, the ward stone, the runes, as well as its conduit to the manor. Suffice to say, my child, you practically used my explanation earlier when I explained the ward stone to you and made it into a reality. I think I understand what happened. Let me get this straight. Godric was silent, waiting for the coming monologue. I overcharged the ward stone matrix, causing an accident that fused all the pieces together, making sure that you became Potter Manor? Is that it? Simply put, yes. Thanks to you, I can now control Potter Manor down to the last brick. The wards are under my domain. I can talk to anyone inside without restriction or jumping from one portrait to another. I can utilize the magic in the ward stone to affect reality inside the manor, or in this case, I can use the magic as if it was my own without the need to use a wand or being alive for that matter. But if I understand the nature of wards, doing so will take too much energy. I would need to recharge you every few months if that was the case. Harry almost screamed at the voice of his grandfather. An amused chuckle echoed throughout the room. No love. Potter Manor will no longer need recharging, as you put it. Another thing you did was to fuse the ward stone with a magical ley line right beneath the manor. Simply speaking, you just gave me an unlimited supply of power for me to tap into, explained Godric with a slight giddiness to his voice. It was like a child given chocolate for the first time. Lots and lots of chocolate. So it's a good thing, right? Asked Harry, relaxing on the sofa since it was too comfortable to do anything else. Well, what you did to me was a good thing, but what it resulted in you wasn't. You almost killed yourself by pouring all your magic into the ward stone. I just asked you to channel the magic into the stone, not push it in. I was supposed to grasp the magic and distribute it, but what you did was like releasing a deluge on a half-empty dam instead of letting it run through pipe. We were lucky you didn't cause the manor to explode from the amount of magic you were pouring into the stone. Godric screamed in agitation. Potters were known to be foolhardy, but I wasn't that of a fool when I was your age, lad. So what happened to me, and where's my staff? Harry asked his grandfather, ignoring the rebuke, though he did feel bad in almost destroying his family home. Why couldn't he just follow instructions like a good boy? No, he had to follow his gut instinct. Well, it didn't do anything bad, but the result was somewhat shocking. I'm here, Harry. A feminine voice drifted over his mind. This shocked Harry since the essence of the voice was similar to that of his beloved staff. What the bloody hell was that? Harry shouted. Language, lad, Godric shouted back. You used too much power through your staff that you practically made her sentient, just like the manor. She's been talking to me for an hour now since you were knocked out. Your magical energy is too low as it is, and you need a week to recover it fully. The shock of the day coupled by his exhaustion caused Harry to faint, but not before hearing 3 voices yelling for him in the background. Harry woke up the next day literally strapped on the bed thanks to the efforts of Flippy, Hedwig, and his beloved staff. Since they didn't have any healer in Potter Manor, Godric informed Harry that he would have to heal the old-fashioned way, eat a lot of food, drink foul-smelling vomit-inducing potions, and lots of bed rest. He tried to resist, but with Hedwig and Godric watching him, he didn't have a successful way out. Even his staff was in on the whole thing, warning them that he was up to no good by flaring up like a bloody siren with her voice screaming bloody murder throughout Potter Manor that Harry was out of bed. That was the exact moment Harry thought if it was a good idea to give his staff its own vocal cords, though he didn't expect that to happen before the Wardstone accident. With much grumbling, Harry decided to just follow their treatment program, but he did wrangle one condition while he was metaphorically chained on the bed. He was to be given free access to read any books he liked. In the end, everyone was marginally happy with the arrangement. During his treatment, Harry found out that his mindscape was a mess. His memories were scattered all his mind library, as if a tornado appeared in the place and happily wreaked havoc. He also discovered that his defensive and offensive measures were non-existent. Thankfully, the vault was untouched thanks to the reinforcements he laid on the thing to keep the soul fragment out of his conscious mind and magical core. Resigning to the long work ahead of him, Harry started sorting his memories before repairing the damages on his walls. It took a week and a half for Harry to finish repairing his occlumency shields, as well as making sure that his offensive measures were up and running. During his confinement, Harry had an in-depth discussion with Godric regarding the wards. Godric informed him that aside from his control of the wards, Harry can override anything since it was literally his magic running the place, though it did renew itself through the magical ley line. The essence of Potter Manor also told him that the protections were boosted with what he was thinking when he literally bonded with the Wardstone. For starters, Potter Manor now had a sophisticated intent-based ward tied to a modified Fidelius. Only those without ill intent can find and see the manor. Other than that, all they could see was the forest that Harry first saw before he deactivated the defenses. Also, the offensive wards were up and running. If anyone was able to circumvent the modified Fidelius, which was an impossibility in itself, then they would have to face a very irate offensive ward controlled by a very sadistic Godric Gryffindor. Voldemort would get a wake-up call if he ever planned to storm Potter Manor with his crew of misfits. It was also during his bed rest that Harry bonded with Arya, his newly named staff. Arya explained to him that the deluge of magic that Harry channeled towards the Wardstone caused an echo to feed back into her, allowing Arya to have a voice similar to that of a magical portrait, though it requires a direct link to Harry's magical core to use, which was inconsequential since the link has always been active between them. Speaking of magical core, Harry's own grew after the debacle with the wards. Godric theorized that Harry's somewhat aware magic decided that Harry needed a boost that caused it to grow in size to compensate for the lack of magic to sustain his life. It literally saved Harry's life, as well as giving him a permanent power boost outside magical maturity, which was another set of growing up for his core. Harry shuddered at the thought of all that power inside him, but the thought also made him giddy. Aside from reading books, resting, and fixing his mindscape, Harry also used the time to go through the documents Griphook sent him. He found out that he had partial ownership with a majority of the businesses in Diagon Alley. It seems that the Potters loved to dabble in economy, so they invested in shops that they found interesting, which means that he was earning money without doing anything. Let the business do all the work and Harry just needs to relax and enjoy the income being generated by the businesses he co-owned. Harry wisely let Griphook deal with the money matters, though Harry did tell the goblin via letter to consult or inform him of any major decisions regarding the money. Harry got a simple reply from the goblin, a large, obviously written in the middle of the parchment. All in all, it took Harry 2 weeks to heal completely, and he practically ran away from the bed, vowing that he will never be stupid enough to do that ever again, much to the amusement of everyone who heard him. Harry's remaining months before Hogwarts was spent in 3 parts: exploring, exercising his body and magic, and reading. For starters, he didn't bother much with learning new spells since he could do that at Hogwarts. He focused more on his current abilities, honing them to the point that he could bring out each spell in a moment's notice. Godric provided Harry with a schedule to follow, considering he was experienced in the field of magical and physical training back when he was alive. His schedule includes 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. running laps around Potter Manor, 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. freshen up/breakfast, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. spell practice, location, training room, 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. mental exercise, telekinesis and telepathy, 12:00 NN, 1 p.m. lunch, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. free time, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. dinner, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. library time, self-study/projects, 9 p.m. sleep. When Harry saw the schedule, he leveled Godric's portrait a look that spoke volumes. However, he was forced to follow it when Godric threatened to put the library into lockdown for the duration of his stay in Potter Manor before entering Hogwarts. This shut Harry up and endured. Godric didn't tell Harry that the boy could easily override the wards since he was the current Lord Potter. Harry was also obliviously to the whole thing, though Godric was confident that the boy would realize it sooner or later. Harry was used to waking up early due to his stint at Privet Drive. He would have loved to sleep in, but the idea of enjoying the cool morning air pushed him to follow his physical routine with gusto. Harry found out that running laps around the manor gave him the chance to observe many of the magical animals living on the grounds, like a stray unicorn observing him from the shadow of the forest, hippogriffs teaching their young, sightings of dragons or fire salamanders enjoying the cool morning air when he gets too close to the hill where they usually hang out. Breakfast was prepared by Flippy, so Harry enjoyed the healthy meals that his personal elf cooked for him. Spell practice was held in the heavily warded training room of Potter Manor. He was confused at first why he needed to practice since he was in perfect control, until Godric explained to him that he needed to train so he could easily control his power output with and without the staff. To prove his point, he asked Harry to cast a simple levitation spell on a training dummy, which ended up getting smashed on the ceiling when it flew up like a rocket. Harry dove into the exercise after that without any questions. The mental exercise was a fun time for Harry. The 3-hour session was divided into 2. First session was for fine-tuning his telekinetic abilities, floating multiple objects or in different weights. Harry noticed that the heavier the object, the more power and concentration is needed. Harry also noticed that guiding the movement with his hands took less concentration since he had a visible reference in guiding the object with his mind, providing the power and direction with his hands. The second session was the improvement of his telepathy. This practice involved increasing the range of his magical scan. The goal was to be able to let his scan encompass the entire castle, not counting the entire grounds since it would be too much of a strain on Harry's magical core, no matter how large it was. This session also involved practicing mental speech, finding the signatures of your targets, and most importantly, improving his telepathic suggestion. House elves were used as test subjects due to the lack of witches and wizards in the area, though Godric informed him that there would only be a slight difference, more in the patterns of their mental signature than thought patterns. Harry noticed that he needed to fight with his target's magic before he could implant suggestions compared to muggles. The young Potter Lord theorized that it might be due to the person's magic fighting against the intrusion. The same also applies to translocation, the ability to magically transport any object from one place to another in an instant. He tried this out with Flippy with the instruction of resisting it with everything the elf got at his disposal. It was like a mental and magical tug of war, with only Harry winning by a small margin. If Harry could barely translocate an elf, what more if it was a witch or a wizard with more magical powers in their bodies? Harry's free time was spent in a variety of subjects, starting with his education of his shadow abilities. According to the books he bought from Borgin, shadow mages could manipulate shadows at will. In other words, the mage was required to push his magic into the shadow and command them to do what he wanted. This was the basis of shadow walking. The mage needed to push his magic into a patch of shadow, opening a wormhole from point A to point B. The book states that the distance between A and B is non-existent since the land of shadows are known to be everywhere and anywhere at the same time. Well, as long as there's shadow, of course. Practice was also spent utilizing his shadows to act as extra limbs. It was like telekinesis, but he used shadows instead of his mind. He was a bit clumsy and slow at first, but the speed of his shadow manipulation improved as he practiced. Another ability of a shadow mage that Harry found interesting was the ability to control shadow creatures, namely Dementors and Lentifolds. Since these creatures were made from shadows, Harry could easily control them if he was strong enough to do so. In most cases, it would end up as a battle of wills. Aside from learning about being a shadow mage, Harry also took the time to divide this period to pursue other subjects, like a trip to the potions room learning about the ingredients and trying his hand at the various techniques involved in brewing. He didn't attempt any potions without supervision, but nothing was stopping him from learning how to dice, cut, mash, or gut a toad to get to their liver. Harry hated the latter or anything similar he needed to endure if he wanted to be the best in the subject. Maybe not to a level of being a potions master, but enough that he could brew any potion without blowing himself up in the process. Also, Harry used his free time to check out the 2 greenhouses around Potter Manor. The greenhouses were huge, practically half the size of the manor itself. All manner of plants were there, from magical to mundane. He did, however, to stay away from plants that attacks, like the venomous tentacular and devil snare. Much to Harry's dismay, the runespore hadn't show up while he was around, though the elf who took care of the plants that the snake was somewhere in the grounds, possibly hiding. Harry's favorite time, however, was his daily trip to the library before going to bed. Unlike what most of the occupants of Potter Manor thought, Harry spent most of his time in the library reading the journals of his ancestors. Learning about history through the eyes of his ancestors was better compared to the garbage taught in Hogwarts, which mainly focused on the biased views of witches and wizards on goblins. Harry's short stint with the creatures was a novelty, and Harry really liked them despite their gruff exterior towards witches and wizards. Harry assumed that it was a defense mechanism than a custom among the goblins. It was during his 4th month into training that he received a letter from Griphook concerning the ritual to exorcise Voldemort out of his mind. Due to the nature of the ritual, it was decided that Harry needed to be at least 13 years old before attempting the ceremony or risk damaging his magical core, which was the source of his powers. Harry was saddened at this, but he had all the time in the world considering the soul fragment was no longer eating at his magic. Harry was satisfied that he would be finally free from Voldemort's influence before his 3rd year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Dumbledore was worried. When he discovered the broken clock that monitored the wards at Privet Drive, he immediately portkeyed out of his office to visit Petunia and her family. When he got there, the Dursleys were preparing to move to another home, much to his consternation. Of course, he confronted Petunia to get the whole truth out of her and why Harry was no longer in the house. He cringed at the volume of Petunia's monologue telling him that the freak was no longer her problem and cut ties with him. A brief legitimacy probe confirmed his fear. The wards were down thanks to the mutual consent of Petunia and Harry, and there was nothing he could do to reactivate it. The wards were down for good. Dumbledore also noted that the treatment of the Dursleys, especially Petunia, towards Harry ensured that the wards were at its lowest power. Not getting enough affection for Harry to feel loved would not provide enough to power the protection his mother gave him. Heck, Albus thought that a low-level flunky of a Death Eater could easily breach Harry's powerful defenses with ease. He also noticed the power Harry Potter exuded during the boy's confrontation with his so-called relatives. He couldn't believe that Harry knew about magic despite how he tried to shield the boy from it before coming to Hogwarts. Not only does Harry know about magic, it seems that he had perfect control over it. He also noticed the staff he was holding, as well as the rare white phoenix perched on his shoulder. He sighed in defeat and returned to Hogwarts to make some sense out of the whole thing. To put it simply, Harry knows about magic. Harry can do magic. Harry has a staff, so it means that he visited Diagon Alley and Ollivander helped him create one, and shopped around considering the clothes he was wearing during the confrontation. So that means money, and that pointed to Harry having access to his inheritance at Gringotts. Too bad he wasn't able to determine if Harry was wearing his lordship rings, since he was basing everything according to Petunia's memory of the event. Harry has a phoenix as a familiar, which made Dumbledore happy since Harry was a light wizard. Albus was worried, however, when he saw the anger Harry exuded when he read his letter to Petunia. He gulped at the possibility of angering a very powerful lad, not to mention the phoenix and the staff. He might a very powerful wizard, but an emotionally powered magical boy was not something to scoff at. The only problem right now was where in the world was Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 06, Revelation. Harry James Potter was currently enjoying a hearty breakfast after an enjoyable run around Potter Manor. The food was extra special since it was his birthday. He was now 11 years old and awaiting his acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Godric was kind enough to give him a day off from training, so Harry planned to spend all of it relaxing, maybe read a book or two, explore Potter Manor a bit since there were plenty of hidden rooms that Philip showed him that he didn't have the time to check, or even have a picnic behind the manor with a splendid view of Dragon Hill, as it was now being called by the residents due to the species of magical creatures living there. In the end, Harry decided to go with the picnic. It was 9:30 when Harry exited Potter Manor with Hedwig on his shoulder and Arya floating beside him as they walked towards their intended picnic ground. Of course, Harry brought a book along just in case he got bored in sightseeing. He didn't plan on spending the whole day inside the manor, though he might do so later just to keep the day interesting. He might even take a walk in the forest or visit the greenhouses later if the mood strikes his fancy. The latter was preferred since he really wanted to meet the elusive Runespore of Potter Manor. The elusiveness of the Runespore forced Harry to give it its own moniker, She Who Does Not Want to Be Found, since the Philip assured him that the snake was a female. They arrived at their intended destination, which offered a breathtaking view of Dragon Hill. They were lucky since a male and female Hungarian horntail were sunning at the top of the hill, resulting in an amazing view that Harry fell in love with. Harry didn't know why, but there was something about dragons that called to him. Harry transfigured a rock into a picnic chair and another into a large umbrella that he promptly stuck on the ground that resulted in a favorable shade beneath it. Despite being a rare sunny day in this part of Britain, the wind was somewhat cold, which was quite refreshing for him. He called for Flippy, who immediately appeared and deposited a picnic basket the ground. Harry conjured a small table for the food and drinks. The elf placed a bottle of butterbeer beside Harry, much to the boy's pleasure. He really loved the drink and couldn't get enough of it. A box of frozen fruits for Hedwig, and a tray of cakes and biscuits. Flippy joined them since he was Harry's personal elf, conjuring a small version of Harry's picnic chair for his own, much to the young Potter's amusement. Harry spent most of his time reading a book on enchanting while stopping now and then to look at the dragons as they released flames into the air. Harry knew that the dragons saw him and was putting on a show to keep him interested. What young Potterlord didn't know was that the dragon already saw him as a nest mate, though they preferred to stay away from him but opted to just observe him from far away or protect the place just in case. There was something about the human that called to them, but they ignored it for now. They didn't want to scare the two-legged being who graciously provided them a place to call home. As Harry lounged around, Hedwig was enjoying a great fly, sometimes dive-bombing some small critters on the ground, scaring them back to their hidey hole. Arya, as usual, was silent despite her ability of speech, though she did float away from time to time around the grounds because of something that interested her. Harry just let her be since he could easily call her to his side if anything happened. It was after lunch that Harry's attention was caught by a loud screech coming from an owl heading his way. Raising an eyebrow, he sent a mental question to Hedwig, who replied that it was an owl carrying his Hogwarts letter. Grinning, Harry placed the book on the table beside him and waited for the owl to arrive. It didn't take long for a large brown screech owl to land on the table, offering a letter tied to its leg. Harry scratched the owl on the chest before offering some of the biscuits and cakes to tide her over for the journey back to school. The owl gave Harry a happy hoot before enjoying the offered treats. Harry flipped the letter and saw his name on the front. Lord Harry James Potter. Potter Manor. Elnick, Northumberland. Harry no longer cared seeing the proper address since he accepted his station in Wizarding Society. He might be young, but he was a lord of 3 most ancient and noble houses. He needed to accept his station if he wanted to blend well in the magical world. Tension be damned. He easily broke the seal and opened the envelope, revealing 2 pieces of parchments. The first being his acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and the second letter containing a list of supplies needed for his first year. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed. Of Wizards. Dear Lord Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than August 5th. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Harry smiled after reading the letter. He was finally going to Hogwarts. He couldn't wait. Grinning, Harry turned to the second parchment, checking out the supplies he needed to buy in Diagon Alley. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4. 1 winter cloak, black with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phillida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Lucinda Thomsonical Pocus, Chief Attendant of Witchcraft Provisions. Harry frowned after he finished the letter. He had no problems getting the supplies needed, but there were some concerns that needed to be addressed. 1. He didn't need a wand. It just wouldn't work, not to mention that his wand was already incorporated into his staff. 2. He had Hedwig, a phoenix, so he might need to see if she is allowed at Hogwarts, though nothing was stopping his familiar from going there anyway. Hedwig was as stubborn as he was. 3. He knew that the telescope in Diagon Alley were ancient. Muggle telescopes were better. He needed to write a letter to Minerva McGonagall regarding his concerns since he planned to visit Diagon Alley tomorrow. He summoned a piece of parchment, quill, and ink from his office before starting the letter. Dear Professor McGonagall, Thank you for sending my acceptance letter, and I wholeheartedly accept the place you set aside for me in your institution. However, I do have some concerns regarding the supplies list, as well as the pet that I could bring. First, I don't need a wand since I already have a staff. I bought a wand at Ollivander's and it didn't work well for me, so we ended up making a staff instead. Second, the telescopes in Diagon Alley are seriously outdated and the Muggle ones are far superior. Is it possible to bring the latter instead of the former? Lastly, I have a phoenix familiar by the name of Hedwig. She's the one who delivered this letter. It would be greatly appreciated if you can answer these questions. If you require a meeting, please send a reply with Hedwig on her return for a time and date. You can either apparate into the grounds if you know where Potter Manor is, flew, or have Hedwig pick you up. Your choice. I will clear you with the wards to avoid accidents upon your appearance in my home. Sincerely yours, Lord Harry James Potter. Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Potter. Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Gryffindor. Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Ravenclaw. He reread the letter and nodded. He called to Hedwig, who appeared on his shoulder in a burst of flame. Can you deliver this letter to Minerva McGonagall at Hogwarts and wait for her reply? Harry asked his beloved familiar. Hedwig nodded before picking up the letter with her beak and launched herself to the air before Flame traveling to Hogwarts. Harry decided to relax while waiting for the professor's reply. The dragons were having a playful romp, so he opted to be a spectator instead of going back to his book. Minerva McGonagall was startled out of her thoughts when a burst of flame appeared in front of her in the form of a rare white phoenix. The beautiful avian trilled a song before flapping over to the back of her chair to perch, but not before dropping a letter on the table. Shocked at the sudden appearance of a supposedly rare breed of magical creature, Minerva snapped out of her thoughts to thank a clearly amused phoenix before turning to the letter. It was addressed to her in a beautiful script that could only come from a pureblood. She didn't know any family in the Wizarding Britain who owned a rare white phoenix, so she was very curious. She opened the letter and started to read, her eyes growing wide as she progressed further into the missive. After finishing the letter, she took a deep breath before turning to the phoenix. Hedwig, I need to consult the headmaster in regards to your master's queries. Since Mr. Potter asked for a reply, will you accompany me to get this sorted out? Minerva asked the beautiful familiar of the young Potter Lord. Hedwig bobbed her head in affirmative before jumping off her perch to land on McGonagall's shoulder. Without wasting any time, the deputy headmistress left her office and walked at a brisk pace to confront an aged headmaster with a piece of her mind. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was penning a speech for the next meeting of the ICW when a chime sounded in his office signifying that someone just gave the password to enter his office. From the magical signature coming his way, his visitor was none other than Minerva McGonagall, his deputy. A knock came from the door. "Come in, Minerva," said Albus while setting aside the parchment he was writing on. Albus was surprised when his deputy entered the office with a pursed lip, meaning that her temper was currently out of whack. This didn't surprise him. What did, however, was the presence of a white phoenix on her shoulder, who immediately let out a happy thrill before launching to the air and landed on Fawkes. His phoenixes, perch and happy chirping with the other bird. "I see that you have company?" asked Albus in amusement, looking at the two phoenixes in his office. He was confused, however, as to why Minerva was giving him a glare that he was so familiar with, a glare that promised headache later on. Maybe he should ask a house elf to get him a headache relief potion early instead of going to Poppy later. "Albus, could you please explain this to me?" Minerva asked in a cold voice before throwing a letter on the table before sitting down on the couch facing the headmaster, who noticed the glare his deputy was giving him increasing in intensity. The aged headmaster took the letter and read its content. Shock was clearly plastered on his face. "It seems that our wayward Mr. Potter has finally made his presence known," Albus mused while straightening his beard. "Wayward Albus? I thought that Harry was under the care of Petunia Dursley. How in the world did he come into his inheritance at a young age?" asked a clearly irate Minerva. She trusted the headmaster's decision regarding the placement of Harry Potter in the hands of the Dursley despite her misgivings with the family. She thought that Harry was still with them, but the letter disabused that assumption. Albus sighed before leaning back on his chair. Harry is no longer in the care of the Dursleys. He started much to the surprise of his deputy. 5 months ago, the monitor of the wards on the Dursley home was broken, meaning that the protection I set using Lily's sacrifice was no longer active. Of course, I immediately went to check on Harry but found the Dursley preparing to leave for another home. Petunia wasn't forthcoming with the information as to why young Harry wasn't with them, so I used legilimency to find out what really happened. The headmaster's shoulder drooped as if age was wearing down on him. I discovered that Harry already knew about magic and had been practicing for years, considering how much control he had over it. Hedwig was with him during the confrontation. It seems that the parting of ways between Harry and Petunia was of mutual consent, causing the wards to drop, unable to be restored no matter what action we take. I tried looking for Harry, but it seems that the trail had grown cold and I don't know where to pick it up. I looked in all angles, even checking up with the old crowd to see if they heard anything. But alas, nothing came up. My only hope was for the acceptance letter to reach Harry, so we could find out where he's staying. Minerva pursed her lips, digesting what her longtime friend was saying. Deciding to humor the headmaster, she drew a wand from the folds of her robe and waved it on the desk, causing a large leather-bound book to appear. She tapped her wand on the book, causing it to open and flip a few pages before stopping. Both Minerva and Albus peered into the book and found what they were looking for. Albus, it says here that Harry is in Potter Manor. I thought the place disappeared when Charles and Doria was killed. Asked Minerva, thinking that Harry was living in an abandoned manor without a single soul for company. The Phoenix didn't count. I doubt that, Minerva. The property was automatically placed on lockdown thanks to the extensive wards that could even rival Hogwarts if it was in full power. At least we know that Harry is safe since Potter Manor is quite secure considering the defenses there. Explained the headmaster, though a frown appeared on his face. I don't think it's all that safe, Albus. If you remember, someone got into the manor to kill Charles and Doria. It is not as foolproof as one might think, argued the deputy headmistress, worry etched on her face. Yes, that is true, but what the public didn't know is that they were murdered by a close friend of theirs who was killed during the war. It was quite possible for Charles to give the killer access to the property since it was the only way to do so, thus giving Voldemort an avenue to dispose of the Potter Lord and Lady. However, Harry is safe since the wards there will make sure that no one can enter without his express permission. If young Harry is cunning enough to dupe the Dursleys regarding his knowledge of magic, we can safely say that he doesn't know anyone in the wizarding world to even invite into the protection of Potter Manor. I dare say, his first social experience will be on the train upon entering Hogwarts. Minerva nodded, accepting the explanation since it was sound thinking. What do you want to do with the letter? I could easily send a reply, but Minerva trailed off. Albus gave her a shrewd look. But you think it would be best for one or the both of us to go and find out the current status of young Potter? Is that what you're thinking, Minerva? Interjected Albus with his blue eyes twinkling merrily. Agreed. Are you free tomorrow? The headmaster and deputy started discussing what to do with Harry Potter. Both didn't notice Hedwig perched on Fawkes' stand watching and listening to the both of them intently. Harry was currently pacing in the foyer waiting for his guests to arrive. Professor McGonagall sent a reply yesterday with Hedwig telling him that a meeting was preferable to better explain everything, as well as inquire about other things concerning him. The letter she sent would have been vague, much less cryptic, but thanks to his connection with Hedwig, he was able to see and hear the conversation between the headmaster and his deputy, preparing him for the meeting and the topic that might be discussed. Harry decided right there and then to confront the headmaster regarding his placement at the Dursleys and get the truth out of him at any cost. Since they were going to meet at 9 in the morning, Harry woke up around 7 thanks to Flippy and prepared for their arrival. He decided to go full nobility on them, wearing an expensive blue and gold robe with the Potter, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw crest visible to impress upon them his stature in the wizarding hierarchy. The message was quite clear that he wasn't to be trifled with. He just hoped that they take the hint and not treat him like a lost child. It was exactly 9 when Godric's voice informed him that his guest just arrived at the gate. Harry made sure to set the wards so that the gate will be the only method of entry into Potter Manor. He also instructed Godric to place the manor on semi-lockdown, making sure that any magical travels from the manor to the outside are restricted. He wanted them to stay inside the manor until all his questions were answered. Also, kidnapping might happen considering the unhealthy interest the headmaster had on him, so a semi-lockdown was a good idea to prevent such things from happening. Taking a deep breath, Harry summoned Arya from his room before waltzing out of the large oaken door of Potter Manor towards the gate. His guests, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, were standing outside the gate waiting for him. Harry opened the gates with a wave of his staff, catching the two by surprise. "Greetings and welcome to Potter Manor, professors." Harry greeted them politely with a small bow. Despite his lordship, the station of his two guests demands respect considering his age. "My name is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Beside me is Deputy Headmistress and Transfiguration Professor Minerva McGonagall," said Albus with a formal bow followed by a nod from McGonagall. Albus would have settled for a simple nod, but he caught a glimpse of 3 lord rings on Harry's fingers, so he needed to respect him as his station is due. A Potter Lord demanded nothing less. Harry let go of Arya, who just floated beside him, before offering a hand to Albus, who shook it before offering the same to McGonagall. "I'm Lord Harry James Potter, Lord of Houses Potter, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, and owner of Potter Manor. Please, let us adjourn to a more comfortable setting to discuss some concerns regarding my schooling, as well as some others that I'm sure you're dying to ask me regarding my current situation," Harry said, and beckoning for them to follow before turning on his heels and walked his way towards the manor, guiding his guest. Of course, the young lord didn't notice that flabbergasted faces of Albus and Minerva as they followed him inside, unable to say anything at the regal way they were addressed. It would be safe to say that this wasn't the child they were expecting. Harry led his guests to the library, which was the perfect place as any for their discussion. He beckoned for them to take a seat in one of the large sofas while he took the one opposite from them. "Before we start with the conversation, can I interest the both of you for some drinks?" asked Harry as he called for Flippy. "Tea for me, thank you," said Albus. "Same, but with a dollop of milk if you please," said Minerva. Albus smiled at his deputy's love of anything dairy. Harry nodded and relayed the order to Flippy, who just snapped his fingers, causing their respective orders to appear on the table, though Harry's was a butterbeer. Harry saw the amused looks the professors were giving him. He gave them a sheepish smile. "Sorry, one of my weaknesses. I just love butterbeer," Harry admitted guiltily. Albus chuckled and took a sip of his tea. He noted that the blend was pretty good. Minerva also did the same, but she let out a quiet sigh as the tea and milk tickled her taste buds. "Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, can we start with your concerns you stated in your letters, Mr. Potter?" asked Albus, firing the opening salvo to get the conversation started. "Please, Professor, call me Harry," Harry offered, since he didn't want to be too formal with his soon-to-be professors. Albus nodded. "Now, let's start off with your first concern in regards to your wand. Can you explain to me as to why you are using a staff?" the headmaster asked in curiosity. He knew all about staves, especially when it comes to magical rank. If his hunch was correct, then the young Potter was more than what he looked. Actually, the decision in regards to the staff is due to the advice from Griphook, the Potter family accounts manager in Gringotts. Considering the results of the abilities test, a staff would be more conducive to my level, Harry explained before taking a sip of his butterbeer. "Level?" Minerva asked in a curious tone. Unlike Albus, Minerva isn't exposed to magical ranks. Harry smiled at her and snapped his fingers. A folder, which he prepared beforehand after a quick letter to Griphook, appeared on the table, much to the surprise of the Hogwarts professors. Harry gestured for them to take a look. While sipping more of his butterbeer, Harry noted their expressions as they read the result of his test. Albus was one of surprise, shock, and elation. The last part confused Harry a bit. Minerva displayed on shock at what she was reading. Harry could somewhat understand the reason of her reaction. Heck, that was his reaction too when he found out about his abilities. "As you can see from the results of the abilities test, a wand would be useless for me since I am a wandless sorcerer with an affinity towards the shadow element," said Harry with a smile, enjoying the flabbergasted looks his soon-to-be professors were sporting. Albus was the first to rein in his shock at the discovery, if only barely. "Interesting. Would it be safe to say that you had Ollivander create the staff for you? Asked a very intrigued Albus Dumbledore. Staff users were rare in the magical world, and the foci are restricted to sorcerers and mages. He himself tried to use a staff but wasn't able to find the right ingredients for one, much to his dismay. Yes, sir. I was there during the process, and to be quite frank, I found the whole thing very interesting. Harry replied with a grin. So, Mr. Potter, if I may be so bold to ask, judging from your proficiency in wandless magic, I would assume that you made use of this wonderful library to further improve your talents? Minerva asked with a raised eyebrow while gesturing to the many books surrounding them. Harry gave her a sheepish grin. Yes, Professor. I think this discussion would be best after we tackled my concerns regarding Hogwarts. Would that be all right with you? Minerva nodded with a smile. Indeed, Mr. Potter. It would be safe to say that it is not necessary for you to use a wand as long as you can keep up with the syllabus. Don't you agree, Albus? Albus chuckled. Indeed, though from what Harry here has shown us, I can say that it would be an interesting set of classes this year for you and the rest of the professors. The headmaster predicted, already envisioning the reaction of the different teachers at Hogwarts when Harry demonstrates his unique control over his magic. Regarding the rule on pets, it doesn't apply to you since Hedwig is your familiar. Hogwarts rule states that any witch or wizard may bring their familiar or familiars to school as long as they don't harm the students or cause distraction during classes. Stated Minerva as if quoting directly from the book. She looked around as if she was looking for something. Where is Hedwig anyway? Harry chuckled before shaking his head. When you get to know Hedwig, Professor, you will notice that she isn't much of an early riser and a very deep sleeper. She prefers to sleep until after lunch unless of course something is amiss that she deems important to forego waking up late. Indeed, Minerva chuckled. She knew that Fawkes was pretty much the same. It seems that being lazy was a creature trait if the two phoenixes was something to go by. Be that as it may, Mr. Potter, you may bring Hedwig with you as long as you comply with the rules. I trust that you will let her understand her limitations. Harry nodded. Thank you, Professor. To be honest, I'm quite relieved to get permission for Hedwig since she can easily appear anywhere I'm at, said Harry in relief. Of course, Mr. Potter. Now, in regards to your request for a Muggle telescope, I dare say that you are allowed. Merlin knows that the wizarding world is clearly backwards in regards to tools in astronomy. You may bring a Muggle telescope if you wish, said Minerva in exasperation. Unlike popular beliefs, she was a fan of astronomy, though she preferred to use Muggle methods since she could easily see farther with their inventions. Also, Harry, I suggest that you bring one that doesn't require electricity to work. The ambient magic of Hogwarts will counter any form of energy other than magic, so electronic devices has always been a problem when magic is around, warned Albus. He spent almost a decade trying to determine why electronics are fried when magic is used around them. Unfortunately, he hadn't found any solution to the problem. Thank you for your advice, Professor Dumbledore. I'll keep that in mind when I shop around for one, said Harry gratefully. Too bad he had to forego the state-of-the-art telescopes he saw on the telly while he was still at the Dursleys, but the non-electronic ones work a lot better than its magical counterpart. Now that we're done with school matters, why don't we discuss some concerns in regards to your current position, Mr. Potter? Asked Minerva, wanting to get this topic out of the open. Harry nodded before taking a deep breath, preparing himself to what he was about to say. If you insist, then let's begin. You may ask me any question, then I'll answer them to the best of my abilities. However, once you're done, I'll ask some questions of my own that I would like to be answered. Agreed, Harry said, coldly, shocking the two with the sudden change in attitude. Gone was the happy soon-to-be student to be replaced by a cold and calculating lord of a most ancient and noble house. Harry, there are some questions that are too sensitive for you to know, and you're too young to know about them, Albus said in a condescending tone as if speaking to a child. Harry didn't like that one bit. It was time to make them realize as to WHO they were talking to. Is that so, Professor? Or maybe you're just afraid of answering these questions in fear of implicating yourself. Harry returned the jab with increasing coldness. Harry eventually felt a legitimacy probe trying to enter his mind. Harry wouldn't have any of it, so he grabbed the probe and slammed it back to its source. Dumbledore rubbed his temple as if he was suffering from a headache. "Mr. Potter, that is no way for you to address the headmaster." Minerva rebuked the young lord, oblivious to the mental battle that just took place. "Is that so, Professor McGonagall? What if I show you why I am quite hostile to the headmaster?" said Harry as he snapped his finger. A rolled-up parchment appeared floating in front of Minerva, with her looking it with trepidation. "Please, read that and tell me if I am still being disrespectful to the headmaster without probable cause." Albus saw the floating parchment and paled when he recognized what it was. The Potter seal was quite visible on the rolled-up parchment. He wasn't able to do anything to stop this since Minerva took it and began to read, paling at first when she realized what it was, then turned red in anger when she read the last part. She turned to Albus immediately. "Albus Dumbledore, what is the meaning of this?" roared McGonagall in rage. Harry butted in before the headmaster could come up with an excuse. "I take it you discovered where I was supposed to be placed?" Harry asked in a frigid tone, which Minerva just nodded, not breaking her steely gaze from the object of her ire. Harry turned to a pale Dumbledore. "It is time to come clean, Professor Dumbledore. I'll give you the benefit of a doubt and let you explain why I ended up with the Dursleys when there were plenty of potential candidates that could take me in to raise and protect me." Albus sighed and nodded in defeat. There was nothing he could do since the proof was there in the hands of his deputy. The only thing to do now is to let the both of them understand his decision. "Indeed, it seems that I have underestimated your maturity, Lord Potter." Harry didn't notice the sudden change in honorifics. Clearly Dumbledore was taking him seriously now. "But before I explain my actions, I ask that you hold your questions until the end. Is that agreeable?" He got a nod from Harry, which was mimicked by Minerva, who was clearly trying to put down her raging temper. "Since both of you already know what happened before Voldemort's defeat," Minerva winced, but Albus ignored it. "I will skip that part and proceed with what happened next. As both of you know, I am the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, presiding over the trials of the Death Eaters who was captured after the fall of the Dark Lord. Despite the power I hold in the judicial system, I am still powerless to stop some of the Death Eaters from being persecuted by the law. It was during this trial that I had an epiphany." He paused, taking a sip of his tea before continuing. "What if the followers of the Dark Lord search out the cause of his defeat? I am sure that all those listed in the will are capable in their own right to protect young Harry, but with the people still recovering from a major war, it was quite possible for guards to be at an all-time low, and it would only take a single wand to kill you. So with this decision in mind, I sent Minerva here to watch over the Dursleys, as I took advantage of the reprieve to do some research regarding the defeat of the Dark Lord and your survival from the killing curse, which was an impossibility to begin with. I'm sure you're not aware, Harry, but you were taken to Hogwarts the night Voldemort was defeated. Poppy was quite adamant in giving you a checkup at that time." He added the last part with a chuckle while getting a huff from Minerva. She clearly remembered how frantic Poppy Pomfrey was when Harry arrived, tucked in the arms of the gigantic gamekeeper with a bloodied scar on his forehead. "Now, my reasons for putting you with the Dursleys are twofold. One, your mother's lingering protection requires a blood relative to anchor it in order to effectively power the wards that will keep you safe from Voldemort and his followers. And two, you will be protected away from the eyes of the wizarding world, who would most surely try to get to you either out of good or for ill. I'm sure that you've read the letter I sent to Petunia when I dropped you off under their care?" He got a nod from Harry, getting a positive that he read the aforementioned missive. "I clearly stated there what is needed to power the wards. A happy home equals love that is needed for the wards to be at full power. However, it seems that I underestimated Petunia's hate for Lily, which resulted in her treatment of you. Keep in mind that I weighed the alternatives. The first was Sirius Black, but he betrayed the Potters by revealing the secret of their location to the Dark Lord." This got a growl from Harry, which Albus noted to ask the young lord later. "The next in line to take you in was Remus Lupin, but his condition will surely bring down the ire of the Ministry." Harry nodded when he remembered the name from his parents' diary. "Yes, I know that he is a werewolf. But please continue with the explanation, since I can almost see where you are going but lack the facts to back it up." "I will explain later how I know about Remus' condition and what I know of Sirius Black," said Harry graciously. "Thank you, Lord Potter. Please call me Harry." "Thank you, Harry. Now the next was Amelia Bones, which was James's superior in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. However, I didn't leave you with her since she just lost her husband, Edgar Bones, as well as the rest of her family except for young Susan, which is your age. Also, she was a target at that time since she played a major role in the war, and it's like painting a huge target with both of you together under the same roof. Last, but not the least, was Professor McGonagall here. The reason I hid this from her is twofold as well. One is her role in the war, and two, she just lost her family to that same war. Also, with her position in Hogwarts, she is unable to keep an eye on you, especially when school is in session. I could have brought him to Hogwarts, Albus. He is well protected there, argued Minerva as her anger cooled from hearing the explanations. Albus shook his head, raising a hand to stop his deputy from another rant. Yes, he is well protected in Hogwarts from outside interference, but what of the threat from within? Let's face it, Minerva, we can never deny the fact that some of the students at that time are sympathetic to Voldemort's cause. What if they discovered Harry's location within the school? As I said before, it only takes one wand to kill him, as defenseless as he is. Sure, Lily's protection is present within him, but it may not be enough to protect Harry, and I don't want to take that chance to experiment using the life of a baby. Albus turned to Harry, who was clearly deep in thought. With no other options, I chose Petunia. It was also a bonus that the lingering protection you got from your mother would anchor well with a blood relative. Albus finished his explanation before lapsing into silence and taking another sip of the excellent tea. Harry was silent as he processed what Professor Dumbledore said. He could never deny the fact that all he said was true. If he stayed in the wizarding world, he was a huge target to the dregs of Voldemort's forces, who would surely take out their anger on him. He was defenseless there. However, why didn't you check up on me while I was at the Dursleys? I'm sure you could take the time to do so, Professor, since you're the one who placed me there. Asked Harry with a little bite in his voice. This was one question he really wanted to ask. Albus nodded with a sad look on his face. Harry noted that it wasn't a good expression on the headmaster's face. Yes, I could have, but there is a reason for that as well. I was Voldemort's worst enemy during that time, so all eyes were on me before and after his defeat. Even when the call of war died down, I was subjected to a few assassination attempts. He said with a chuckle, amused at the ways the assassins went through just to get rid of him. The Death Eaters who escaped Azkaban were keeping an eye on my every move. What if I visited you and one of them was trailing me or tracking me in some way? It would reveal your location. Despite the protection in place, anything is possible. Any determined witch or wizard would take care of that, especially when they come en masse. Also, I placed Arabella Figg. The crazy cat lady? Asked Harry in an incredulous voice. He remembered Mrs. Figg since she took care of him before he discovered his powers while the Dursleys were away. He had fun at her house playing with her cats, though he didn't like the smell of cabbage that the house seems to have. Albus chuckled. I doubt she is crazy, but she does like her cats. She is a squib, Harry, and I tasked her to keep an eye out on you while you're there. No one will question the presence of a squib in a Muggle neighborhood. I get periodic reports from her regarding your life at the Dursleys. She told me that you weren't treated well, but you were in no way abused or caused undue harm that threatened your life. That is a small price to pay to make sure you don't end up dead in the hands of a witch or a wizard. Harry nodded. Now he understood where Dumbledore was coming from and couldn't refute his reasons. Considering that he was the leader of the light wizards opposing Voldemort, he had to make the necessary choice to do what's right and not what's easy. His respect for the aged headmaster rose. So, any questions, Harry? I will strive my utmost to answer them to your satisfaction, said Dumbledore as he sipped his tea. He looked old, very old after the revelation. None, Professor, said Harry as he gave the headmaster a smile. I might not like your decisions regarding my placement, but I can easily say that you made the right choice. You did what was right instead of what's easy. I can easily understand and respect that. Thank you, Harry, said Albus as he smiled for the first time after the revelation. He looked relieved, as if a great weight had been taken off his shoulders. Now I have a few questions, if it is all right for me to ask? Sure, Professor. Since we are being open here, it is only right that I contribute to the discussion, said Harry with a chuckle. Indeed. Can you explain to me how you discovered magic and how you were able to use it so well? Asked Albus. His curiosity piqued at Harry's control over magic. If we go over that, Professor, then we will be talking for a very long time. Why don't I just show you? Offered Harry. Show? Do you have a pensieve, Mr. Potter? Asked Minerva curiously. Such devices were rare and very expensive. She knew Albus have one currently in his office, but he didn't know if the young lord have one at his disposal. Harry shook his head. I don't, but I can easily use my abilities as a sorcerer to show you how it happened. All I ask is for you to trust me. Albus immediately nodded, but it took a few seconds for Minerva to do so. Harry concentrated for a bit, gathering the memories he wanted to relay to the two professors. He reached out towards their minds, knocked on their occlumency shields to allow him entry. When they didn't open, he tried another approach. Please, professors, I am not going to read your thoughts. Instead, I am sending you my memories. I swear on my magic that I will not invade your secrets. Harry mentally called out to the two. After a few moments, he felt their shields going down. Giving a mental nod, he projected the memories to their conscious mind, detailing his experiences in magic. He didn't bother to keep secrets since these were two people that his parents trusted as given evidence to their will. It took 2 hours for them to finish going through the memories, and they were amazed at what they saw. Harry looked at the flabbergasted faces of the headmaster and his deputy with slight amusement. Considering the revelation, it is only natural for them to act this way. To give them time to relax, he invited the both of them to lunch, which they gratefully accepted with a promise to continue the conversation afterwards. Lunch was a happy affair for the trio. Flippy prepared a scrumptious meal that all three of them enjoyed. Conversation was light, more on magical theories instead of the revelations Harry shared with them earlier. After lunch, they retired back to the library, but Professor McGonagall asked to reschedule a talk with Harry in the future since she has an appointment with 2 Muggleborns today to explain the letters in Hogwarts. In the end, only Albus and Harry were in the library, and both were silent as they sorted their thoughts for the coming discussion. Inevitably, it was Harry who decided to break the silence. Professor, I think you noticed my reaction when you mentioned Sirius Black? Albus nodded and indicated for Harry to continue. Sirius is innocent, Professor. My godfather is currently in Azkaban being punished for a crime he didn't commit. This revelation shocked the chief warlock. Sirius was innocent? How? I'm not sure if you're correct, Harry. I was the one who cast the Fidelius charm, considering how complicated it is. Sirius was the secret keeper of the Potters. I was the one who bound the secret to him, explained Albus. Harry shook his head. He translocated his father's diary to his hand and opened it to the entry where the switch took place. He handed the diary to Albus, who took it with shaking hands. As the aged wizard read the entry, his face paled. Harry was telling the truth. Sirius was innocent. My question, Professor, is how Sirius was incarcerated in Azkaban since he was clearly innocent. I read from one of the books in my possession that a trial in the magical world is often done with the use of Veritaserum to reveal the truth. Albus closed the diary, along with his eyes, trying to remember every single detail of the trial. If I remember the trial correctly, it was Bartemius Crouch who presided over the captured Death Eaters that time under the ministerial powers of Minister Bagnold. Martial law was declared and control over the trial was solely placed in the hand of Crouch. The Wizengamot was temporarily defunct, with him acting as the chief warlock and interrogator of the accused. To put it simply, under the minister's orders, Crouch's word was law. If it was a normal trial, then Veritaserum should have been used, but now I am not sure as to what Crouch did at that time. Explained Albus, as his mind was already working on how to get an innocent out of the Dementor-infested prison. Is there a way to get Sirius out, Professor? I would like my godfather to be around me since he is the only one I have left. Harry pleaded to the aged wizard who held a lot of power in the Wizengamot. I can try, Harry, but I am quite sure that a lot of people in the ministry will try to block everything to keep their garbage from leaking out. Albus said sadly, but there was a glint of determination in his blue eyes. However, our first step is to determine whether Sirius has succumbed to the effects of the Dementors or not. Once we have determined that, we can help sustain Sirius until such time I can get the right people to set up a trial for him. How long would it take? To set a trial, I mean. asked Harry, mind already brimming with ideas on how to get in touch with Sirius in Azkaban. He knew of a way, but he needed to clear it up with the headmaster first to see if it was plausible. That I am not sure. We could easily use your rank as Lord of 3 most ancient and noble houses, but that is not possible since you are not of age to take your seats in the Wisengamot despite your emancipation. The wizarding charter would demand no less. Unless what, sir? If you are willing, we can give your seats to already ordained members and let them act as temporary proxy for your votes until you reach the age of 17 when you take your seats in the Wisengamot. Considering you hold 3 seats, I would say that a majority of the votes would be on our end to call for a trial. The only potential problem is Minister Fudge, who is deeply in the pockets of well-known Death Eaters who escaped by pleading Imperius. Explained Albus with a calculating gleam in his eyes. I think we can study on that further before we make a move, Professor. I have an idea on how we can get in touch with Sirius, but I need to run it by you if it would work, said Harry with a little hesitation in his voice. Any idea to help poor Sirius is a welcome one, Harry. Harry nodded. As you know, I am a shadow mage. According to the book I've read, a shadow mage can exert control over creatures belonging to the shadows like Dementors. What if there is a way for us to get into Azkaban, or possibly shadow walking us there, and give an order to the Dementors to ease their torment of Sirius? Would this work? Albus pondered the suggestion before answering. Yes, I have read about shadow mages during my youth, and they do have the power to control Dementors. I am not sure, however, if your power and will is strong enough to overcome their minds, but it is quite possible. However, there is a slight problem. Can you use your brand of travel to go to a place that you haven't been to? Asked Albus in curiosity. I haven't tried, Harry admitted. The first time I accidentally tapped into the ability, I ended up on the roof of the school, which I am familiar with. Same thing happened when I tried it again, but this time in an area of the playground where I usually frequent during breaks. I think the ability picks up on my thoughts instead of coming up with a location at random. Is it possible to use a phoenix to send something to him? Yes, it is possible, since a phoenix can go anywhere without being hindered by wards. What do you have in mind? I think we can send Hedwig over to Sirius and explain the situation to him. If he is still sane, we can send him care packages to get him back into shape while we come up with a way to safely get into Azkaban and test my theory as to whether I can control the Dementors or not. Harry mused while tapping his chin. An excellent idea, my boy, Albus said with a smile, blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon glasses. While you do that, I can come up with a legal way to get into Azkaban and determine Sirius' exact location, so we can use your unique travel to get there. It's a plan then, said a very determined Harry, who held his hand out to Dumbledore, who took it and gave a single shake, making an unspoken deal to work together in getting his godfather out of Azkaban.